All right, good people. Just bear with us a moment. We're just gonna set up while people come into the live stream. Anybody watching us on replay, just like skip forward like 2 to 5 minutes. 2 to 5 minutes should be safe. But we're gonna let people come in, and I am going to turn on the lights. Steady pentagrams. What's it? I'm not lighting a candle. All right. Give us a second, people. Good people. On the replay, appreciate you for being patient. Again, skip forward just a couple of minutes. Anybody coming in, we'll be with you in just a couple of minutes. Just a couple of minutes. Let's see. All right. There's some light. Let there be light. All right. Let me see. Rico should be joining us. Yella said he's going to pop in, so we will see. But today, everybody, Greg wanted to have a conversation about some of the things that are popping up in the election, economics. Some of the discussion is, really rankled Greg's feathers. But definitely going to open up the floor and let see what Greg has to say. We're going to, offer our pushback, and anybody that knows Rico, knows me, knows Yella, we're going to push back to the pushback to the pushback. So, pushbackception. A shout out to Dory in the building. What's up with you, our Canadian brethren? Hopefully our election cycle is not affecting you too much. But I know some of the stuff bleeds over. Some of the rhetoric, some of the heat. So hopefully you're doing good up there, man. Hopefully everything's well with you, well with the family. But yeah, we'll give it a few minutes, man. And I'm going to ask Greg to give his opening salvo. But I want to do something real quick. I'll be right back. I lost something.
So go ahead and go.
I mean, well, if you want, you can go ahead and go now. But no. I'm listening. I'm just looking for something.
All right, no, we're good. So yeah, the main reason I wanted to have this conversation and bring Rico in, especially because Rico loves debating me, and I enjoy it too, so it's all good. But I think there's a lot of misunderstanding over how important the president is and what they actually can do and can't. Because of course they're all going to promise you, I'm going to fix everything. Where it's all going to be nothing but porno and ice cream from here on out. Just vote for me. But there are a lot of solid promises that are made that just are not something the president is even capable of doing. And also, just to, I guess, in the interest of disclosure, I am just an idiot on the internet, but I actually did have a formal education in a university in political science, microeconomics, macroeconomics, and game theory. So I'm not just a dude reading Wikipedia articles, but I'm kind of just a dude reading Wikipedia articles. It doesn't mean my opinion's more valid, but it's not this isn't a thing that normal, everyday people who go to work and have lives would know. I paid $15,000 a semester to learn this, be taught this crap. So
okay,
don't feel like I'm condescending or talking down to anyone. The only reason I know this stuff is because I was in college classes learning this stuff. So
yeah, man, I get that. So what was I know you had lots of pushback when I was going through some of the political stuff and we talked about econ and stuff. So what was your major thing, your major gripe?
Well, I was just it wasn't a gripe necessarily. I just wanted to I like talking to you guys. Rico is always fun to argue with.
What up, Rico?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
How you doing, Rico?
I'm doing good. How are you feeling today, Greg?
I'm doing pretty good. I actually got some yard work done this morning, and I'm now sitting here cutting it up a little bit when it's hot, so I'm good with that.
What state you in?
Indiana.
Oh, okay. So how's the weather there?
Well, we have about 100-degree humidity, and it's around 90 degrees. So.
Oh shit, y'all hot.
And I'm out. Yeah, I'm out working in direct sun too, so it's nice. It's just.
Oh shit. See, I'm in Maryland, and actually right now I just finished doing some yard work. I didn't do all of it because it's a big ass yard, because I'm on a corner, but it's really overcast right now. That's why I'm sitting outside because I was cutting grass. And I wanted to get a little airline and let the dogs out with me. And but it's we're getting remnants of, I think, Ernesto. I think that because first we had the previous storm that it rained like hell here last night. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to knock this yard down because the grass is ruined, and it's like kind of overcast. But damn, I didn't think it'd get that hot in Indiana.
Oh yeah, now Indiana is the worst weather on the planet. It is Canada in the winter and Alabama in the summers.
Yeah, yeah.
It is miserable hot. Like, yeah, it's
Shout out to Von
absolutely
Eric.
horrible.
I've never
But,
been. I've never been to Indiana, so I know nothing about it.
Well,
Yeah.
you have to drive through here to get somewhere better.
Yes.
It is nothing but cornfields.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
Minnesota,
flat-
Illinois. I had to go through there just to get to somewhere else.
Really?
See,
Yeah.
when I was a kid, when I was younger, right? Like I was born in LA and I moved
Oh,
here
okay.
like before high school. I moved here in elementary school.
Mhm.
So this was the house I own now. My grandparents rented and then my parents bought. And then my dumbass bought it from my stepdad after my mom died. So I now have a 3-acre place in the middle of nowhere that's
Don't do that.
nothing but the bane of my existence. But
Don't do it.
like when I was younger, all I wanted to do was get out of here. And I moved to Florida. I
Mhm.
moved to San Francisco. I moved to Chicago.
Mhm.
Like I was just trying to get away. But now I'm old and like I love it. There's no people around. I have cornfields on 4 sides of me. Like
Yeah, that's
I
the
can do
thing I
whatever-
was going to say. I think like a lot of the Midwestern states, it's that they have much smaller populations. And then when you get on the coast, obviously, and you know, the East, West Coast, and even some parts of the South, you got states with large, you know, that's where most of America is. The middle of America is like the middle of Canada. No fucking
Right.
bodies there by population size. So
right.
it's-
Well, it's where we grow your food. Like,
right, okay.
you know, like you can't have you can't have duplexes on every corner here because you need acres and acres of. I mean, the average American for a year it takes, I think, 5 acres of land to feed one American, and New York City has 10,000 people per acre, so that's got to be made up somewhere.
And you think about it though, if you think about it, and we'll get into the conversation in a minute, but you just got my brain turning a little bit. I think like when you were saying how much you like it now, I think, you know, urbanization and rural, I think we develop a certain psychology over time. Like for me, I wouldn't be able to take rural, even though it's in America, because my psychology has always been urban. Born into an urbanized city, raised in it. 99% of my life, wherever I've been around the world, has always been in urban areas. So it's something about my brain that's making me, if I decide to travel somewhere, to even to another country, it can't be the country.
Yeah,
I
I
just-
get that.
And country people are the opposite. They can't, because I know some country people, like even in the DR, and they refuse to be in the large population centers because they can't take that. And that's just a strange thing to think about.
Well, in my case, I've done both, but I'm probably slightly autistic. So like having the option to not be around people for me is like I like people, but sometimes I just don't want to be around them. Like and having the ability to not have anyone around me is great. But I think that's what you just said touches on something really important because the New Deal fell apart. Like the New Deal coalition is no longer a thing. And if you look at like Bill Clinton's presidency, there are 3,000 counties. He won 1,500 of them, a little over, right? It was pretty evenly dispersed throughout the country. In the last election, the Trump-Biden election, Trump won 2,500 counties, none of them in cities. All of the city centers, Biden won. He only won 500 counties. And what we're seeing is like the realignment is rural, urban are obviously people are living very different lives in these two places. And that is the biggest cause of political divide right now. And that's like an interesting phenomenon to me because it's like obviously something. My theory is that people in cities are very comfortable depending on the government. Like you have rules for when you cut your grass. You have public transportation you can take if your car doesn't work. You have like you can call the police and they're 2 minutes away. Like
it's our lifestyle. We don't even think about it. It's like breathing.
Right.
It's like breathing.
Right.
Yeah.
The government does provide for you.
What I breathe. Yeah, all the time. But like it's invisible to us. So you'll hear a lot of us talk about independence. And it probably sounds weird to you, but we'll talk about independence. But we don't realize how much we rely on the government.
But see, I think also the difference between, like you said, rural and urban is urban. I readily admit it's more of a collective. It's more of a community, and the rural, I know they have a much more individualism streak because you have to. You just it's not even like your life gives you a choice, and you can't be an individual. It's weird. It's like, and I think maybe rural people are like, well, why can't they be more individual? I'm like, honestly, I don't think you really can be that. I know. Exactly. I don't even think I don't know how you can be a rugged individual in an urban area. It's almost as impossible to say that you can be an individual in a New York City, LA, as you can say, oh, I'm part of a collective in, like you say, the middle of Indiana. Like, what fucking collective? There's nobody here but you.
Yeah, the caveat to that, though, is like, we don't depend on the government, but we do depend on our neighbors. Like, we help each other out. Like, we have a community, but it's not that big of it's not that many people.
And that's what I'm saying. So again, all the things that you mentioned, even though you have a community, like you said, me in an urban area, I'm like, something about breaking into my house. I don't have to call the police. Several people around that would see or hear call the police. You know what I'm saying? So, and you not that your neighbors wouldn't want to do that. It just doesn't exist because you're spread out. Right. People want that. So there are so many. And so in my mind, I know, okay, I can leave my house and be gone. If my house get broken into, somebody's going to report it, even though I'm not home. You leave your house get broken into, you won't find out till you get back.
Absolutely.
Because there's no fucking body around.
You're completely, the trade-off to that, though, is I can walk out naked with an AR-15, fire off a few rounds, and not break any laws.
Please tell me don't do that for fun. I do that shit for fun.
No, as long as you're not trying to be in clear view of public, we don't have nudity laws. But
okay,
you're still the Bible Belt, so there are still some. But
hey, Rico, give us the answer to this question real quick. Where do you say you from?
Oh, I'm in Maryland. I'm basically right outside of DC.
Is that where you were born and raised, or you born and raised somewhere else?
I was born in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
In D.C., raised in the city when it was Chocolate City, 100,000%. And I just basically, once I got de-hooded, I moved out to the burbs.
Yeah, okay. What about you, Greg? Where were you born and raised?
I was born in Los Angeles. Okay, so my mom was born in Indiana. Everyone in Indiana, the first thing to do is leave. So that's what she did. She left. She went to California. Super liberal. Hated her family. Then she married my dad. I think he was from California. I don't really remember. They got divorced. Then she moved back to her hometown with my stepdad. And I was like, you might think, oh, yeah, you're the guy from Indiana. I was the complete outsider. I had 3 friends in high school, or 2 friends, I'm sorry. One was from Michigan and one was from West Virginia.
Okay.
Because none of the locals liked the outsiders. Like, it was very, like, you aren't from here.
An insular community.
Yeah, even though my family was, I wasn't an Indiana boy. I was too liberalized with my California enlightened viewpoints or whatever. This is an elementary school, mind you. Like, it was very suspicious. So I kind of like, I resented that for a while, but I care a lot less about what other people think about me now. So, so I'm just like, I'm here doing my thing, like, whatever. I've leaned into my redneck heritage.
Got you.
I just accepted it.
Shut up.
Yellow, where are you from? Where you from? Where your people from? Welcome to the stream, bro.
What's good, John? What's good? Rico, what's up,
Hey, y'all, who's that on your avatar?
That's Kung Fu Susie.
It's the meme. Yeah, there's a meme with a lady when people are confused, like when somebody says something stupid, they'll show her looking confused with all the little mathematics and algebraic equations.
I got
it's a very specific lady. We was watching.
Yeah, he picked a specific lady.
We was watching I think it was like Paternity Court. Yeah, we was watching Paternity Court, and she just happened to be in the background.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she made that face.
Yeah.
And oh
it's
boy.
spot on now.
Yeah,
I just thought
it
maybe
is.
it was somebody important that I didn't recognize. But I'm like, yes, that's the look of like, what the
we
fuck?
we were memeing the meme. We were memeing the meme.
She got a good what the fuck face.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, girl said something crazy, and she looked like what?
All right, real quick, fellas. I'm gonna let Greg start us off, man. But I got 2 votes from the chat.
To do my where I was from.
Oh, my bad. We got off into the thing. You're right. Rico be sidetracking me. Rico be distracting me. Rico be distracting me. My bad. Where you from, player?
That's on yellow. That's on yellow. And
that was on me. I gotta pay attention. I gotta be quicker than that. Oh, I gotta be quicker than that.
So, just y'all know, I'm from Chicago.
Right.
Moved back and forth basically between the suburbs and the city, like the south suburbs and the city part. So, got to experience a lot of the culture on all of that side. So, you know what I'm saying? It was interesting, man. But I love my city, despite what everybody think about it. You know, it's my city, and I'm gonna stick beside her.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, so you a Ja Morant. You wasn't really in the hood.
Oh, I was.
You from the burbs.
I was.
I was. From outside the city. Just drive in when you want some culture. Is that how it was?
But I stayed. But no, I stayed everywhere though. Like that's it. Yeah, I've stayed everywhere though. So you know what I'm saying? I stayed in the fucking projects. I stayed in the suburbs. Shit.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They don't think niggas need to move out. That's why they stay crime time and they don't become the new day.
But you know what? I really think. Let me just say this real quick. I'm not even from Chicago, but I am so fucking fed up with the way Chicago
narrative
is. I'm like, it is so. I'm so sick of it. You know, and I won't argue with anybody to say that some of that shit don't exist. I'm like, it exists in every major urban city all over America. And to watch an entire spectrum, and it's like, y'all got to come up with something other than Chicago. Let's pretend the shit y'all saying is right. Then the only place that crime exists in America is Chicago. We just won't go to Chicago. How about that?
They have evolved, Rico. They say democratic cities now. That was democratic run cities. That's the new word.
But they only name Chicago. So
that's a corrupt. This is a corruption. This is a corruption run city. This ain't no democratic Republican city. This is a corruption run.
But my thing is this, Yella. Okay, well then throw in some other cities. They don't.
They say Philly.
Barely. They live. They live and die on Chicago. I could be in an overseas passport bro channel. Chicago. Like, where the fuck else y'all been?
Yeah. It's easy to say that because it's the most popular. It's it's the most popular. It'd be funny because it'd be people from New York or Atlanta or Florida where niggas is getting their face ate by motherfuckers off
Memphis.
It'd be niggas from Memphis talking about Chicago. It's like, y'all. Like
St. Louis and Memphis are putting Chicago to shame in numbers.
Yes. New Orleans.
I'm the same. We really didn't chilled out a lot.
Yes.
Yeah. Most places have. Most places have.
So I just had to say that.
Is that because I mentioned Memphis? Is that because I said my bad?
I'm just saying I'm sick and tired of them picking on Chicago. This is just some utter abject bullshit. I hope next week at least the convention shows a better side of the city. They still gonna fucking demonize it, no matter what.
We still gonna fuck it up. Now, don't get it twisted, Rico.
I know. I'm just hoping
we are who you thought we were. to quote a Chicago phrase. To quote a popular Chicago phrase. We are who we thought they were. Like we are who we think they think we are.
Well, Bill didn't come out of a vacuum. Let's be honest.
Right. Which I'm never saying it did. I'm just saying, like, Chicago is who they are, who they say they are. Like we said, so's St. Louis, so's Memphis, so's New Orleans, so's LA, so's New York, so's all those places. So I'm like, why are y'all living and dying on this one place. And if all of a sudden we turn it around tomorrow, y'all won't know who else to talk about?
Yeah.
They'll pick a different city. Probably
Yeah,
Houston.
but pick one now. Shit.
So make
Tired of
Rico
hearing about
happy.
Chicago.
They need to pick another city.
Well, to Yella's point, man, Chicago is systemically fucked from the ground up. Like the system is built in such a way that you can't just fix it.
But
Like,
so's all these others. But all these other cities
Yeah.
that we're naming are as well. It's just
yeah,
as corrupt
but
as
Chicago is different in like, and this was wild to me when I lived there. Like,
okay.
they have an alderman system, and the aldermen have like little fiefdoms within the city, and even the mayor doesn't have like the alderman is more powerful than the mayor in their little fiefdom.
Yeah, that part
It's
I
a
understand.
completely
Yeah.
structural.
Yeah.
Like you can't get anything done drastic.
Yeah, you down they gotta go through them.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
it's-
one part. That's the one part I
Smoky.
will acknowledge about Chicago. Its political system with the alderman. I will acknowledge that. I don't know too many other cities that have that structure, but that speaks to Yellow Point is it's corrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It is absolutely.
And what makes me mad about it is I'm like that alderman shit didn't start in 2024. That shit was back there when Capone was running the motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
That's always
So
been
that
a
corruption-
component.
Yeah, that corruption goes all the way back there. But now for them to, the narrative is democratic. It didn't become like it didn't become until it became democratic led, or it didn't become corrupt until black people started. I'm like, fuck no, it was corrupt all
Yeah,
the way back then.
For sure. It absolutely was. Like
That's just the part that I just be like, oh my God, y'all act like y'all like corruption is some shit we made up and only we could pull off.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Like New Jersey
It's
used
like
to
a-
have the title, and that was all white people at the time.
Yes. All of this shit started with them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, New
Yeah, it's
Jersey
like a
was wild.
grooming system. It's like a grooming system.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got the aldermen there, usually the younger ones, because you can run for alderman at like 20 something. You know what I'm saying? 20, 30 something. You ain't got to be that old. So it's almost like a political corruption grooming system.
Yeah, major MLM for corruption.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
once
Sure.
you get in, you have to be corrupt. It's like what's so crazy about when you think about it, it's like you couldn't even be an honest alderman if you wanted to be.
Oh no.
Multi-level malfeasance.
Yeah, you have to, once you decide I'm going to run, if you are not corrupt, they will corrupt you or you ain't gonna last.
Yeah.
And that's just
Yeah.
unfortunate. I'm like, that's just
Now
to
when
me,
I
it's
lived
almost
there,
like overall American.
yeah. Well, when I lived there, Rahm Emanuel had just become mayor, and so this is Obama's chief of staff. This is Democrat royalty. Like, what blew my mind though is like this dude comes in, he's the mayor of Chicago, and every other Democrat in the city was just fighting him and like undermining him the entire time. It was like I haven't seen that level of like savagery politically anywhere else in my life. Like the police unions were undermining him, the teachers unions were like they were just stabbing at each other. It was wild. And he didn't make it past one term. Like,
Dang.
I don't think he got reelected.
I thought he got reelected.
Did he? He might have. I don't know.
thought
I know
he
he got
did.
ran out after one.
I
but-
thought I could be
I think
wrong.
he
I because he was
He
in the
might be
White House first, then he went to Chicago to run for mayor. He won, and I thought he did some corrupt shit, like Yella said, some Chicago bullshit.
Yeah.
He did some bullshit and got reelected because they was on his ass about something like maybe a police shooting or something. And I want to say somebody look it up.
Rahm Emanuel?
To Kwame
Yeah.
McDonald.
Rahm Emanuel?
Yeah, didn't he get reelected?
Yeah, he had a second term.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
That was wrong.
Yeah, we had deal Rahm Emanuel for a minute.
I know
Yeah.
people were expecting him to last longer than he did. Like
Is
for some
there a limit, Yellow, on how many times the mayor
Nah,
can
hell
run?
no.
Oh, okay.
Nah, hell no. The Daily shit, Mayor Daley was mayor for however long. Then that shit became a family business. His daddy was the mayor,
yeah.
Yeah.
then he was the mayor. Shit. But the last mayor, old Lori,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Lori Lightfoot.
or Lori Lightfoot,
Lori
Yeah.
Lightfoot. I
somebody,
don't know what happened to her.
nigga, them badass suits. First of all,
Boy.
I'm sorry.
She made a bad blood contract because the way she came
do?
into the office and the way she went out, the way she looked, she
She
ate
had
worse than the president, man.
But what did she do? Somebody fill me in. I know she was the first black woman, lesbian, blah, 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 blah. But I just want to know, what did she do? I know she only lasted one term. And I'm not saying I don't know much about her, but
I don't think she was the first black. I don't think she was the first female
for Chicago, right?
Female mayor. No, I believe we had another female mayor. Long time.
I had a female before?
I believe so.
Okay.
I want to say yeah.
Okay.
Because our corruption knows no gender. Everybody here can be corrupt.
I thought she was the first. I knew she was less, because when they talked about her, that's why you hear about it. Oh, Lori Lightfoot, she won. I remember, wasn't she the mayor when the Chicago police made that black woman get out of her house naked?
I think so. If it was in the last 10 years, yeah.
Yeah, that was a big deal. I think she did. I know she was doing some fucked up shit. I just don't know what it. She was pissing people off. So I'm not gonna say fucked up.
She's pissing everybody off.
But for what?
Outside of Chicago. Outside of Chicago, she had a bad reputation.
But what was she doing in Chicago that pissed people off?
Nothing. That's what she was really doing. That was pissing people off. She wasn't really doing that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then she let the sanctuary city start happening there when she won. Once she y'all's sanctuary person.
I mean, we've been there. That's kind of Chicago.
Let me ask you, can I throw another sidetrack real quick, Arson? You smoking anyway, so it's easy to do. So speaking of, you brought up the sanctuary, right? And again, I want to just, and you too, Greg, with the hard R. I was trying to say that shit, and that shit was stuck in my head.
Greg with the hard R. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Greg with the hard R.
Greg with the hard R.
I was like, fuck you, Arshawn. So
that's in spirits today.
I love it. I love it.
Greg with the hard R. I love it. Oh god.
I was watching something, and there's this viral video supposedly about this black woman. She's talking about immigrants, right? And I don't know if you guys seen it. Have you seen it? You saw it.
I just hate hearing black women talk about immigrants.
But did you see the video? Did you see the video?
I don't know. I've seen so many people say so many things. Black hearted with new girl. Oh, so man, appreciate you. What's the synopsis?
So the synopsis is she was sitting in her car. She's sitting in her car, right? So she's sitting in her car and she's venting, right? She had a food truck, and she is having to sell her food truck, and she's upset. I mean, because the story, I was like, this story is so full of shit. So the story, and I'm gonna find the video, but the story was she's sitting in the car and she's crying because these immigrants are coming into America getting some shit that she's not entitled to. Right. So what she said, according to her, was, "Oh, I have this food truck that I used to do food truck. I'm an entrepreneur, and I'm selling my food truck for $25,000. And this immigrant came to her to buy her food truck, right? Mm-hmm. And this immigrant told her he was illegal.
Okay.
Told her he had no credit. Told her he had no bank account, but showed her some paperwork where the government was going to fund him money to buy her truck. Okay. In addition to this, she has great credit, and she can't get a business loan.
Right.
And she's crying because it's unfair what they're doing for the immigrants and not for her. And I'm like, that whole story is bullshit.
It probably is. But even if it's not,
of the story.
But I mean, but even if it's not, because I know they were offering people modest amounts of money, like $200 a month to house migrants.
$200 a month.
But again, that's one thing I know that happened in certain cities, like I think New York. But if they were doing that, they might have done other things. Which is fine. Let's couch it like maybe they have some kind of crazy, expansive program to fund the lives of illegal immigrants. That's cool. But that means that's the circumstances that we're in, and we gotta move around that. Like we've been saying that for a really long time. All these immigrants come to America and they get sponsors and they get loans, business loans. We've been saying that for a really long time. We have to at some point accept, like, okay, these are the circumstances. This country is never going to treat. It's like AT&T or somebody. They're always going to treat the new customers better than the
existing customers. Exactly.
Yeah.
But what the problem is when you take and you extrapolate and you overly embellish the shit to make it seem to create an entirely completely narrative, because just on the basis of, I'm like, who the fuck can't get a business loan with good credit?
But even if, like, Rico, none of that, what I'm saying, but like, I get you, but none of that even matters, because some people can't. Like that's a real thing. Like, let's just say she's a black woman in this country. I don't know where she lives. In some places, you will have problems just because you're coming in with a certain skin color and getting a loan. So let's, but I get you. So let's, but like what you said though, that was for me pertinent. She had a food truck. She had the business. Like, forget a business loan. You have a business. Run your business and scale it up.
Right.
Like,
I don't.
But you're selling. Like, why are you selling?
I don't know about her business choices. That I looked at as an individual choice. I'm here to tell you clearly, being deeply versed in immigrant neighborhoods, illegal immigrants are not going around announcing they're illegal immigrants. They're just not doing that. That's all I'm saying. I'm like, no, most of them are lying. And even if he got some sort of paperwork, he did so with some false documents.
Yeah.
So it's like, no, they're not going around announcing I'm illegal and I'm here undocumented. Are you out of your fucking mind?
But
they just don't do that.
That's what I'm just saying. Even if they did, like even if everything she said is true, it doesn't matter. Like, she has a business, she could scale it up. We keep. It's not us. For me, for black people, it's not okay for us to keep regurgitating all these things. Like, got to work twice as hard to get half as much. Like, we can't keep saying all these things that we have, and then when that moment arrives, then fall back like, oh, I can't. We don't get that. Like, you can't say all that stuff and know it and understand it, and then fall back on victimhood, like crying. Like, when you actually have a business, you can work your way, bootstrap yourself.
And that's why I say I hate to preach that victimhood shit, but I'm like, no, you're saying you're othering other people falsely to say why you're not being successful. And I hate the bootstraps bullshit. But I'm like, I mean, but don't know what your issue is.
She's made boots. Like, she's made boots. Right. She has a business. Yeah. She's made boots. Now it's time to walk.
Right, according to her. So my issue was, it's like you creating this completely false narrative about other people, and you're crying in your car saying, I don't know what your circumstance. Oh, why is America? I'm a veteran. I'm like, sister, I can see you saying, I need a hand up. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
Don't create this completely made up shit, because that's still not going to help you up. Talk to me about what you need to help you up. That's just it. Fuck somebody else. Even if that was true, which I know is a flat out lie, it doesn't matter. You didn't get a loan. How can I help you get a loan? How can I help you, like you said, scale up? I don't give a fuck. The government can do whatever they want for other people. What about you? What about you? If they're doing it, one, I don't believe it, but if they are, so what? What about you? It's the getting in the space of, because I'm not getting anything. I don't, for example, right, Arshawn, I'm black. I ain't getting nothing. I don't want you to give Greg shit. Okay, well, now they ain't giving neither one of us shit. Neither one of us getting nothing. So if my focus is making sure Greg, being a new immigrant, that he doesn't get anything, he's not entitled to nothing. Are they going to give me what I need? Yes or no?
No.
That's where and I'm not saying that he should get it. I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying I'm not going to expend my energy and absolutely making sure he doesn't get anything because somebody tells me that he's getting something that's taken away from me. You ain't showing me that what you giving him ain't never gonna be justification for what you not giving me. You give that motherfucker $200, you give me $2,000. I don't give a fuck. I want every immigrant coming in to get whatever they want. I just want 10 times as much. I'm not trying to stop somebody from getting something, because if it doesn't help me to get something, and I don't buy the argument, which is what they do. They're pitting lower economics and minority communities against one another. And ultimately,
Oh yeah.
I ain't giving neither one of you motherfuckers nothing. I ain't giving none of you shit.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I'm just
We
setting
got our
up
whole
the
history.
fight. Right. I'm
Yeah.
setting up the fight. That's all I'm doing. I'm setting up the fight so that y'all can fight and argue amongst yourself. And guess who's
Absolutely.
getting everything? Us up
Yeah,
here.
the top,
Yeah.
the 5%, 1%, whatever you want to
Fuck
call
yeah.
it. Yeah, that's been going on for a really long time, like Greg said. The divide and conquer, and we fall for it. Like she has the business. A lot of us don't even have like the acumen or the resources to even start a food truck. Like even if we wanted to. So like there's certain things that other people don't have that she has. So she had the acumen, she had the ability, she had the capital to start a food truck. Well, keep working up. Like she was on the path of progress. Yeah. Like you can't stop what you're doing because somebody else walked a different path. Like that's
And she had said,
that's
like,
one thing I hate.
She's been an entrepreneur for 15, 20 years. So I'm like, I'm just listening to the story, and I'm like, none of this shit is making sense the way she's telling the story.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I said. I agree with that. I agree with that one side. Oh, black, bruh. I agree. I think only
Bryant.
people over a certain amount should pay taxes. I'm a fucking socialist. I don't think if you are under a certain threshold, you shouldn't. Fuck is we paying taxes for?
Yeah.
I can't stand people make the tax argument, especially for the wealthy, because I was like, it is clear to me I think rich people should pay all the taxes. They got the money.
Yeah.
They got the money. Period.
I'm with that.
Like what the guy that robbed the bank said. Why'd you rob the banks? That's where the money is.
Yeah. I would say you shouldn't even pay a tax, like an income tax, until you hit the median income. Whatever the median income is, or the average, whichever one. I'm not a mathematician. Whichever one is more representative.
Not gonna be higher than
or average. No, I'm just saying you shouldn't even pay an income tax until you get to that point.
I say anything under 300,000 you shouldn't pay.
That's pretty high. I mean, that's less than 10% of the.
I don't care.
That's less than that's okay. Well, then we have no money. Then the country doesn't have enough money unless you overtax the rich.
I got it. They got it.
Okay. The country has no money.
Do they have it? Yes or no?
Well, yeah, we're in debt. You're right. We don't have any money. But I'm just saying it's even worse.
Does the wealthy have the money? Yes or no?
They have enough.
Nobody has the kind of money we've been spending.
Okay, but here's the thing: well, let me ask you this: who has the wealthy made their money off the backs?
Yeah, for sure. No, they need. Yeah. We need a progressive tax rate.
Yeah.
We need to because if I go into a deal with Warren Buffett, 100 times out of 100, he's getting the better end of it. Right, eventually, he will have all the money. Like that's if you let a free market economy just go rampant, it's going to end up with a few people with everything. And everyone else with nothing. They will kill the rich people, take their stuff, we'll start all over. That's human history. Like, that's no argument there whatsoever.
So you think we're going back more to a Gilded Age?
No, okay, so
going in that direction. I'm not saying we're there, but we're going in that direction.
No, I think we're. So one of the reasons I kind of wanted to talk about this and have the reason it's important is the best president of our lifetime was Bill Clinton. He left us with no foreign wars, a booming economy, raised the minimum wage twice, and we had a government surplus. His last State of the Union was literally him just going up and being like, everything's freaking great, guys. Like, go look at the 2000 State of the Union. He's like, yeah, dude, we really don't have any problems. Our decline from that is one of the most precipitous declines in human history. And most of us are going to die before the other shoe drops. But Gen Alpha and Gen Z are going to have to deal with one of, if not the biggest crisis in American history. It's coming. And there's nothing, like nobody out there is doing anything to slow it down or stop it.
At all.
And so one of the reasons like the president matters is they do have extended power beyond their reach, but I kind of wanted to go into 3 topics and just get everyone's view on it of who would be better. And that's economics, unfortunately race, which I hate talking about, but it's going to have to be addressed.
Let's go. Let's go.
And immigration.
Bring the hard off.
Let's go hard off. Greg with the hard off.
I think the big 3 things are economics, race, and immigration. So like I kind of wanted to get view on those.
You say economic, race, and immigration.
Right.
Okay.
So if we start with economics, like which president you guys think would be better? Now, they've both kind of said Trump said, I'm not going to tax tips anymore. Kamala signed a bill empowering the IRS to go after tips for taxes, then came out with the same position. Like most of what they say is obviously nonsense, but they have both said they're going to get prices down and get the economy under control.
They're going to say whatever they want to say.
Just go around.
Whatever we want to
hear.
Who
do you think, if elected, who do you think will do a better job on the economy? Just on the economy.
For me, historically, it's going to be Democrats. Just by statistics, like the economy has done better under Democrats since, I want to say 1930. I'd have to go back and pull the exact stat. But under Democrats, it's a small margin, like 4 point something to 2 point something. But the marginal difference is there. I would go Kamala, but it's like not for lack of incompetence. Like I just think their policies typically, because of the regulation, it typically benefits a greater swath of America than what the Republicans do. I think more people thrive under Democrats, even though it's not the people I may want. But that's me. What about you, Yellow Rico?
I'm going to say I almost agree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because for me, I would say it's almost a nil. It almost comes out as a wash, simply because of the fact that what I think is under Republicans, they do favor. They are the pro-business party. They are more about stimulating the economy for the benefit of business, which create more jobs. However, it's more of a capitalistic approach, more of a trickle-down effect. The Democratic Party tends to favor more policies targeting more towards the middle class and the lower class, with child care tax credits and things of that nature. When you look at both sides in totality, they almost come out as a nil effect, because it's just like which demographic are they targeting? So if you funnel more money towards the rich, there's some benefits to it, though marginal. You target money towards the poor, there's some benefit, although marginal. That's why in my mind, they almost come out as a wash. The only thing that I think that's better democratically, is it's a wider group of people that it affects, because there's more poor people, middle income to poor people in this country than rich. So I think the economic effect is the same no matter which one, but one is addressing a smaller population of people, the other is addressing a bigger population of people. And both, well, we're still fucked, because I can't say that the rich are still fucked, because they're rich. They're never fucked. But they don't get richer rich people don't get richer under Democratic policies. Poor people don't get poorer. They both just end up negating. So I still would lean Democratic, because it just reaches a wider demographic. It just reaches more people, whether it's SNAP benefits, with lowering prescription care costs, whether it's health care, all of these policies. Because even we got to think about, even when you think about the Affordable Care Act, that was still a pro-business thing, because you're still injecting a lot more government money in, because we got to understand these insurance companies and these pharmaceutical companies, these are fucking businesses. Yeah. These are not benevolent organizations that we're pouring trillions of dollars into. These are some money-grubbing motherfuckers. They might as well be venture capitalist funds. They just make medicine or do healthcare. That's all. It's a business.
Yeah. And for me, just real quick caveat before Yellow go, I think the Democrats and Republicans are the same people, except for the Democrats will socially undergird the poorest people. Like they'll throw a net under the poorest. Like that's the only difference. I think they're both pro-business. I think rich people get richer under both of them, but Democrats will subvert some money to undergird the poorest people. But Yellow, what you think?
No, I kind of concur with both of y'all. It would probably be more like 51-49. You know what I'm saying, on the percentage of like who would be better, because it really just comes down to which specific, like you would probably say out of Trump and Biden, Trump might have done more for the economy than Biden, but then you could say, like, historically, like you said, the Democrats have probably had a more effective result on the entire society. You know what I'm saying? It's just that Trump was around during the pandemic, and he had a lot of stuff like stimulus checks and all that. So that's why it kind of seems like he was helping a lot of the community, but it was also in response to a crisis. It wasn't the standard. It wasn't the standard presentation. You know what I'm saying? So I know a lot of folks want to be like, yeah, the economy was boosted and we got all these stimulus checks. I was like, and if that didn't happen, we probably wouldn't have got none of that. So yeah.
Great point, Yella.
All right. So I'm going to preface this first by saying I'm not voting for Donald Trump because of who he picked as his VP. No chance. There is a better than zero chance someone will try to kill him, and I do not want a yell
again.
That someone's already tried. Like
again?
We have empirical evidence that yes, there are people willing to shoot this man. This is a real possibility, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
He won't keep his head down. He's gonna.
You think it's just one guy by himself? Like,
shoot me!
Obviously, this is a real possibility, and I don't want a Yale-educated pharma pimp running the country. Yeah. For me, I will say, if you guys are right, if it's a generic Democrat versus a generic Republican, Trump is very much not a generic Republican. True. I've watched a lot of Trump rallies because, from a political perspective, it's fascinating whenever 100,000 people show up to listen to a politician. Like, that is a phenomenon that you should at least pay attention to. At least hear why this many people are showing up to hear the man speak.
Bigger crowds than I have a dream. Absolutely. You're right.
Yeah. You anytime that happens, you're going to be like, okay, something is happening here. Yes. I don't know what it is. And people get this idea that Trump has political views. He doesn't. His only view is he wants the big chair. Yes. And that's where people get it backwards. It's not Trump getting the rubes riled up and convincing him to do something. The rubes are telling Trump what they want, and he's willing to do it. If you look at his the first time he ran, his stance on abortion, he went from pro-choice to jail doctors to throw it back to the states.
Right.
That's every possible position you can hold on abortion. And it was all of his policies come from the reaction he gets from his crowds.
Yep.
Now, Operation Warp Speed was a Trump policy, right? Mm-hmm. This should have been the crowning achievement of his presidency. Yes. We managed to screw it up, of course, but I'm just saying, we developed a functional vaccine to a novel virus in 2 days and got it to market in 9 months. This is a legacy achievement. This is the kind of thing you put centerpiece of your library as president. This man went out and got booed at his rallies for his legacy achievement, which I think is wild, but
because he talks so bad about it. He talks so bad about the virus. He botched.
But I'm just saying, he is not running. He is not trying to convince anyone of anything. His opinions come from the response of his crowds.
So Trump. So Greg, so are we still we're not centered on economics anymore?
No, I'm getting to it. I'm sorry. I
didn't know if you had switched over to race, because when I hear you, I'm like, which one are we leaning into?
Yeah. I'm with you. The reason I went into that is because, like I said, a standard Republican versus a standard Democrat, you guys are absolutely right. But Trump is not a standard Republican. And I think, without a doubt, he will be better economically. And the reason I say that is, the way the presidency is supposed to work is they're just supposed to be there for immediate decisions. That's their role originally. They can't even write, they are explicitly prevented in the Constitution from writing a law. They are not a legislative office. They are not supposed to have any kind of legislative power. They are just, if someone invades, you can't have a bunch of dudes get together in a room and start arguing over declaring war. You have to have someone who can be there for immediate action. That's why he's the commander in chief. of the
So
armed forces.
Can I ask you a question? So you
Sure.
say you think he'll be better
Economically, yeah.
give me a percentage. Do you think he's going to be 100 times better? I mean, like, because
I
again,
think he will.
I think the
Here's why.
difference is small.
So-
but you tell me.
He will be dramatically better for poor people, and here is why.
Okay.
Both of them say they're going to get inflation under control and they're going to bring prices down. Not going to happen. No one on earth has the power to do that. We've printed the money. The avalanche has started. You can't stop yelling now. Nobody is going to get inflation under control. It's
Right.
done. This is where it is now.
We're here.
Like, we already printed and spent the money. There's no putting that genie back in the bottle. However, where Trump will be better economically is that there are fixed costs that everyone has to pay. Poor people, particularly, most of your money goes to things like rent and fuel. He will drop energy prices dramatically because energy prices are artificially inflated by the executive regulations that are placed on them. I remember when there was coming out of the pandemic, there was a huge drop in supply or in demand for gas. Obviously, no one was driving, everyone was staying home. So everyone cut down on production, obviously. When they went to go ramp it up again to go back to normal, the thing that prevented them from ramping up production are federal regulations that are in place. And they actually wrote a letter to Biden because he was blaming greedy monopolies on this and stuff, which there is some of that. But the biggest problem is there's a regulation that prevents them from increasing production. Nothing about dropping production. So
let me ask you a question. So you're suggesting, just to make sure, because I'm following you, and you almost got me over there with the red hat, but fuck this shit, right? So you're suggesting that the Trump policies will increase things like fracking and offshore drilling greater than Kamala's policy, which is more restrictive towards issues
not
like
just that.
fracking.
Okay, so let me explain the regulation. So if you're an oil company, you're doing your normal oil stuff we have now, right? Just your normal wells, no increase in fracking or exploration. You want to ramp up production. The regulations as they currently sit prevent you from doing that for petrol fuels. You have to have a certain percentage of green energy before you can ramp up any more petrol fuels. So it's actually damn near impossible to increase output out of what you currently have because it's artificially prevented by a regulation, which, just to be clear, I am not one of those anti-EPA guys. I lived in California in the 80s when rain was melting buildings. The catalytic converter as a regulation is one of the best things we ever did.
Right.
Because we don't have rain melting buildings anymore. The fact you haven't heard about acid rain is proof the government works in regulation.
Right. It's
so
been
I'm not
at least
saying,
10 years.
But the thing with green energy is nuclear is the only viable option. If you're not talking about nuclear, you're not a serious person. Wind and solar are not efficient enough to get a return. We live in a closed system. You get X amount of energy, finite amount of energy every day from the sun, right? As long as we're still working on covalent bonds, and we are going to run out of oil too, by the way. Like, we're just basically burning carbon that was stored from plant life millions of years ago. But there's a limit to that.
But let me ask you a question, though. You said there's a finite. No, but solar and wind is endless.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not.
Solar
That's
and wind is not endless.
That's okay. Can I?
I just want to slow you down with the hard R. Solar and wind are not endless, meaning as far as my scientific belief, the sun will burn forever, the wind will blow forever. Do you not agree with that?
I'm gonna actually get you the exact number. The thing is, there is a
the sun won't burn forever.
Right.
It'll burn our lifetime. It'll burn for at least the next 1,000 years. The sun and the wind will both be going for the next 1,000 years.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And that shit's free. We don't have to go look for it. I just want us to.
But the efficiency, I think there's a loss rate. I think there's an energy loss rate for trying to utilize those.
No,
okay, so you can take.
No, he did say a very specific thing though. He said you got a finite amount of energy per day. Like the
Yeah.
sun can only
Yeah,
charge
now I
a
agree with
certain
that.
half of the
Yes.
planet
That's what I'm
at
saying.
one time, right? Yeah. So
Okay.
you can only right. So you only got a certain amount of time
Yeah.
during whichever year. Like
To harvest.
even if
Yeah.
we're going into the fall year. So you know what I'm
Facts.
saying?
Yeah.
Daylight is a little
The most you're gonna
little-
have is
little
12 hours of
shorter.
daylight in most of our cities.
And
Right.
I
Most,
agree with
most.
that.
Right,
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
agreeing
It's-
with
most, yeah.
you can. I'm
It's-
agreeing with you can only harvest so much at a time. I agree with
Right.
on a day-to-day basis, but I'm like,
Well-
wait a minute. The sun and the wind, no
I get
matter
you.
what,
Literally,
It's gonna
yes,
come
we're gonna have sun and wind, but our ability to effectively and efficiently capitalize on those
yes.
is
So,
limited.
okay, energy can't be created or destroyed, right? It can only be changed.
Right.
You get 44
Takes
quadrillion
energy to
watts.
change it.
44 quadrillion watts is the finite measurement of how much energy the sun gives the earth every day. That
Right.
energy goes to everything on the planet. Every
Mhm.
plant life, everything. That's why the ocean looks like is dead zone where the sun can't reach it. Right?
Mhm.
Like if we covered half the earth's surface with solar panels, all of us would die. Everything on the
Mhm.
planet would die. Because you're taking energy, that amount of energy that is used to sustain life on Earth, and you're
Right.
taking it out of the closed system and storing it. So
Mhm.
even though it's wind and it's solar and it looks like, oh, this is infinitely regenerate, it's not. There is a finite amount. You're still taking covalent energy bonds and breaking them. You are still taking away from that amount every time you use those energy sources.
Okay, well, great. Let me poke at you just a little bit. So
Sure,
you
go
don't
ahead.
think that the amount of energy that we're taking from the sun or from the wind. So because I'm trying to figure out, like, scientifically, how have they assigned that there's no excess energy? So in other words, the sun shines. Is
Okay.
there not, in other words, the sun just gives us just enough energy for the earth, or is there excess sunlight that just, and maybe
Well-
that's what we're harvesting.
Okay.
Maybe we're harvesting parts of the excess sun, excess wind, and there's not, and I understand what you're saying. I know we have a finite amount of time to take but so much, but I'm struggling with the belief that that the sun gives us 100 megawatts and we're
Yeah.
taking and the earth needs, hear me out, and the earth needs 100 megawatts and we're taking 20. I'm like, no, the sun's giving us 1,000, the earth needs 100, so who cares if we take 20?
Okay.
It's still so much burn off,
Right.
because the sun is that powerful. The wind, I don't know about the wind, but
But our ability to capture the sun is not what you think it is, Rico. It sounds like when you're talking, when I hear you, forget Greg,
Mhm.
when I hear you talking, it sounds like you think we have a perfect system for just capturing the sun, and we've got all this excess energy coming in from the sun. We don't have a great system for capturing and storing that energy, because everywhere that we capture and store that energy is taking away the earth from getting that energy. So every time you put up a solar panel, that's blocking the earth or plants, like that square footage that the earth itself, the system that is meant to utilize that energy, it doesn't have it. There's no photosynthesis happening because of that solar panel. Like all of that stuff is, I think we're less efficient than photosynthesis. I would just imagine that we're less efficient.
That's exactly what I'm speaking to. Exactly what you said is, I'm just struggling with what you and Greg are telling me. And maybe it's because, fuck it, I believe in Ra, the sun god, or some shit, right?
Yeah.
I was always
That's what it sounds
belief that the sun was this.
It's amazing.
Million times greater.
It's a nuclear generator. But listen,
Yes.
let's say there's one tree, there's a Rico tree. Would you rather a solar panel collect the sunlight and redistribute the energy to the tree, or would you rather the tree get the energy itself?
The sun. Right.
So you rather get the tree get the direct sunlight.
Yeah.
So every time you put up a solar panel, something, opportunity costs, something cannot get that direct sunlight because it has to go to the solar panel. Every solar panel is opportunity cost for something natural.
Okay.
And you're saying that you would rather, so every time you put up a solar panel, you're losing natural opportunity costs. And I myself don't even know, and I would bet you don't.
No,
we don't know. We don't know how efficient those solar panels are. Because, like, if the natural captures, like, let's say it captures 70% of the sunlight, I bet our solar panels are probably capturing 30%. And then by storing it, you're losing something. You probably got some bleed on storage,
and
so you're probably getting like 22%.
Okay.
what I'm saying is you can take some of that. You were using it for energy. We're just hard, but you have to remember there is a set number. Their energy is measurable. It's a known quantity. Right. And so that total is, first of all, the sun produces way more energy than that. It's just very small part of it hits the earth.
Yeah.
But that small part is responsible for everything on the planet, moving, living, everything. And we're taking away from that. And that's not going to harm the planet at the rate we do it now. If we replace all of our energy needs with solar or wind, then we start getting closer to, especially because our energy needs are growing, then we start getting closer to, okay, now we're detrimentally hurting ourselves by harvesting too much of it. Okay, go ahead.
You throw out two, but see, you create two problems. One, you already you willingly admit that petroleum-based energy is a depleting source.
Right.
So 100%. We're going to run out of that shit.
Yes, absolutely.
Period. Right. It is a depleting source.
So we need something else.
Yeah, we need something else. So
we got to develop something else.
So and now what I say, just thinking and I don't have the answer. That's why y'all are making me ask these fucking questions.
No, it's okay.
Like,
why we're here.
Yes, because I'm like, okay, maybe I'm a sun believer.
You sound like a sun believer. You sound like a religious nut.
It's like, so, and in that theory, it's like, I'm of the belief, I'm trying to understand in a world where all of a sudden the amount of energy that we harvest from the sun exceeds the amount of energy that the sun produces. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm trying to figure out the harvesting versus the production.
Yeah.
And it's just wild to me.
Yeah. Okay, I can hear what you're saying, and I can hear where your thought is off. You're saying no, the sun produces a lot of energy in a 360-degree radius. We're only in the position to capture point something percent of that. So yeah, it produces millions, like a yellow what kajoules, super kajoules, Candy Crush. It's producing all kinds of energy. Right. But we're only in position to capture a small portion of that. And even what we're in position to capture a small portion of, we can't, because we'd have to cover up natural things that need that sunlight.
Okay.
So we're like a percentage of a percentage of a percentage of a percentage of what we can actually capture and use with. So I mean, I get what you're saying. Yep, the sun has an amazing output.
No depletion.
But we haven't created the system that can actually go to the source and capture a lot of that energy that's going in directions that doesn't get utilized. Right. That's sunlight that's hitting Mercury and Jupiter.
Yes.
And we're not capturing that. We're not capturing that. We can only capture what we can catch sitting here.
Right.
It's like being in a baseball stadium. You've got that one seat, and the ability to catch a fly ball, it's got to be hit to you. And maybe one ball in that entire 9 innings will be hit to you. And you've got to catch that one ball and go home with that souvenir. But there's a lot of balls going other places that you're not getting.
Right.
Like so there's a lot of output.
That's why I was struggling with the depletion narrative.
Yeah.
Because like you said, as Greg said, like there's petroleum will deplete. Eventually we're going to tap the fuck out of the earth. And then I'm like, the sun has no depletion that I know of based on the limited science that I know. So
not for the next 6 billion years. It's not.
Yeah, it's going to be a while.
Oh, okay.
So that's we not what I'm saying. Okay, and I wanted to address what Blackheart is saying here. So a lot of people are pinning their hopes on fusion,
right?
Which the saying in that is fusion is 20 years away, and it has been for the last 50 years. We haven't made any real progress. But the thing about all of this energy stuff is we already have a solution. We've got it figured out. Like, this is not a doomsday issue. Because, okay, so there's energy. What we're doing to get energy now is we're taking atoms and we're breaking apart the bonds between them. And the energy that's released is what we're using, right? You have covalent bonds. But we actually have the power to get at the energy that holds the atoms together, which is exponentially higher, which is nuclear energy. If we were smart, we should be building nuclear plants everywhere. People just don't like them. It's clean.
Because it sounds bad.
Way better potential.
But
there's a risk to it. There is a risk. Yes, but it's our only option. We don't have a choice. We're going to run out of oil. Solar and wind don't work. Like, we are going to have to do it at some point.
More nuclear,
and the sooner we do it, the less painful that transition is going to be. But there's no way around it. But we have a solution. We're not doomed. Like, we have a method to gain energy beyond covalent bonds that we can implement right now that could be completely clean, solve all of our energy needs for a long time in the future.
So let me ask
But
you,
people don't like it.
But Greg, so do you think? Okay, let's look at this. Still in the economic vein, because I know nuclear helps produce. Like, you do more nuclear power plants, you create more electricity, right? I also know, like you said, sun, solar, wind, also, but it's not quite as efficient. It's probably more efficient. Like I said, nuclear. The whole nuclear thing is the risk. That's the fee.
Nobody wants one in their backyard.
Yeah, it's the risk. It is probably the best energy source, but when shit goes wrong, it goes bad. Wrong.
Yeah,
everybody's Chernobyl. Everybody's got
not
Chernobyl.
Not as bad as people think, but it does go bad.
Yeah, everybody's picturing Chernobyl.
And
it doesn't make the land uninhabitable.
Or in America, 3 Mile Island.
Yep, 3 Mile Island is why we don't have
remember that shit.
Yeah,
it goes
there is a risk.
Bad.
But there's also a risk to digging up fossil fuel and burning it into the atmosphere. There's a risk to putting up wind turbines and taking out birds. Like, everything has a cost.
I don't remember 3 Mile Island, but the visuals of Chernobyl that's burned in my head for the rest of my life. Yeah. The visuals of Chernobyl
was a different situation, but yes,
it may be, but none of us know that. The regular person.
Yes, nuclear is scary, but what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter how scary it is. It's our only option. But we have no other choice.
Now, I agree with you there, Greg, and then when I think about it, right, and I saw this the other day, I couldn't believe I looked around my neighborhood. It's like, oh my God, those have got to be the ugliest motherfucking trucks ever in existence. The fucking new Tesla cyber trucks that I'm seeing everywhere.
Oh, yellow.
Jesus Christ.
Cyber trucks.
Don't do my cyber truck, man.
Those are the most
they are.
Not finna have cyber trucks.
They're beautiful.
Fucking rolling garbage cans.
They're beautiful.
They aren't even a truck. You can't do work in one of those. It weighs.
It's a garbage can on wheels.
You can load up the back of it,
bro.
You can. Yeah, it's got a pickup truck back. It's closer to El Camino than the XUV.
Gross.
How much batteries weigh?
I tried to race.
You had a cow catcher to it.
Let me tell you this. I tried to race when it dog walked the fuck out of me, right? But I was just like, it's so fucking ugly. And the only reason why I brought that ugly ass truck up was because I also realized not just Tesla, but now like almost every major manufacturer is starting to lean into EVs. So all of a sudden now our need for electricity has exponentially grown because we went from a country where we only need electricity to power our houses. Now we need the shit that at some point in America, we're going to look up tomorrow and probably 30 to 40% of the vehicles on the road will be EVs.
And we don't have the infrastructure yet.
So you need even more. And I agree with you, Greg. That's where I said the need for more nuclear plants will become necessary because
we can't
petroleum can't produce enough electricity.
Right. And this is what I want to talk. Like, this is good government versus bad government. When you try to legislate things like requiring catalytic converters on cars, that's good government. If the government would invest in nuclear power plants, because it is a very high startup cost to get one of these going.
Good government.
Like, you have to have a lot of experts. It's very, very cost intensive. If the government was spending money doing that, that's good government. Bad government, for example, is California mandating that no gas burning motors are allowed after like 2030. So you have a state where there's substations that are already burning the state down, and you're gonna have everyone come home at 5 o'clock and plug their cars in. Like, they don't have a plan. They haven't thought the contingencies through of how you're gonna get that energy, and you can't just legislate the problem away. You need to have a plan.
Let me ask you this. Let me bring my fucking Democrat hat on, right? Okay. In defense of California, right? Fuck this shit. Okay. Fuck this shit with hard R. In defense of California, right? You take a state like California, right? And they have a very serious environmental issue. So let's not pretend like they don't have an environmental problem that no other state. The smog in California is fucking.
It used to be bad, boy. It used to be worse.
It used to be way worse. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm not
so
saying all
That used to be
government's
a
bad.
national
right,
story.
right. So,
That used to
what
be a
I'm
national
saying
story.
is, right. So I'm not saying that I agree with their position, but I agree with their motivation. They got to do something about this shit. You just can't
Mhm.
keep letting motherfuckers ride around with Hummers,
I agree
spewing
with
out
you.
diesel
Yeah.
all over the state. Because
But
then
that's not the
again,
thing
that's
that they're.
the
Yeah,
side.
Yeah, but
I
that's what I'm
think
saying is that there's good government and bad government.
and
This is
backup.
bad
Good, yeah,
legislation.
good legislation, good laws, bad laws.
Right.
That's what yo.
But
Right.
what I'm saying is to do
Good
nothing.
idea,
To
bad
do
idea.
nothing.
Like on Animaniacs.
Yeah, good
But
idea. Yeah,
what if California does nothing? Like
and
it
that's where
was
No,
we're
I'm
at.
not saying they should do nothing, but I'm
But that's
saying
where we're
like
at.
you can't
right.
legislate people out of motors. Like you need to
Yeah.
have a plan. You need to build
Yes.
infrastructure that they can actually make this practical.
Yes.
And this is
Okay.
what I'm saying. This is
And
why I'm saying
Greg,
Trump would be better. Go ahead.
this is where I'm gonna get you where your weak spot is. It's where your ass live, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
You live in rural, independent, individual America. Now I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you about
Wow.
us on the coast, right? We
Wow.
will
Coastal
regulate
elite
the fuck
Rico. Coastal elite Rico.
fuck your libertarian ideas. We will regulate the fuck out of you. And I'm gonna tell you this,
Ooh.
even outside of California, right? So I'm on the East Coast. So whether it's Washington, D.C., Maryland, New York, Connecticut, whatever, they put so many regulations on everything that we do, it's ridiculous, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, whether it's speed cameras, whether it's taxes, whether it's tolls, all of these are governmental regulations. And guess what? It's not just to collect money, it's to also change behavior.
Right,
Okay.
right, right.
So for example, let me tell you for a quick question, and I'm gonna turn it over to you. I am a prolific speeder. I speed. I just do. I'm sorry. I am. I get behind the fucking wheel. I think I'm Mario Andretti.
Yeah, buddy.
I can't help it. And
You can.
literally, and well, yeah, eventually.
You
But
can.
literally, what has effectively changed my behavior was the obscene, obsessive,
Tickets.
abusive fucking cameras everywhere.
Ooh.
And it's
Oversight.
regulated my behavior and how
Oversight.
I
You
drive.
need eyeballs. You need eyeballs?
Yes.
Damn,
And
Rico.
I'm gonna tell you what's so bad about it, Arshawn. That when I go to another country, I revert back
To your
to
base behavior.
speeding to the same behavior to the point that I'm over in the DR getting fucking tickets nonstop. Because they
Wow.
stand out on the highway with the fucking gun and pull me over and take a bribe every time. Because literally,
Wow.
absence the cameras here where I live, I'd be doing fucking 90 and a 30. Because
How much is the bribe in DR? How much is the bribe?
Shit, about $40 every time they catch me.
Damn.
And my wife get mad because I'll be like, let me get my wallet. And then I pay it.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that's a people will call it that's a government overreach. I'm like, but if they're not spanking my ass, I'm going to speed. I am absolutely positively. I don't know why I can't control my driving habits to stay within, but them fucking tickets, they're teaching me.
And you're kind of framing my position as I'm against all regulations, which is
Right.
why I'm very much making this distinction. Yeah. There are good regulations. There are good laws. And there are bad laws that do not do the thing they're intended to do. And the regulation that is causing fuel prices to be so high, which is an EPA regulation, which falls under the executive branch. These aren't laws. These weren't passed by people we elected. This is bureaucratic. Like the president is basically the king of the executive branch. What he says goes. So the president does, in this case, have the power to change those regulations, which are misguided. The only reason energy costs are so high is because the regulations in this case are driving them up. And I'm not saying the intent behind the regulations is bad. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Yeah.
But we live in a country where you have to choose between global warming is a Chi-Com conspiracy or global warming is ending the world and we need to legislate ourselves out of it. Yeah. What we need to do is think things through consider the effect of legislation and
Yeah.
figure out where we want to go and what we need to do to get there.
Yeah.
That is
Okay,
what we
so-
have to do.
Okay, so Governor Greg, you the governor of California.
Oh God. I quit. I'm
quit.
checking out.
You the
Let's go.
governor of California.
Mhm.
You are because we know, like I said, California had a serious environmental issue.
Mhm.
Let's be serious for a minute. It just was what it was. What do you say to the auto manufacturers so that as they continue to produce vehicles and sell them in your state? Yeah, I know I'm bad at it. I just admit it. So I'm you're the governor of California. Okay, you got all these guzzlers, diesel spewing vehicles in your state, and you're trying to clean it up. And I'm not saying it's going to work. Give me your best proposal or idea. And I agree with you. I'm not saying that what they proposed is good. I don't think it is. But before I beat them to death, I'm like, well, damn, what's better? So
Okay.
that's what I'm asking you. In a perfect world, what
I don't
would
know.
they come up with?
I'm not saying I have the right answers. That's something
Okay.
that we have to figure out. What I'm saying is we need to be able to
That's a
admit
bad
when-
answer.
Right. We need to be able to
Okay.
admit when something is a bad answer without being
Okay.
like, you're a climate change denier. You're like, no, this
Right.
is science. We can quantifiably measure this. I can give you the math on it. Your state is burning down because your substations are overtaxed. Like, this is not it doesn't, people like,
But you
form
do
opinions
think
on
they should
feeling.
do something about it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Like, these problems need to be addressed, but we need to figure out how to address them in an effective way. You can't just legislate the problem away. You can't just make pollution illegal. What you can in certain cases, but in general, like,
be back in 2 seconds. Let me pull my clothes out and refresh mine. I'll be right back.
I mean, like, we could make driving illegal and solve all kinds of pollution problems, but then everything comes to a halt. Like, now you can't get food in cities. Like, everything has a trade-off. And we need people who can honestly, and it's not Trump, it's not Kamala, it's not anyone in power right now, but we need adults who can sit down, talk to each other, and be like, let's see what the solutions are and what consequences, unintended and otherwise, this is going to have. Like, which is the job of the legislature. They just don't do it.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, so that's why I'm saying economically Trump will be better, because he will remove regulations that are ineffective, that are causing, like, gas prices. Gas should not cost $3 a gallon in a market. Like, it's only that high, and it has been that high since Biden reinstated the EPA regulations on it because of those regulations. And so we need to actually just, maybe that's worth it. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But poor people spend a lot of money on energy. Energy costs are a big like heating your house. I've had trouble heating my house over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
You know, like, because of the increase in cost. Like,
Yeah.
what am I supposed to do? Be cold?
Right. I mean,
that's what I'm like. Yeah, and then which is what I turned my thermostat down to 55 and got a couple space heaters. But then my electric bill was $100 or $200 a month for the month. Like, you can't escape. It's inescapable.
Yeah, you're gonna pay for it in one way or another.
Right, and that's only. And I'm not saying Trump will be better and he's redneck Jesus or anything. What I'm saying, in this specific instance, his policies, which come from the people at his rallies, will benefit poor people more than Kamala's policies.
All right. So here's where I will push back on that.
Okay.
Appreciate you, Yella. You know, I feel you. But here's where I push back on that. Like, now you're right about the good policy versus bad policy. The thing is, I think what you're not saying, or you're not, whatever it is, there's something missing in your argument, is that the Trump side, the Republican side, would throw out good regulations as well as the bad. So when you're talking about good policy versus bad policy, they'll throw out all the regulations to allow the businesses to remove unfettered. So all the good stuff, like the catalytic converter, stuff like that, they'll get rid of, because it's like, okay, well, that's a limitation on the company and how much profit they can make. they don't care about the environment. They care about profit. So they'll get rid of good regulations and bad regulations. So it's either like Democrats get the good and bad regulations, or you get the Republicans with no regulations at all. And maybe they'll keep some of the good regulations. Like it's been so effective and so obvious that they can't really get rid of that. But that's tough to trust them on, because their intention is not to
You are
regulate.
100% right. Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm not no pushback on that at all. And but what I'm saying, at the current state our country is in, people are struggling to eat and live indoors. That's how bad it's gotten, which is wild if you think of how good 2000 was. Like in 24 years, we have got like that's an unthinkable thing to someone even 12 years ago. Like,
but the energy prices are not the difference. It's the rent and housing prices.
Right. Well, there's that, and it's a combination of things. Everything has gone up. Like
Everything has gone up. But the biggest thing, rent
prices are coming down.
Stabilizing.
Nobody can do anything about those. It's done. Nobody can do anything about that. I don't care what they tell you. The president does not have the power. Like the Fed doesn't have the power to control the economy, because we tripled the money supply in 2 years. People don't realize how bad the people in charge have ruined us. Like they have screwed us so badly.
Okay, let's address the elephant in the room. Let's go to the hard R race.
let's finish economics, man. We're gonna let Greg.
All I'm gonna say is so just a real quick summary. Okay. When Congress spends money they don't have, what they have to do is sell treasury bonds, right? Which are the gold standard of investments, because the dollar is the gold standard fiat currency of the world, right? Yes. Because of Nixon set up petrol, all that doesn't matter. What you have to know is in order to spend the money that they don't have, they have to go out and sell treasury bonds. Now we have something called the Fed, which most people are kind of familiar with, but the concept of the Fed is they have infinite money. And they have tools like the overnight exchange rate, how they control the economy. And when they say I'm setting this target interest rate, the way they do that is banks exchange money overnight. One bank gets a bunch of deposits, one bank gets a bunch of withdrawals. They sell each other money at a certain interest rate. The Fed sits there with infinite money and buys and sells those to keep the interest rate at their target. Like that's how they do it. That's what the Fed is supposed to be doing. Congress, when they spend money they don't have, they have to sell treasury bonds. What has happened for the first time in history is we spent so damn much money, like tripled the money again, 220 years of the country to get to X, 2 years to get to 3 times that amount. That the Fed actually had to start buying those treasury bonds, which has never happened before. They had to buy $5 trillion in treasury bonds, which again they have infinite money, so they can do. But it's a house of cards. Like they intervene because their mechanisms for controlling the economy are not powerful enough to control the shit show we've created, and that's where we are. That's the realistic. Like this isn't going to stop. Food prices are never coming back down. Rent prices might fluctuate, but probably not. Like, we have the president doesn't have the power. Jesus would struggle to have the power to fix our economy. We are fucked. Yeah, but the one place that and this is what I'm saying, the one place that a president can affect it currently in the current environment is in fuel costs, which Trump will do and Kamala won't do. It's not everything. All I'm saying is objectively, this is one area where it will be better economically for poor people. Yeah. Other than that, there's not much difference between the two. Like,
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. And again, I would just push back on that, because again, like when you throw out the good regulation with the bad, they would repeal those laws that prevented regulatory, like predatory lending, predatory, like the whole the people that subsidize. I don't even know what they call it. Like where they have we use the gas supplier and the energy supplier's lines to give you a better rate, but then it's a variable rate, and we're actually twice what your local gas supplier would have been. Like all that stuff, I think will be unregulated, and people in cities would have to know so much more and read so much more of the literature that comes with anything that they're signing, that they would be disadvantaged in an unregulated state to what you're proposing.
And this is what caused the 2008. And I'm not proposing an unregulated state. What I'm saying is, in the current situation, we are overregulated. In 2008, we were underregulated. So it all depends on where we're at and where we need to go. Like, the only relief that's coming is the possibility of lower fuel prices. But even that's not everything. And we are screwed. Don't get me wrong. Trump is not going to save this country. Gen Z and Gen Alpha are going to have to deal with this.
Okay.
Like, they've been left a turd sandwich.
You're just saying the only path of relief is some relief,
right?
Less regulation,
which is not going to go back to the 2017 economy.
Gotcha.
Can't. In 2020 we tripled the money supply over 2 years.
Gotcha.
Like, you can't go back. That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody's going to save you. It's going to be rough for a while. So that was my whole spiel on the economy.
Yeah. Natural gas suppliers. Yeah, I worked for One Just Energy. It was a damn scam job, but the deal was you can get legit savings. But what I know, because I've experienced this, is they'll sign you to something, but they'll have a variable rate, and it'll be great, like a lot of cable companies do. That first year, you'll be saving some money, but that next year, it'll balloon up. It's like a lot of companies are in that, and if that's not regulated, because people don't read it, they're just thinking about right now. Right now, I can save $20 on my gas bill each month. But that second year, or maybe the third year, you're paying an extra 30-40% over what you would have paid if you stayed where you are. So it's like saving now versus savings later. And most people don't study or read enough to know where the trap is.
Absolutely.
Yep, 2-year fixed deal. Yep. And after that 2-year deal, you are screwed and until you switch up out of it. But if you don't know how to switch up out of it, or you don't feel like calling the gas company, like, that's how they get you. It's the same as like the 30-day trial. You forget to come out of the 30-day trial, then all of a sudden, man, you paying like so much a month on all these free trials you took. It's a lot of that stuff.
So that was my little spill in the economy. I'm just letting you know, like, both of them are gonna say they're gonna fix it. It can't be fixed. We've blown it up. We did it real good. But objectively, in this one very specific instance, Trump will benefit poor people more only in fuel prices, not in grocery price or anything else. So I'm not saying like he's going to make it 2017 again. That's not going to happen.
Got you. Okay. I'm with that. All right. So we good on the economics. I know Rico was eager to move on. Are you ready to move on? Was there anything else you wanted to bring up with the econ?
Rico abandoned us. Oh, there.
No, I'm back. I'm back.
Greg, like, did you want to move on from econ, or was there another point you wanted to
bring up? No, we're good.
No. Yeah, that's all. I did have one last question. I do. Here's the question, right? And I'm going to try to make it quick, right? Since we deep in the econ. And I definitely want to know what hard R position is. How do you feel about the BRICS bullshit? Do you buy into and believe in BRICS, Greg?
You're gonna have to hit me on to what BRICS is. What am I?
BRICS is
the Brazil, Russia, something, India,
the attempt to
BRICS nations,
to replace the dollar as the dollar is the universal standard for the globe.
Right.
So they're trying.
That is the point.
Go ahead.
That's the point where the shoe's gonna drop. If that happens, the dollar
we're
collapses.
Screwed.
And
we're
screwed.
Greg,
it's Armageddon.
Greg, the question is not okay. Let me tell you my perspective. It ain't going to happen ever.
Hopefully not.
Ever.
But then somebody important just dropped our trust, like somebody important just dropped like our confidence.
I think it was Moody's or Fitch, one of those.
It was somebody.
The U.S.
If enough of that, Rico,
to AAA, some shit.
If enough of that happens, Rico, and I'm not saying this year, I'm not even saying this decade, but when the dollar stops being the standard currency around the world, I promise.
What's my name? What's my screen name?
Old crusty, extra salty, always right, Rico.
There you go. All right, it ain't happening.
Not today. No, it's a long way off. 50 years from now, it might.
And it ain't gonna happen. It ain't. But like this. But first and foremost, the countries they named, no way in hell are they going to unite.
Not stable enough.
Well, not even their stability. Individually, but they're never going to unite to dethrone the U.S.
Yeah.
I just want to point
Brazil,
out that they're not the only
Russia.
ones doing it.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
India.
Brazil, I would be more willing to listen to you just telling me the Chinese, and I forgot what their currency is. Japan
China's
is
not a
the
threat.
yen. I don't know what the China currency is. I would be yuan, right? I would be, and I don't think that alone can do it, but I would be more threatened by the thought of that than strictly, because even there, first of all, those four countries, they're going to be trying to fuck over each other the same way they're trying to fuck over the U.S. So it's just like, I'm like, that unity bullshit, it ain't happening.
Maybe
so
not.
They're going to come up with a unified currency, almost like the euro. That's and remember, all of Europe, the entire continent of Europe, has a singular currency. It hasn't dethroned the dollar,
Right?
Except for
it hasn't.
EU is pushing to make the fiat currency a basket of currencies.
But
it's
let me
not
explain
just
to you.
China.
The euro has been around almost 20 years. It has not dethroned the dollar, nor will it. And that's an entire
not anytime soon. But it honestly, all of this isn't in our control. It's all up to Saudi Arabia.
So, but what I'm
Saudi Arabia
saying,
decides.
so what I'm saying is, we've had an historical example of multiple countries together, and to the point that even when I was in Germany, like back in the day, Germany used to have the mark, France used to have the franc. All these other countries had their own currency. When you go to those countries now, they no longer have their own individual currency. I was just in Europe, in Germany, and France, and Switzerland. I think the Swiss still have the franc. They still have the Swiss franc, but they also accept the euro. But France, Germany, Luxembourg, they all use the euro. They all use a singular currency, even though they're all individual countries with individual government.
But I can't.
And that combined currency has not dethroned the dollar.
But I can't predict the future.
It ain't gonna happen.
Here's the thing: it's all up to Saudi. It's not even under our control. It's up to Saudi Arabia. What if OPEC? The only reason the dollar is the fiat currency of the world is because it's the petrodollar. You need dollars to buy oil.
Think so?
No, that's. I'm not like making this up. This is an opinion. This is exactly what Nixon did. He went in. He made Saudi Arabia demands you buy oil in dollars. So foreign demand for the dollar is always high. It's the only reason we were able to borrow.
But here's the problem. Most of Europe doesn't get its oil from Saudi.
Right, but most of the world does.
Yeah, but most of Europe does.
Most of the oil in the world.
Most of Europe gets its oil from where? From Russia. The majority of the oil supply to Russia is from, to Europe is from Russia. The second largest oil supplier in the world outside the Saudi is where? Venezuela. So what I'm sitting there saying is, I think, of course, OPEC has, but here's the driver. Petro doesn't mean shit if you don't have somewhere to burn it or to put it in. Do you think the number one, let me ask you this, what's the number one source for petrol? Is it home?
It's in the type we get from Saudi Arabia is mostly in vehicles.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying is
right.
Like
so what I'm saying is what made and that's what I'm saying. The dictate is Saudi Arabia is not, but to be honest with you, probably most of the oil that we produce, most of the petrol that we use in America for our homes is probably either locally sourced, pump, whatever, fracking, Texas, wherever, offshore, or probably from Venezuela because it's more closer, right?
Canada actually provides us 51% of our oil.
Okay, so maybe even Canada.
It's not our consumption of oil, but what I'm saying is the foreign demand for the dollar is what matters.
Right.
As long as we can keep printing out treasury bonds and people buy them, we can keep borrowing money, which is what we do.
But the point I'm making when you said it was petrol, the vast majority of our dependence on Saudi Arabian oil is not for our homes or electric uses or things like that. It is mostly for our cars, which what makes America such an economic power is we are probably the world's number one what? Consumer.
Sure.
Our consumption. American consumption is unrivaled.
Yeah, we are the
around
market everyone goes to. But what I'm trying to explain here is that, like, this isn't in relationship to domestic affairs in the U.S. It doesn't matter where we get our oil or what we burn. The point is that when we go to sell treasury bonds, there's always demand. Demand for the dollar is artificially inflated. And the reason it's artificially inflated is because for any other country in the world to buy oil, they need to first exchange. Yeah, they need to go buy dollars first.
So they're incentivized to have a good rate on the dollar, which is future.
Which is why we can borrow $35 trillion against the value of our dollar, which is an insane number. And what I'm saying is, if that bubble pops while we're $35 trillion in debt, it's Argentina bad. It's end times bad.
But I guess I think my mindset always keeps coming back to us being the number one consumer economy in the world, right? Bar none.
Right
Bar
now,
none.
yeah.
I mean, just the excess of what we purchase is ridiculous, right? Which has in turn led to China becoming a global superpower. China's not a global superpower because at one point China was a third world fucking country.
Yeah, absolutely. And
But
it was American hedge fund bros who made them powerful.
But what did they become? They became a manufacturing powerhouse. Now, to become a manufacturing powerhouse, you need what? You need a consumer.
Right.
That consumption didn't come from Europe. That consumption didn't come from Africa. That consumption didn't come from within. Most Chinese products are exported, not even sold in country. And the people who made them the global superpower that they are was us. I remember a time where I can go buy a 75-inch TV today or tomorrow for $1,500. Right,
Rico?
Yeah.
What are you actually arguing?
I'm arguing that it's not petrol that's made us the power. It's consumption. It's our consume. It's our access to the American market.
Okay. So you're saying it's American consumption, not world consumption.
No,
see, Greg's thing is it's world petrol consumption that's driven the dollar, which I agree with.
The thing is,
why you're saying it's American consumption?
Nah, I really it's not American cheap product consumption that's driven the entire dollar. That's not it. But I get what you're saying.
And even to go even further, even when we sit there and we think about vehicles, where are the most vehicles at?
It's us in China, I think.
Are you crazy?
China's blowing up.
China's blowing up, but in America there are more vehicles.
Yeah, that's why I said America. That's why I said America first.
Okay. I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. The thing is, so what's going to be the driver of petroleum? It's like and the thing is, unlike houses, it's like as we are just driving cars, we're just burning petrol, and we're purchasing more petrol, and we're burning petrol.
But like Greg said, we're getting most of ours from Canada. We have our own fuel. We also get some from Venezuela. We also get some from British Petroleum. Right. We get some from Saudis. Like it's so spread out. We cannot be the petroleum driver for the entire world because they all need.
Right. So I agree with Greg where they said. Because here's the thing. That's what the current makeup is, Greg. That wasn't what the makeup was before. When you looked at the 1970s, okay, Arshawn Young Buck. You go back to the 1970s.
Oh, I was born in the 70s. What you talking about? I was born in the 70s. I was born in the 70s.
You go back to the goddamn Carter area. 90% of our petrol was coming from Saudi. That's why we had the long lines and that's why OPEC could fuck us over. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when the market was set. The market wasn't set in 2024. The market was set in the 1920s. And what happened was America with the Ford and him, first of all, we were the first country to mass produce vehicles. So we had cars mass produced in America when other countries didn't even have fucking cars.
Okay.
So literally that oil market.
So Rico,
go ahead.
So let me see if I have your argument down. Because we have to buy so much petroleum, we're the market that sets the price for petroleum. So it makes sense to exchange in our dollar because we're the top dollar as far as who's buying oil anywhere around the world. It's us. So you better market to us.
Exactly.
Okay.
No matter where it's from. No matter where it's from, we still buy the most petroleum.
Yeah,
it may come from different sources.
Yeah.
But we still, at the end of the day, because there's I'm sitting at my house. It's 3 people in my house. We got 4 fucking cars. That's not normal.
Pass one along. Pass one along, Rico.
But what I'm saying is that's not the norm. Even in China, in all these countries around the world, they are. It's just.
We have more cars per person, more guns per person. We have more per person, so it makes sense to cater to us. And I think what Greg is saying, the world is changing.
Yes,
we're moving. The rest of the world is starting to consume more as they industrialize and catch up to us. So now the places like Saudi, they don't have to cater to us so exclusively because other places like the BRICS are starting to consume on not equal levels. But enough levels so that they don't have to take such a hit. If we just disappeared, they can still keep moving. I think that's
you're
what Greg
saying. Saudi won't make us angry because we consume so much.
The market is still the market. So the thing is,
we have
maybe they can take away from the Venezuelans. Maybe they can take away from the Canadians. You know, maybe I don't know.
Yeah,
because that's how. This is what I'm saying is in business. That's how the competition is. If I come up with a food, I want to look for where the biggest market is. Even if someone else has it,
you gotta be a bread and butter.
You want that market.
I see what you're
saying. That's where I think we bully and we dictate the world, because I think as the American government, you tell them, if you piss us off, we're going to cut off any access to our market. That's what remember, Greg, when Trump did the tariffs and shit. Oh, we're going to shut down our market.
He's still doing that. He's still doing that. He ain't even in the White House. He's still talking about tariffs.
And that's literally the threat.
I like
You're not going to have access to our consumer market, which is the number 1 consumer market in the world. Even if it doesn't have the power it used to have.
Yeah.
It's
still got power.
The fear.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand your argument. I think you're misunderstanding mine. When I say the petrodollar, that's what it's called. It's not called that because of actually the consumption of oil or anything related to that. It's just when the system was set up, it was agreed upon that OPEC will only accept dollars for oil. Now, the only reason this matters is, remember when I said Congress spends money they don't have, they have to issue treasury bonds, right?
Mm-hmm.
They need someone to buy those treasury bonds. 15% of our debt is held by China. Like, a lot of foreign countries hold U.S. debt. Because every time they go to sell treasury bonds, spending money they don't have, there's someone to buy them up until 2020. And the reason there is always a demand for the dollar is because those other countries need dollars to buy oil. That's the system. And that's why it is the fiat currency. It's not necessarily to do with our consumption or markets.
Yeah.
It's just that whenever Congress wants to spend money, they have someone who wants to buy dollars. So they can issue treasury bonds and get that money. Yeah. And if we're no longer the fiat currency, demand for the dollar internationally crashes, which is propping up our entire economy right now.
Yeah.
Besides, the Fed thankfully got out of their treasury hold, at least mostly, because that was a scary ass house of cards situation. But it's not going to happen today. It's not going to happen soon. But there might be a point in the future when it does happen. And what I'm saying is, if it happens and we're $35 trillion in debt, it's apocalyptic.
Yeah,
like, but you're talking about.
But Greg, you keep saying because and now we in agreement 1,000%, 1,000%. I'm struggling with this belief that it's going to. I'm looking for the indicators that there's a weakening to release this fiat, because I have to be honest with you, I think the whole world is invested in it the way that it is.
I mean,
you're right.
I'm sitting here saying to myself, like, even China, does China really want it? Because the thing is, okay, yes, is it going to fuck us? Absolutely. but it's not going to disrupt just America. It's going to disrupt the whole global economy.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's
So
going to be
the whole
catastrophic.
point is all of these other countries that are in. Unfortunately, so the perfect name, because we're going to pivot to race in a minute. But I'll tell you this. I'll say this: like white supremacy is a system but it's a system that I think minorities even buy into that we don't even necessarily truly want to disrupt.
Yeah.
It sets
Facts.
a structure of belief that we've always believed in. And I'm like, okay, so even if we get rid of it, then what?
Right.
That's my fear. It's like, I want to do it with white supremacy, but I'm like, then what? Is it replaced with black supremacy, Asian supremacy? And I don't even know if I want to live in another world.
Right.
As fucked up as this one is, I'm comfortable with it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we've gotten adjusted.
That's how I'm looking at the economics is like, they may not like it, but there's it's
comfortable.
Comfort.
There's a comfort. The devil,
You're
and that's what Greg is saying. Eventually, there's always that point where people get tired of the way things are, and they're willing to disrupt it. That's always happened. Rico, that's historical. The only reason we're here is because at some point people got fed up with the way things work. The only reason we're where we are right now is because eventually, every time this happened before, people got tired of it and pulled a big switch. It's always happened. Historically, it's always happened. The status quo always dies. Historically, the status quo always dies.
Yeah, I'm thinking it out, but I'm just like,
it's not going to happen soon. You're right. There's a lot working against it. You're right. But what I'm saying is, like, if we're in the position we're in right now, when it does happen, because it eventually will. If you told people in 1800 that the British would be begging us for help against the Germans, they would have looked at you like you're out of your damn mind. That's the British Empire. Like, things do change, and it will at some point probably happen because there's enough. The EU is going after it. This BRIC system is going after it. Like, people are trying to get rid of it actively. They're not close. It's not going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I'm saying what we don't want to do is be $35 trillion in debt when it does happen.
As long as I'm dead and gone, I don't care. As long as I'm dead and gone,
and that's the problem with the people in Congress. That's the problem, because they're like, I'll be dead and gone. I ain't gonna be the one that has to deal with it. That's the problem.
Because you know what it is, Arshawn? It's what we talked about. It's the comfort level, right, Greg?
Yeah.
And also, I don't have the fucking answer.
Yeah.
I don't know what it would be if it's the Chinese yuan. I don't know if it's, what does the world look like? Is the world better? Is the world worse?
We don't know.
Chaotic.
And that's what everybody's nervous about.
But what I know what it looks like right now.
Yes.
And now,
and we're doing all right. We're doing all right.
We're doing all right, and I'm comfortable. Right? Exactly.
Yeah. And that's what most of the Euro people are, but nobody trusts us. That's the thing. Nobody trusts us, and everybody trying to set themselves up like, listen, we don't really trust America. Everything's cool right now, but we see how they're moving.
But the question is, will it be substantially better? Or because it can go either way. That's
nobody
the
knows.
Problem.
It's going to be different.
It could be substantially worse.
I think economic collapse is generally bad
for us,
for a lot of people. Like, in general, like, it's something that should be tried to be avoided. And the best way to avoid that is to not spend $35 trillion you don't have.
And who are the people that's even with that obscene amount of money that we went into debt? If it was to collapse, it's going to affect poor people globally.
Yep.
Globally. Not just in America. All the poor people in America fucking kill yourself. But guess what? When you finish killing yourself in America, go to Brazil, kill yourself. Go to China, kill yourself. All poor people. I'm talking to poor people.
Jesus Christ.
Because literally what's going to happen is it's going to be like the purge. And the purge won't even be racial. It will be based on class.
Economics.
And economics. And well-to-do people in all of these countries will watch you motherfuckers get eliminated.
Yeah.
Literally. So you'll be like, oh, at least we're not American. But yeah, now they're about to get rid of all of y'all poor people. It's just, they're doing it at a slower rate with a structure. You take the structure away. And I'm not arguing to keep it the American fiat. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's the fucking one that we're in. And
the rich people who did this will be on the first plane out of here. Don't get it
Yeah.
twisted.
Yep.
They'll be gone.
oh, they're going to be fine. Yeah, they're going to be
Yeah.
fine. And
They burn the
and
country down for money.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
and the point is that's why I asked you earlier about the Gilded Age, because every time we get into these, like you said, Arshawn, how these things happen is that the well-to-do in every generation all throughout time, they come out okay.
Yeah.
It's the masses of the poor people. You can go all the way
They
back
can
to
get
the
away.
1600s and the 1200s. The poor people are the ones who always get fucked.
Yeah, we bear the brunt. We bear the heavier brunt
Oh,
because we don't have a margin of error.
yeah.
Like poor people don't have a margin of error. Rich people typically have a margin of error, so more of them will escape calamity than the poor people. That just
So they can experiment with shit. They can experiment. Oh, let me see what this is gonna look like. As a poor person, you can't do that. You can't experiment.
You don't have
You
any.
got no fucking experiment.
You don't have
You're just
extra
trying to
time.
eat
You don't have
living
extra money. Yeah.
You don't.
You don't
You
have a
just
like. I
don't.
can't get on a plane, just charter a plane out of the country. Like, that's not an option.
What are you talking
That's
about?
the shotgun in the front yard for me. Like,
Yeah.
that's
Or a
it.
bunker. I got enough money to build a bunker or
Right.
get on a boat.
Exactly.
No.
That don't exist for people at the lower class. So
Exactly. And I agree with you.
Yeah.
But
that's
yeah.
why I didn't mean to take it sideways, but I just wanted to ask you guys about the bricks.
No, that was
so now
that was a good clarification. I like that.
Can we move to the hard R? I'm waiting to see what Greg got to say.
We can't move to the hard R, man. We cannot move to the hard R. Why do you want to go to the hard R so much?
No, I want to hear what Greg got to say.
Do you like hard R's, Rico?
I do. They're kind of sexy. They can be sexy. No, I'm just fucking with you.
No,
I just want us to delve into the conversation. And see.
People have been
let's go
harassing me all day.
So why do you hate black people, Greg?
What we do to you?
They're lazy. They don't work. Blah blah blah.
Well, I mean, I can understand that. But what we do? I understand all that, but what we do?
Oh Jesus!
So
I hate talking about race.
I know you do. I know it's uncomfortable.
But Greg, let me soften it. It shouldn't be uncomfortable.
No, it's not as uncomfortable.
Don't soften it. We need it hard, Greg. Rico, to go in, we need the R to be hard. Can't go in soft. Can't go in soft.
Here's the thing. Okay, so if in fact, all right, yes, sir. Let's go into it with the premise that we started with when we did the economics between the two policies or the two sides. How do we think the two sides are approaching race? You know, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party.
Sure.
So I think you have to look at it at levels.
Hard
if you look at the top of the ticket,
strokes.
Well, if you look at the top of the ticket, here we go. Trump, Kamala. I'm like, okay, it couldn't be more stark if you look at the top of the ticket. But even throughout, so now I say to myself, okay, fuck them two at the top. When I look through the Republicans as an entire party, I don't think most Republicans take the same view on race that the top of the ticket does.
No.
He's just extra with it. Unfortunately, he's the leader of the party. So I don't think all Republicans think about race the way that buffoon do.
You're right.
I just don't. I'm here in the state of Maryland. We just got rid of a 2-term Republican governor who absolutely, and he hates Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Larry Hogan. He hates that motherfucker. He running for Senate.
Mm-hmm.
He hates him. And was a wildly anybody can look up Larry Hogan, the governor of Maryland, twice. Won overwhelmingly in a deep blue Democratic state, but this Republican governor won governor twice. He say fuck Donald Trump.
Is he the one that had his wife talked about? Because there's one Republican that
his wife is Korean, so I think they might have shitted on her a little bit. I'm not sure.
There was a Republican that Donald Trump talked about his wife, and he was like, "Nah, I will never support Donald Trump because of that."
But that's why I sit there and said is I'm smart enough to know that all Republicans are not like him.
Facts.
I'm smart enough to know that, and don't feel the way about race And to be honest with you, do I think Donald Trump is a racist? Absolutely. But I think the crazy thing about it is, I think that
Rico.
motherfucker is a pragmatic racist.
Okay, qualify what you mean by racist, because when people say racist, they typically mean different things. So when you say racist, what do you mean?
I think he has a disdain for people of color. And I think that's disdain in black people in particular, other minorities. It's not new. It's not something that started in 2024. There's evidence of it going all the way back to the 70s, right? Just flat out. That's just
like Bree's asking. Is he like an overt bigot or just implicitly racist?
No, I just think he's implicitly racist.
Gotcha.
But
okay.
The thing is, it's weird. I think he's also a pragmatic racist.
Got you.
Donald Trump is racist to people unless your black ass or Jewish ass or whatever else
can benefit,
do something for him.
Yeah.
Then he sees the pragmatism in it.
To me, I like that.
That's kind of a weird thing. It's like,
see, to me that makes sense.
How do you? It's
see
weird.
to me, what's weird is hating somebody you don't know so much based on gender, sex, ideology, religion. Hating somebody so much based on this thing that this thing does not affect my life at all. Hating somebody so much on one of these things that does not impact my life, that I will affect my livelihood. That's weird. Those people that hate black people, gay people, women so much that I will discard money. That's weird to me. That doesn't make any sense in a capitalist society. So I prefer a pragmatic racist, like you're talking. I prefer them because, like, okay, if you can make me money, your race stops mattering because green matters more. That's a system I can make sense with. There's a code there. But if Rico, because you wear a bucket hat, I will never mess with a person that wears a bucket hat in my life because I hate bucket hats and I won't do business with you. I won't stream with you. Forget money. I'd rather lose money than stream with somebody that wears a bucket hat. That's weird to me. That I hate bucket hats so much. I can't stand looking at a bucket hat. That kind of bigotry and hatred I don't understand.
Right. And
I like a pragmatic racist.
The way,
as weird as that sounds.
It's weird, and it's fucked up that I had to define him that way because I just rather just call him a racist and be done with it.
But he's not.
Yeah, he's not. But here's the thing: is I think you can be born into this world, right? And obviously Donald Trump, I look at him and I'm like, okay, he was born into white privilege, undeniable. There's no denying it. He's born with a wealthy father, well-to-do mother, the whole white picket fence, all that bullshit, right?
Yeah, just like
it's not unusual to me that he would grow up at the time he was birthed and born into America to think people who did not look like him was lesser than.
Right.
And I don't think I don't think looking at people as lesser than you necessarily breeds hatred.
Right.
I don't think he hates black people.
There's an implicit contempt.
He hates Hispanic people, or I don't think he hates anybody.
Yeah, I agree.
I think he thinks they're lesser than.
Yep.
But they're not equal to him. But I don't think Donald Trump has a hatred. I really believe when he says shit about minorities, he just believes that about them. Yeah. But there's no hatred there.
Because see, the reason I'm not really hard on Donald Trump is because I grew up in this country.
Yeah,
I got the same indoctrination he got. I feel the same ways that he does. I feel the same way about minorities. I feel that I got that training. I got that education. I got that about women. I got that about black people, Mexicans. I got all of that. But some of it I rejected. When I learned better, I was like, wow. Not all black people are like this. Not all Mexicans are like this. Not all women are like this. Most women are like this, but not all.
It's not true. but what I'm saying is, so when I sit there and I think about it, I'm like, okay, all right. So, but that still doesn't stop a person from being racist. Facts. Even though hate is not required to be racist.
That's true.
To be racist is just to feel a sense of superiority.
Yes.
And then you cannot hate a person and still feel that I'm better than them. That's a sense of superiority.
Absolutely.
So I just want to parse that out. So like, no,
Yes.
you don't have to hate black people to feel
Nope.
superior to them, which still by definition would still make you racist. I'm better
Yes,
than
sir.
them. So I'm like, okay, so I can accept that.
Yep.
And I don't think that his ideology or his belief is I know it's not permeated throughout the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, it is undeniably what that motherfucker thinks.
Yeah.
It is undeniably what he thinks. So I'm telling you, he's a pragmatic racist.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he hates black people. He just thinks he's better than.
Yep.
That by definition makes you a racist.
White man's ice is cold.
But also, I think by definition, I don't think he hates women. I think he likes women. But by definition, he thinks he's better than women being a man. So he is by definition still a fucking misogynist.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if I break down the words and the thought patterns, I'm like, he is a misogynist. And the only reason why I say he's a misogynist because of the language that he traffics in.
Yes, sir.
You know, he does not look at women of any ilk of equality at all. Get your ass in the kitchen, make me a sandwich, get on your knees, what blah 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 blah.
Be a trophy.
Yeah. That's literally his thought process. He doesn't hate women. He just thinks they're less than men.
Yeah. He think less of them. That's what you get. If you grow up, that's what I hate when people try to fake it. In this country, if you say that you did not get the training of black people are inferior, women are inferior, women are less intelligent, women should be in the kitchen barefoot, if you didn't get that training, if you didn't hear those messages, I have a hard time believing you. I have a hard time trusting you because this country makes you homophobic, sexist, and racist. This country instills that implicitly. Like it's hard to get away from that.
Yes, and it's great you said that because I grew up with the misogyny. I grew up ingrained with the homophobia. As I got older and became more educated, then I evolved beyond that to the point where people hate me for it. I was like, no, I'm sorry. I just see women as fucking equal and capable. I just do. Yeah. I literally but it was an educational process. It's a process you have to go through as an individual.
My process didn't get me to that same place.
Huh?
My process didn't give me ignore my sexism.
You fucking misogynistic piece of shit.
You know what I'm saying?
You have to. You just literally. You know, one day I'm going to do an AI of the Manosphere Army because the shit is just. I was thinking about it when I was cutting my grass today. I'm cutting my grass and I'm a veteran. Okay, let me be clear. Okay. I'm a veteran in the Army. And I'm just like, why do I hear so many manosphere promoting women getting equal lefts and rights? And I know most men who have served in the military is like, most men don't want to serve, especially in the combat, next to a woman because you think you're afraid that, hey, you know, just that whatever.
Can't carry her weight.
Why in this ideology they're pushing this? And I'm like, even though having served in the military, and a lot of people in the military today will tell you women are just as competent and capable. And I can think of multiple militaries where women are serving, whether it's Israel, whether it's Germany or South Korea, where women are on the front lines with men. Or I tell people all the time, like they talk about the Middle East. I'm like, have you seen the female Kurdish army?
I have
not. Who are over there? They're killing more fucking people than the men are. They have all women regiments that are over there because I also believe that when people can be conditioned, look up female Kurdish army and look it up. And when you sit there and you like the accolades that they get, and they have all these women, and they're like, we're out here and we're sniping and we're shooting and we're killing them because if we get caught, we're going to be great. They know what's on the other side. We're willing to die. And I'm talking about they got a body count to be envious of. So when
the woman on the photo looks a lot like that boxer that's
okay.
But she's a woman. But she's a woman. I don't care what she looks like.
I just want to
She's a
jump in on
woman.
this point real quick
Go ahead.
Yeah.
before we move on. So, like, I was in the Army, I was in the reserves, which is
good,
probably
good.
why we get along.
Salute
Like, we
to
had
your
that same kind of
service.
blunt, like, you know, it's the military blunt way of just speaking about things as they are. Like, here's my issue with women in combat roles, and
Ooh,
you
let's
see
go.
what you think about it.
Let's go.
I don't think they should be in combat roles because I don't think you should require uniformed soldiers to kill women. Whether we like it or not, or want to accept it or not, killing women and children is different than killing men who are enemy equal combatants. And I don't think you should force soldiers to kill women. That is my objection to it.
So your position is protecting the enemy from having to kill our women. Is that what you just said?
No, they're just fighting for their army, like the same as we are. Like they're
But
not.
you want to spare them from having to make that tough decision.
Us as well.
Do I
Us,
shoot
both
this
sides.
Yeah, us is what I'm saying.
Both
Both
sides.
all
Okay,
around.
okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we're
saying
not
you
going to
shouldn't
kill
have to
their
kill
women
women.
too.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm
but
saying
Greg,
that's a harder thing.
So
I
Greg,
see what you're saying.
Now I'm with you 1,000%, 1,000%, because that's how I feel. But by the same token, is I keep going back to this space. What I hear in the manosphere space.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've heard them argue
Those guys are
women should have to be in the draft. I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
first of
hearing
all,
them
I'm gonna just
argue
point
this
this out
shit.
right now. All
Mhm.
of those dudes are pussies who are afraid of going to war.
Thank you.
That is their main motivation. Let's be honest. Like, if you've ever watched that whatever podcast, that dude is just a huge pussy who's afraid he's
Thank
gonna have to
you.
serve in a war. That's
That's
his
right.
whole thing. That's all he bitches about.
Okay,
I have
okay.
to get drafted. I might. There hasn't been conscription in 50 fucking years. What
Thank
are
you,
you talking
Greg.
about? I don't
Yeah.
want you next to me at war anyway. You fucking
Ooh.
Metro. You're gonna
Greg.
cry and run away the first time a shot goes off.
Ooh.
No.
But Greg, thank you. That's where I was like,
Yeah, you're
Wow.
right. No, it's
Am I the only
100%
person that's hearing
motivated
this
by
shit?
fear. Like they're afraid of going to war,
right.
and I'm just
So-
like,
Afraid of a lot.
So that's
Yeah.
always been my position. Is I'm like, why do you want women? Most men in the military, I would say,
Mhm.
and I haven't done a survey. I would say the overwhelming majority of men in the military do not want women beside them in combat. That we can respect women being in the military, but
Oh, yeah,
that's
no
not our
objection.
first choice. I would rather look over Arshawn and see
Yeah.
your ass or fucking Greg than
No.
fucking Quiet.
Rico,
If I
I'm gonna
look
tell
over
you.
and see Quiet, then what I'm saying is, if I looked over and I seen Quiet, I feel totally different if I look over and I see one of you two. Now,
Greg,
do I
Rico?
respect her service? Absolutely.
Listen.
But what I'm sitting there saying is, my first choice, if I look over and I saw Quiet, I hope you and Greg are already dead.
Listen.
right. That's
We
a good
Rico,
got that desperate.
Rico, let me tell you.
Mhm.
If we're somewhere with guns and people shooting at us, Kawhi Bree is more likely to try to drag you out than I am. Because when the
I don't
gunfire
care.
starts, I promise you, I'm shooting over my shoulder and I'm heading out. I'm
Listen
going to the
me,
LZ.
Arshawn.
I'm
Arshawn,
going to the LZ.
but
Bree might try to
Arshawn-
save you off GP.
No,
She might try to prove herself. She
No.
might try to prove herself. I gotta drag Rico out here. I'm 5'2", but I gotta drag Rico back to the
You're
LZ.
missing the point. The point
Listen.
of the matter is, we know that there's going to be Arshawn, but the reality, I would choose, right, Greg, 100 Arshawns before I would choose one
See,
Kawhi. And even
that's sexism.
Listen,
That's sexism.
just because
It's common
in my
sense.
mind,
Sexism.
yes. So that's where my sexism comes in.
That's sexism.
But what I'm
Okay.
saying is like,
Because
understand-
Bree probably gonna fight a lot longer. Because I'm like, I'm snitching to the ops. I'm telling
women are capable
Japan.
of killing.
I'm telling Russia. I'm like, listen, this is where our base is.
But
But
if you
that's
look at
all
the
I'm.
trauma,
The argument is this. The argument is this.
Oh,
It's
shit.
the argument is,
Oh, shit.
look at what I'm sitting there saying. I'm like, in the very name of it, I'm like, and you motherfuckers call yourself the manosphere. So
Yeah.
literally, you're the manosphere, and the first thing you want to say is,
Oh, shit.
let women get drafted and let them bitches go to the front line. I'm like,
Yeah.
really?
yeah, there's nothing manly about them.
They don't really want
Right?
that.
Children. They're men children. Yeah,
They don't really want
100%.
Yeah, that's internet culture. They don't really They wouldn't,
Right.
because they're so sexist, they wouldn't really trust women with their livelihood or their safety. But they're saying that online because they're from a place of safety. But I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
That's crazy. Like I'm manosphere. Put them bitches on the front line. Huh?
Yeah, they're saying that because they can. Like Greg saying, Greg wouldn't trust them because they say stupid stuff like that. Like somebody with a mentality like that can't be trusted for somebody like Greg, which I totally respect that. I totally respect.
Right, and most of the trauma from veterans, like if you talk, like a lot of my family has served in every war, is not the people dying; it's the people you had to kill.
Yeah,
and killing a woman, I'm sorry, it's just different. If you watch American Sniper, the tension of that whole scene is that he might have to kill a woman and a child. Everyone understands that. Him killing the enemy combatant in the beginning, like, yeah, dude had it coming. Like, it's different. It's still hard either way, but it's different to force. And like you were saying with Kurdistan, those women are forced in that position. It's life or death for them, but that's not something we should aspire to for ourselves. Like, we shouldn't want to model that.
And I think I want everybody to look it up. I'm going to find the link to the video. And the only reason why I say it is because these men, and I try to tell them, I'm like, y'all make this notion like women can't do things that men are capable of. And I think this is what I think they make the mistake, Greg, right? They romanticize the past. Oh, you go. I'm like, yeah, when we were fighting with swords, right? I absolutely agree that fighting with swords, you preferred men because that was physical prowess.
Yeah,
I would expect a woman army with swords to go in and beat a male army. However, the likelihood of a hand-to-hand combat since the last 50, damn near 75 years is like 1%.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. And the winner is whoever's friend shows up with a gun anyway.
Right. Right.
Like,
so
that's nonsense. We have an equalizer. That it's not their capabilities that are preventing that. That's what I'm saying.
Which is what I'm trying to tell them. I'm like, so you're going to tell me that now? So what the reason why I said it, Greg, is I go to the argument, and all of these idiots do it always, right? What's the first thing that the manosphere say? What's going to happen when I laugh because I watched the video, and I'm not going to mention any names. And the guy say, "Oh, what you going to do when somebody kick in the door and say, bitch, get on the ground? And you a woman." And you know, obviously she said, "Oh, well, I'm gonna get on the ground." And I'm thinking to myself, but Greg, this is what I'm thinking to myself. That's the same thing you gonna do.
Yeah, no, so I'm laughing. I'm like, bro, that Metro. Everything you need to know about that whatever guy, particularly, he's wearing a leather jacket with his stupid vanity beard in an air-conditioned studio, so that these OnlyFans models are sitting there freezing their ass off. That's all you have to know about him. Like,
right?
Like, that dude is not.
This is the part that's funny. They make it like, oh, the woman sitting in the house, the home invader kicking the door with a gun and tell her get on the ground. She don't get on the ground. But now, Greg, you're sitting in the home, and he unexpectedly, and he kicking the door and say, "Greg, get the fuck on the ground. You gonna do some John Wick shit." I'm like, no, Greg gonna get on the fucking ground.
Yeah. Okay. Now, one caveat. If I was by myself, yes, I'm getting on the ground, obviously. If I'm with a woman, I'm going to tell her to run and attack the dude, and I'm going to die. I'm going to lose.
But you're going to lose. Exactly.
Yeah, no doubt. But if there's another reason to fight him, there would have to be a reason, though.
But literally, the whole point is they make this narrative like the male outcome somehow is going to be different. I'm like, if somebody kicking your door 3 o'clock in the fucking morning and you in bed, the outcome is equal if you and your wife are in the bed. So if in fact, I'm going to get my gun, then she can get the gun. What's the difference?
True.
Absolutely.
What's the difference? If there's a gun in the bedroom on the nightstand and you can reach the motherfucker, she can reach it. If there is no gun, you're both fucked.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What is you're gonna die. Like, what is this narrative like? Oh, I'm not gonna go upstairs because there's a dick. You know what I'm saying? It's like literally, these guys are saying, well, if he know there's a dick upstairs, he's not gonna come and rob the place. Like, are you serious?
I mean, okay.
Shoot from your
Rico,
dick.
you were in the army.
Yes, sir.
Who are the worst people to have on a field training exercise? The everything's unfair. It's so not right. People that just like everyone's unhappy. We're in the field. Everyone's miserable. Just shut up about it. But those dudes would be the absolute worst to be stuck in a field with. Like just constantly complaining.
Complain
It's
about
cold.
everything.
I'm wet. Yeah, no shit. We're in the field.
We're all cold. We're all wet.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck
exactly.
up and
Like,
do it.
don't talk
Yes.
about it. Like,
But that's why I said it just drives me crazy, because they always create this dynamic that like, oh, me and you, we're sitting on the couch, we're watching Netflix, we're in the living room. The bad guy kicks in the door with a fucking gun.
oh yeah.
What are you gonna do? The same thing you gonna do. Scream.
Man.
Literally, I'm just saying, and when I'm thinking about this scenario, I'm like, what the fuck are you gonna do?
Rico,
You don't have a gun. You don't have anything. Are you sitting there watching TV, strapped, ready to pull out your fucking gun? What?
Yeah,
What
it's
is
so,
the
like,
argument?
not usually. I'm chilling today,
Right.
drinking and smoking.
So my question is what is the art? I'm really trying to understand. Is like they're trying to make this a gender argument, and I'm like, if the woman is sitting there strapped, she can pull out her shit like you can. If the man is sitting there strapped, if neither one of y'all are strapped, when he kicking that fucking door, you both getting on the floor. Okay.
Yeah, I think you're talking about Andrew Tate, who thinks his kung fu is best.
No, there was
He's gonna go around
somebody else
fist
that
fighting
said
people.
that dumb
There's a
shit.
lot of people.
Yeah,
There's
no,
a lot
like
of
part of their
people.
whole
A lot
thing
of-
is, I'm a man because I do kung fu or whatever ridiculous.
Yeah,
like
And
there
the
are
only
people who do combat sports for legitimate reasons, for discipline,
Yeah.
for training, because they're
the only
passionate.
Greg, the only reason why I pointed out, because this is a wildly common narrative
Yes,
that
yes.
in the manosphere
Yeah.
space, I'm like wildly common. I'm like almost
Rico does not like red pill manosphere people.
everybody in the manosphere said they use this same regurgitated argument, and I'm like, nigga, you got robbed.
Yeah.
Men get robbed every day, just like women get robbed, and they
The
don't.
penis
Probably
does
more
not stop
often
it.
because they think their kung fu is best, and they go walking somewhere they shouldn't. And you're not going to kung fu a gun, like
No,
it's stupid. Yeah, you're right. It is stupid, but I'm just saying, like, there's this narrative that I'm more manly because I can win a fist fight. Where are you getting in fist fights?
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
confused.
Nobody fist fights anymore. What are you talking about?
Right. You just said they kicked in the door with a gun.
Right, like it's not a fist fight.
You told me this shit.
You're right, but I mean, I don't get that upset about.
Right.
The,
So
I
my
just know they're
question
idiots for
is,
liking alarm.
what about a dick makes you stronger?
So let me ask you this question. Based on your question, what about a dick makes you stronger? Between the two of you, do you trust a woman to lead as commander-in-chief?
Absolutely.
Yes, if it's the
Absolutely.
Right woman?
Unequivocally, without question, without hesitation, because leadership is about thought.
Okay.
It's not about gender.
It's not like the president's the one kicking the doors in.
So
either.
my
They're just
question
making
is,
a call.
so I think at every level, right, Archon, at every level, all the way down from the president, all the way down to the lowest level.
Okay.
And if you've ever, and maybe Greg, you remember, I did PODC, which is Primary Leadership Development Course. Then they had ALDC, which is Advanced Leadership Development Course, but I didn't get to that. But pretty much they will put you in situations, and with males and females and so on. And leadership is about what do you do with certain stressors, under certain conditions.
Okay.
They are thought-driven exercises. Okay. You got a group of people. You got to get from point A to point B.
That doesn't preclude women.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to get there within 1 hour.
Gotcha.
And it's X amount. You know, and it's like, and you don't have a vehicle. How do you accomplish? These are they are always thought-driven. And not only how do you get there, how do you motivate the others to get there with you, and you all get there timely, because you have to get there to a certain point on task and time, and you have to accomplish something. So I can get there by myself, but I got to motivate them, and at the same time, somebody's hurt.
Yep.
I'm a leader. You're a motherfucking leader. Okay, you all parachuted in. Somebody broke their fucking leg. You leave them. What do? You leave them. You bring them. What do? These are all that's leadership. Leadership. So again, you asked about being a leader. It's about taking in all this information, having the ability to assess it, and coming up with what you think is the best outcome. There is no right or wrong. There is no perfect, but leadership is not gender specific.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. So
yeah, all the presidents do is making the call.
That's crazy to me, but go ahead.
I like that.
Like a woman can't tell the SEAL Team 6 to go. Like that's all the president does. He doesn't kick in the doors. He just makes the call. And it's like, if you think a woman can't decide to kill, like Hillary Clinton never saw a war she didn't like. Like, I'm just saying, like
you said, Greg, Obama told them to go. Obama never wore the uniform, never strapped up the boots, never went anywhere. He looked at the information.
Like, we have
he looked at the risk. He looked at the reward. He looked at the country was involved. He knew how much of an ally, and he made the decision to go.
Exactly. Yeah.
His dick had nothing to do with that.
Exactly. Yeah. Like that's not.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me ask you another question, because I know Rico explicitly said, if it was between me and Kawhi, which is a mistake, I'm going to reiterate.
Yeah, okay. You got me. Fuck you, Archon.
Listen, I'm going to bail. I'm going to bail. That no man left behind mess. Listen, I'm going to leave your ass behind. I love you.
You got me.
But I'm going to leave. Your body is going to get, the corpse is going to get ate, or they're going to play with it and dispatch it. I don't know what they're going to do, but I'm trying to leave.
Hate your ass someday.
So now, Kawhi might try to save you, but she said, nah, he getting black tag. So listen, you said you would prefer me over Kawhi. So we have a man versus a woman for the executive branch. What do the two of you think? And I know general woman versus general man. Y'all said a woman can lead versus a man. Okay.
Yeah.
We have very specific people. We got Trump versus Kamala.
Yes.
Trump versus Harris. Who do you trust to lead this country? But the two of you, I want to hear what y'all think. Who do y'all trust between these two people?
Kamala. Now let me okay, let me just finish up. Ain't got a goddamn thing to do with race.
Okay, nothing to do with race.
Nothing. It has nothing to do with gender.
Okay. Nothing to do with race, nothing to do with gender.
I find Trump to be an abject fucking idiot.
Okay.
Intellectually.
I feel you.
I question Trump's intellectual.
I
mean, I'm just saying at the most base level.
Fuck
the race,
competence,
the gender,
just competence.
Yeah, he's just not smart.
Man,
I just heard way too many things. I wouldn't trust that motherfucker to run a lemonade stand. I just don't. I'm just, and I don't think that Kamala is super smart. I just think she's smarter than him. Period. So just on an intellectual basis, I'm like, oh no, she's not a genius. This motherfucker's a booger eater.
But he set the bar low. That's what I'm saying. You booger eater. He set the bar low. Bar low. That's a dude like bar low. And
I think his fans are so enamored.
Yeah.
Because he will say the most base shit.
Yeah.
That's why. So for me, it's just like Trump is just too stupid to be dog catcher, much less president. Trump, let me say, I've said it, and I'm gonna shut up after this.
Mm-hmm.
Trump could be running against a circus monkey. I'm voting for the circus monkey. Juggle ball, Bobo, Bimbo, juggle balls. He's just an idiot. Is he successful? You can be successful in an idiot. You can be.
You can be. You can be.
You can be, Bree. I mean,
what's that? AB Antonio Bryant. He's a successful idiot.
You can be a successful idiot.
So, are we talking in a military context for this question?
I'm asking as far as man, woman, gender. Somebody's got a penis. Somebody's got a vagina. Somebody got a penis. Somebody got a vagina. between the two candidates that we have, does your ethic on male female leadership? What is your stance on that? Between we have a male, we have a female, and both vying for leadership. Is there a male female leadership dynamic when you're speaking about who can lead this country? Does Kamala get disqualified because she's a woman? Does Trump automatically get qualified because he's a man? Like diving into that.
Oh, for me, no. It's very, very individual, though. I think the problem with Trump is that he's 50% idiot and 50% genius.
Fair.
And so, whichever viewpoint you want to take on him, there's plenty of evidence.
Fair. There's plenty of you're right.
And
that's what Bree's saying.
I would agree with you that he does not have the capacity to run the country if I didn't have a record to judge it on. And things like the Abraham Accords, no new wars, like he did a lot of things remarkably, like astonishingly, let me put it that way, well. Like, doesn't make sense. But at some point, you just kind of have to. How much are you going to bet against the guy? Like, it's like Elon Musk isn't a genius, but he keeps winning. And so at some point, you just have to be like, all right, this guy's not a genius, but I don't know. God loves him. I don't get it. But
he is a genius, but he's also stupid. Like, I
think,
like Trump. I think Elon Musk and Trump. I think that's why they both like each other.
Right.
They both have a particular genius and a particular blind. I'll say a blind spot. I won't call them idiots. Let's say a blind. They both have a really big blind spot and both a really particular genius.
But see, here's the thing. Okay, let me just say this. Like I'm glad you brought up Elon because again, I also think like Elon is a brilliant. I hate the fucking like he's a brilliant idiot. You can be a brilliant idiot, right? You can be wildly
highly pitched in one area, but really low pitched in another.
On everything else.
Right. Yeah. And what I'm saying is, for whatever reason, Trump's ratio of that worked well in foreign affairs. I'm only talking about outside the country. Like, he had a good presidency in foreign affairs. Like, that record is really hard to argue with. Like,
Trump can read people. Trump has something with people that he
understands. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he just confuses them to the point they don't know and they have to go home and think about things. But whatever it is,
he's got something. He's got something.
Because Kawhi put up a comment, and like now, Kawhi,
that's fair.
I love you, sis. I absolutely love you. I think it is a reach to call him a genius.
But he has and this is a person. This is a personal philosophy. Mm-hmm. This is a personal philosophy of mine. Every person on this planet is a genius in something. We may not value what that genius is. We may not value what that, like societally, socially, culturally, we may not value what that genius is. But we have to admit, he has a very expert way of galvanizing people. He got 70 million people to vote for him, being a political outsider. That's something. And it will be hard for me to say, like, that's what, like, reason it's idiotic for me to say he doesn't have something because he can get 70 million people to vote for him. I feel like I'm smarter than Trump. I couldn't get 70 million people to vote for me. I couldn't get 7 million people to vote for me. I couldn't get 7,000 people to vote for me. I couldn't get 700 people to vote for me. I couldn't get 70 people to vote for me. So there's something that he has that I may not value. I may not value
his character, by the way. He doesn't have
my question is
I'm just saying something works.
If by that logic, and I accept that, if he got 70 million people to vote for him, so if another 100 people were able to get the same 70 million people to vote for them, are they all geniuses?
But nobody else has.
No, but I'm just saying.
Let's couch it in reality. Let's couch it in reality. Nobody else did.
Right. But I'm saying, I'm trying to mind it because again, we're about to have an election. Somebody probably will get 70 million people to vote for him. Yeah. So we're going to have to say that because you got the same 70 million or 70, the same number of people to vote for you, then you must be a genius as well.
No, listen. There's something in the genius level about you. If 70 million people can get behind you.
That's what I'm asking.
Well, okay, let's also point out that Hillary Clinton went through the ranks. She had the entire establishment behind him. She outspent Donald Trump in that election 2-1. Like, he didn't just win the election and win the most vote. Like,
no, he didn't win the most
he
votes.
came from out of
election.
nowhere as a joke candidate, beat 16 other Republicans, and I mean just thrashed them.
But he didn't win the most votes, Greg.
He didn't win the public. He did not win the popular vote, but he won the electoral college.
Yes, he won the electoral college, but he didn't win. So but
what I'm saying is, he didn't do this with the establishment. He actually did this with the Republican establishment actively against him. Ted Cruz came out at the convention and just shit all over him. Well,
absolutely.
I mean, but Greg,
absolutely.
But I'm saying there's something.
We were mocking Trump. We were mocking Trump when he was running. We were laughing at him.
Absolutely,
until he won.
With you guys in 2016, yes, he was being mocked. 2020, he was not being mocked. He had the
because he won.
Right? No, 2020 he lost.
Well, because he won in 2016,
right.
Because he won in 2016, it legitimized him.
Right, he legitimized him. So in 2020, he had the full backing. You can't say he did not have the backing in 2020. He had the backing, and he still lost.
But he lost.
I'm literally speaking to the numbers where I agree. If you got 70 million people to vote for you, that says something about you.
That says something about you.
So I'm saying in 2020, he got 70 plus million people to vote for him, and he lost. In 2024,
and I'm just saying
in 2024, we have yet to see how many people are going to vote for him.
We're going to see.
Win, lose, or draws, we don't know. So my question is, even when I look back at, I think each election, this is what I'm saying. We get so focused on the 70 million. I think each election, right? So we say 70 million voted for him and 75 million voted. Let's say 75. I'm just gonna make up a number, right? 70 for him, 75 for Biden. How many is that?
It was actually 74 and 80 if you want numbers.
Okay, so just say 75.
So
I just want to round it out.
150 million.
150. In a country of 330 million. So less than half the population voted. So what I'm saying, right.
That less than half is probably children.
Right. Okay. But
half the population is probably children.
It's around 62%.
I don't know. I don't know if less than half is probably children. Maybe so. I know a lot of them male children. But what I'm sitting there saying is, are we saying that number is the bar, or will that number grow? Will 2024 all of a sudden somebody get 80? He might get 80 million this year, and Kamala might get 85. So what I'm saying is, are we setting the genius level on the number or on the circumstance? Because the numbers can always, and what I'm saying is the numbers can change and the numbers can be replicated by other people. So,
I get you.
So it might not even be Harris. It might be fucking Archon running for president. He got 90 million. I'm like, okay.
I hear what you're saying.
I don't think you're a fucking genius. You just
it's not a specific number. But for me to qualify, like this goes to Bree's question, because she doesn't agree with me. If you're not manifesting exceptionalism anywhere, you are not a genius. If you have the capacity to manifest exceptionalism in your current circumstance, which Trump did, that's genius. But now to Bree's point, now again, if you're able to maximize your current circumstance to elicit a response greater than what the social society around you would expect, that's exceptionalism. If everybody says, no, you can't do this, and you do that in spite of everybody saying you can't do this, that's exceptional. Like, that's the definition of exceptional. You're an exception. If everybody around you, if the public around you says, no, this is not possible, and you do it anyway, that's the definition of an exception.
And that makes you genius. And that makes you genius.
That's a type of genius.
Right. I agree with exceptionalism.
But listen,
but I'm asking about the genius, because
what I'm saying is that's a listen. Hear me, Rico. This is important. That's a type of genius. I'm not saying you're an intellectual genius. I'm saying that you're a type of genius. I don't know what type that is. I'm just saying that you have the ability to tap into something on the exceptional level which is the definition of genius. You're at the highly pitched end of something. I don't know what that is, but he tapped into something that people wanted. That's an exceptionalism. That's a type of genius. Now, when we try to say intellectual genius, I don't think Trump's an intellectual genius.
Well, forget about the intellectual part. We're willing to apply that to the evil genius then as well.
Yeah.
Because if we go historically, right, historically, and we go back, we can look at people that I don't even want to name, whether it's Germany, Cambodia,
that's a genius
like that, right? Leaders, and that's all I'm saying is that's why I'm not quick to, and I'm just saying for me, that's why I'm not quick to equate them. And you're probably right, Bree. I look at genius in a positive aspect, not in a negative aspect.
Yeah, but see, that's not
definition. I agree.
That's not in the definition.
Negative.
The genius definition now: exceptional intelligence, or creative power, or natural ability. It doesn't say positive or negative.
Yeah.
So intellect, creative, or natural. He has a natural ability to tap into what other people desire. I don't know what that is. I don't know where it comes from. I can't do it. And to what degree I can do it, I reject it. I don't care what other people think. I'm not trying to pursue what other people think. I want what I think. He has the ability to, like Greg said, this is what his voters want. So he'll switch his stance as many times as he wants, as many times as he can to pursue what there's a genius to that. And I won't deny that. Now, where I want to disagree, like Greg said, privately, he respects the fact that I'll derail an entire stream over something petty.
I love it, man. It's so human.
This is my moment. So this is where I disagree with Bree. I think every single person on this earth has a genius that we don't recognize. Because, like, let's say somebody was born without arms and legs. They have become a genius, and they've lived to the age of 30, 40, 50. Maybe they've been to the Paralympics. Maybe they just lived to the age of 40. They've adapted to the age of 40 on this planet that does not value people that are disabled, that do not have able abilities. They've adapted to live and thrive with that disability. That's a genius to me. But that's where I disagree with Bree on this point. The society does not need to recognize your genius for you to be a genius. You might have a mentality or an ability to cope, to survive, to maintain that is above the standard. To me, that's a genius. But that's my mentality on that. But I'll fall back now. Go ahead, Greg.
No, that's good. Yeah, I'm not defending Donald Trump's character. He doesn't have character to defend. He's not a good person. He doesn't have strong ideals. What he is someone who is willing to do whatever it takes to sit in the big chair, which I think is a useful tool in a democracy, and kind of the point. We're the only country crazy enough to let the low people vote for who rules us. And the fact that we are even able to do this, I'm not defending him. I'm just saying, like, that is a unique system. Which is what I want.
Whoa, Greg. We're not the only country that allows.
He said we're one of the few. We're one of the few.
Yeah, well, we're the only country with who. How many people vote for Prime Minister of England? It's around 400,000 in a country of 160 million.
Yeah, but England is not a purely democratic.
No, they're not a Democrat at all.
Right. So, but in democracies, the low people vote.
Right. But where's another democracy? I'm sorry. India technically.
There are a couple.
Yeah, that's what I'm just sitting there saying.
Nobody on our level. Nobody on our level.
Government. Right. Okay.
Right. But which is kind of. I'm going to go ahead and segue this into race.
Yeah, let's get to the hard R.
Let's go hard R.
Stop ducking the smoke.
Putting it off, but okay. So first of all, the reason I hate talking about race.
Bree, thank you for making me stretch and reach. I went and I made me another drink, and I was like, "Damn, she really kind of got me thinking." I still don't think that stupid motherfucker's a genius. I still think he's an idiot. But you're making me intellectually stretch my thought. So I really do like that, and I just wanted to say that and give you a kudos for that.
That's why you gotta let if somebody's gonna save you after you've been wounded, it's probably gonna be her, not me. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Also, I'm just gonna go blaze of glory, and we're both dying. So
let's go.
I'm just gonna hand you some rounds and be like, bro, take as many with you as you can. Let's do it.
It just made me think a lot. I still think he's an idiot. I'm not gonna change that, but she made me think.
That's what I'm saying. There's something there. Whenever 100,000 people show up to listen,
there's a there. There's a there.
You can't just dismiss that entirely, which everyone is trying to do. And it's like you have to pay attention to that, even if you hate the man. Like if this happened to someone, like no matter what, I'm just saying it's noteworthy.
If 70 million people voted for Pee Wee Herman,
okay,
think about why. Why did 70 million people vote for Pee Wee Herman?
Yeah, so I'm just like you have to at least listen to the man and see what's going on there. Like,
take y'all fucking W and go home. Fuck y'all, okay? You win. Okay. I'm
okay. For the record, the reason I hate talking about race is because it's not uncomfortable for me. I don't like. I'll talk about anything. I'm kind of off the cuff like that. It's because it's not real. And what I mean by real,
it's real.
And I'm going to get into it. Yes, it is and it isn't. What I mean real is in the biological sense. Like all of us have the same structural, biological, cellular skin cells. It's a human concept. It's not a biological concept. There are no biological divisions. We're all Homo sapiens. We have the same skin, which is our best adaptation, by the way, evolutionary. We can survive. We're in every continent of the planet because of it. So for me, it's like I'm not really interested in the topic because it is a human construction, and I don't do well with interpersonal relationships. I don't pick up on cues. I was actually just fired for that. Like, I'm probably semi-autistic. I'll admit that. Like, so when you get into things like groups and cliques and these sort of social in-between things, like I don't really attach to them that well. So it's not a subject I'll normally go into. I'm so waiting for me to say something absolutely stupid here. Don't worry, I won't stop myself. I'll say it. So, but again, we have to talk about it because it's going to come up this election. It's not an avoidable topic. And it's
going to come up.
I'm going to start with first off what the left gets wrong about race, and I'll go on what the right gets wrong about race. So the problem with the left is this idea that because the people who built the system were bad, the system is bad.
Okay.
Bad people can build a good house.
True.
And yes, the people who designed the system were some of the biggest cunts in history. No argument. I agree with you, but that doesn't change how you judge the system on its own merits. We are the only country in the world with a Bill of Rights. End of. People in England right now are going to jail for 18 months for stupid, offensive Facebook memes. They're like, that can't happen here because of our system. Like, yes, the people who built it were bad. And the outrage of American history is not that the people who built the system were bad. It's that there were Americans who were not protected by it or weren't given its rights. That is the outrage of American history in my mind. Specifically black people who were born here were not. You should get the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is good. I want every American to have the Bill of Rights. Thanks. I don't care that the guy who wrote it was an asshole. Yeah. It still does good overall. It's net good. It gives us liberty. It protects you from your government in a world where that doesn't exist anywhere else. We are on an island. We're an experiment. And I want that to reach to all Americans. Now, the left gets really big on identity politics, and it's like old white slave owners wrote this shit. Yeah, it's still a good writing. And yes, they were assholes.
I got a response to that. Do you want me to wait till after you give the right?
If you want, go ahead.
Oh, you want to respond now?
Sure. No, wait, Rico, hold on. Let me hear what the right gets wrong. Okay. I want to hear. Okay. I have a pushback on the lefties too.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
So here's what the right gets wrong. Now, there are two rights. There are neocons, the establishment, run-of-the-mill Republican, like your 90s Republican, what you remember, trying to ban porno and metal music and rap music and
trickle down Republicans.
Yeah. So that was like what we saw with Donald Trump was basically a coup by the voters against that branch of the Republican Party. There is
By
a
the Tea
huge
Party.
divide because the problem with racist is a lot of them are dying off. So
Mhm.
younger people tend to skew less racist. If you want to solve racism, you have people talk to each other. Like that's the
Yeah.
best way to get it done. And now that's more possible. Okay, so you two are probably haven't had a lot of conversations with rednecks. Do you view rednecks differently having had conversations with me than you might have before?
I never really had a bad. I never had
No, I'm
a
not saying
bad.
bad. Just it's different. Is it different now, or is it?
No, because again, they were people.
Greg,
They were
I'm
human.
Greg.
So for me, it's different. Yeah.
And for me, to be honest with you, is you self-identify as a redneck, but I don't see you as a redneck.
And that's
you might
true too.
even present
But I
yourself
am.
as a redneck.
That's
That's what I'm
same.
saying. You
That's same.
may
Yeah, okay,
present
okay.
yourself as a proud redneck, but that's not what your
Because
presentation, how you
the rednecks I
feel,
grew up with were uneducated.
yeah, they were different. They were different in the way you present. So
And this is what I'm saying.
it's just
is that-
hard for me. So what I'm saying is, my visualization at my age of growing up, what a redneck is, doesn't
Mhm.
look like you.
Exactly.
So I don't put you in that bucket. So what would you say? Like,
that's
do I
fair.
look at them differently? No, because you
Yeah.
don't fit in the bucket of those motherfuckers that I identify as.
So it's like
You
we're both saying like you're
present
one of the good ones.
You
So
present
we haven't changed our opinion of what a redneck is because
Okay.
but you're
we
more
see you as
thoughtful.
one of the good ones.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
I'm
right. And I
saying
don't even
is-
want to use that, but you're right. I would say you're
Yeah.
more thoughtful, you're more educated, you're more just like all of these things are like
You're a credit to your race.
Damn it. But there's a lot of people. That's what I'm saying. Like the younger,
You're a credit to
I'm
your
just
race,
saying
Greg.
I'm just saying you're a good fucking dude.
right?
I'm just
But this is my point. Is
Yes.
there are more people like
You
me.
know what,
Rico?
redneck to me.
But what I'm saying is it should put some cracks in the bucket when people say blanket. Like if people said all black people are X,
Yeah,
I talk to black people. I'm gonna be like, what are you talking about?
they're
right?
not
Like,
all that way.
Right.
Agree.
Because we've had conversations and I know, like on a human level, I know you're a good dude.
But
I'm
here's the difference. Greg, here's the difference, right?
Sean's so proud of himself.
Now I'm saying, here's the difference, Greg. You said, and
I've never had a chance to say that.
this is, I know he was saving that shit, Greg, right? He was saving that shit. But here's the thing,
coming
Greg.
here was a mistake.
The biggest difference is like you said this age, like you look at all black people, and I can sit there and say, when I say redneck, I'm not looking at all white people. I'm looking at a subset of white people.
Yeah,
Right.
it's true.
It's
Right,
a
no,
subset.
Oh,
So at
man.
the time,
The
hear what I'm saying.
classifications are different.
Right. So what I'm saying is, at the time, I'm saying rednecks. That's a subset of white people,
Oh, man.
and all my good white people, I put you over there with them. I don't put
The
you
good
over
whites.
there with the redneck.
But
do like
what I'm
it.
saying is it's been portrayed that way, but it's not that way. There are a lot of rednecks like me who are younger,
Absolutely.
who grew up
Yep.
knowing other people, people of different races, people who are gay. Like,
Yeah.
it's not as uncommon as it was. And this isn't the 50s dogs and
Yes.
fire
Right.
hose Republicans.
Yeah.
And this
that's
younger
what we don't
generation
know the
that swept
difference. Right.
Yeah.
right. And the younger generation that swept in was pretty
Mhm.
much the coup against the establishment of neocons and your
Right.
traditional, mostly city living Beltway Republicans.
I'll
This
tell
is
you
why.
Okay.
I'll tell you a perfect example, Greg. If you told me go to West Virginia, I'm going to automatically in my head, before I go,
There's a type.
I'm gonna think, oh Lord, I'm about to go over here with a bunch of these redneck Appalachian. You know, it's
Yeah.
of course it's all Hollywood generated.
Coal
It's
miners.
coal mine.
Oh,
It's
don't
like-
get me wrong. You'll find what you're looking for.
I
but you'll
know
also
that.
find
I
other
know
Exactly.
that.
Yeah.
But what I'm
That's
saying,
how stereotypes work.
but
Yeah,
You're gonna
yeah.
find that.
But the question is this, Greg. It's not that I'll find it. I'm looking for it. I'm looking
Yeah.
for it. I ain't
Yeah.
even left Maryland.
Confirmation
I ain't even
bias.
left DC, and I already have this
Yep.
visual in my mind. So
Yep.
when I find it, I'm like, it's
Confirmation.
feeding, it's confirming my biases.
Yeah.
So my point is, it's like I'm not going there with an open mind. We just don't. So the same way when somebody say, "Oh, you go to Chicago," or if I told you you go to Chicago as a white person, you're going with a biases. If or Compton, we go with those biases because those biases have been poured into us.
You're right.
We're not going to Compton looking for a homeowner or an entrepreneur or when you're not looking for that. I'm looking for the Bloods and the Crips.
Right, and this is what I'm saying.
When I go to Compton, that's what I think. As a black, what I'm saying is, Greg, I'm a black man from the East Coast. If I flew my ass into Compton, I'm looking for the Bloods and Crips. I don't know what else to look for because I don't know nothing else about Compton.
But here's what I'm saying is because of that, because it's been poured into us, because it's been so ingrained, cracking that image is not just a matter of telling people it's wrong or giving them some kumbaya speech. It comes from actual conversations between groups where you can be like, it doesn't happen like instantly. You have to sort of crack that image and then get more and more confirmation bias in the other direction of wait, and like, dude, Rico's a stand-up too. What are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it comes from exposure, and it's not quick because we have been ingrained to have these biases and stuff. And the only thing that's going to break it down is having communication between the groups. And there is not a corporate media person on the planet who does not get fully erect at the thought of a race war. Can you imagine how many clicks that would get? How much ad revenue? They'd be popping champagne.
And Greg, I agree with you. I've been watching it, and for the longest time, this is where I'll tell you, I woke up. For the longest time, and we're gonna get a little bit deeper in the race. So stop tiptoeing around the shit.
I'm not.
But this is what I'm saying is, for the longest time, I thought that was predominantly a white space around a race war. I'm learning to our own peril. There are black people that are pushing this shit. And like, nigga, have you lost your fucking mind? As a black man in America,
the numbers are the
last
guns.
thing I want is a race war because I'm like, it'll last about 3 days and we're done. We're done.
Yeah, it's
insane. It'd be Tulsa all over again. It'd be Tulsa.
Yeah, they don't care though. It would sell papers. Like that's all they like. It bleeds, it leads. And what I'm saying is the antidote to that is conversations. Yes. I have no interest in a race war. I'm like, what the fuck are black people done to me? Fuck off.
Because here's what you do know, Greg, is even if, for example, you're Midwest Indiana. Okay, fuck it, we're gonna start the race war. Let's get all the white people. Let's kill all the black. Okay, guess what you're gonna be when you're done, Greg? Do you know what you're gonna be when the race war is over?
Dude, I am that like.
Let me ask you a question.
Treated the same way,
Greg. When the race war is over, what are you going to be? Tell me what you think
blacks.
You're going to
Absolutely. We're the next group on the line.
No, you're still going to be poor.
Oh, yeah. Well,
you're still going to be because guess who's doing the fighting?
Poor people.
The poor.
100%. Yeah, I no disagreement, but I'm also saying
it is literally 100% people like yourself that's going to start this race war, that's going to end this race war, that's going to win this race war, and you're going to win it for the top 10%, and you are still fucking poor.
And but the other thing is, it's not like if it's all white, we're all going to get along and kumbaya.
No,
I'm going to be the next group. Oh, we don't have black people anymore. Now it's the rednecks.
But the whole point is this, Greg, is that the greater part is like, again, when I was telling Arshawn earlier, it's like you demonize the others, but you did nothing to elevate self.
Right.
So basically, what did they do? The well-to-do convinced the less than well-to-do to go and do the fighting. Oh, they're trying to take our country and blah, 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 blah. And you go out and you do all the othering, you do all the killing, you do all of that. And when you're done, it's literally what I always ask them, what's left? You're still where the fuck. It literally is the exact same thing during the Civil War. When I was sitting there, I was watching the movie. What was the movie with Matthew McConaughey? And he got into the little whole interracial shit. But literally, he was saying
Jonestown one.
It was the other one. But literally, he pointed out the fact that the good thing that the movie pointed out was that during the Civil War, it was about if you owned so many slaves, you didn't have to fight.
Mm-hmm.
So it created a classism.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of the people that were fighting for the South were people who didn't own slaves.
Absolutely. And the only reason they were fighting,
slave owners, which were the well-to-do, I think if you owned more than 10 slaves, you didn't have to fight.
right?
They
And there were only
exempted
15%
you.
of people who owned slaves.
Right. So if you owned slaves, you didn't have to fight. So the wealthy didn't fight. It was
Of
the
course.
poor
Of course.
that they were pouring into the South, whether they were from Ireland, wherever they were white, but
Mhm.
they were poor, and because to own a slave back then, you had to be well-to-do, even to own one. Even to
Yeah.
own one, it was
Absolutely.
not cheap to own one slave.
No, 'cause
Much
you're
less
responsible for
2, 3, or a
Mhm.
plantation full. So if you didn't own 10 or more, you got to go fight.
Absolutely.
You were conscripted. So the poor whites, and that's what I'm saying. So even when they talk race war, I'm like, y'all the same motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all the
Yeah, you
same
won't
one.
find a lot of, believe it or not, you won't find any appetite for race wars among rednecks. Like, it's not, most of, every war the rednecks talk about having is with the government. Like, there
Yeah.
is no, like, the Ku Klux Klan is dead. Like, there are 30,000, I think there's 3,000 of
Right.
them left. Like, all those groups, like, they died off. It's not the same. It's a lot of younger people who grew up with more information, more access to other people and talking to people. But I'm getting to the point is like why the right doesn't get race right. The old guard, they don't like brown people. That's pretty simple. Like
They don't.
that's why. I think the problem with the new Republicans and the reason they have such a hard time or they're not doing that well is because, like I said, my views on race, it's not a real thing biologically. And so they, being white and unaware of things, like project that to, okay, it's not real, you shouldn't care about it. But here's the thing. Like, you both are identified as black. You don't identify as anything. You are identified. You can't unidentify. Like, there's no changing it. It is what it is. And that carries with it certain conditions and certain situations.
Facts.
And if you just dismiss that out of hand, you're not going to get anywhere. And when you see younger black conservatives, it almost is always some kind of like race disavowal situation. Or, you know, I'm not, look at these black people doing this. Like, you know, like it turns into you have to leave your tribe to be part of this other group. And that's the dumbest approach possible because you didn't pick your tribe. You can't leave your tribe. And it does affect your lives. And that needs to be like acknowledged and kind of understood if the new right's going to make any headway into getting black voters. Like, it's not for the same reasons, but it's still, you're not going to get anywhere by just dismissing
Still
it
valid.
out of hand. Right. You can't say, oh, it's like if you ever told a woman, like, you're upset over something stupid, it's stupid, don't be upset. Like,
All right, so let's dig into the weeds around race. Because I get what you're saying, and I agree with 1,000%. But I just want to get into what's the issue, non-issue.
okay.
I don't want us to tiptoe around it, run from it. I just want us to have a legitimate conversation about it.
Sure. I don't think I didn't mean to tiptoe around stuff. I'm just saying, like,
No, I'm not saying you. No, I'm not saying that, Greg. Yeah.
I think Trump is going to be worse for race relations, but only slightly.
Okay.
The dude just
only
says dumb as
slightly?
shit. And I'm going to say only slightly because Kamala Harris, she plays the id poll game, like identity politics game, which is fine. You can do that and be successful, but she tries to play all sides of it. And she tries to, it's such a tightrope to walk. I don't see that not blowing up in her face. I don't see this going badly for her.
So tell me just momentarily before I go. You say Trump will be worse, only slightly. That's fair. And you say Kamala will be worse because she tiptoes around. Okay. And to be honest with you, let me say this. Let me give you my point of view first, and then you come back because I have questions. Okay. I think absolutely beyond a doubt, Kamala is going to be 1,000 times better around race.
Okay.
Period. Just full stop. Donald Trump's history around race has been atrocious.
Absolutely.
Him running against nobody. Fuck Kamala. Take her out. Throw her out. His history around race, which didn't have to be the way that it had to be. And I understand black people are trying to be open and understand. I'm like, his history just didn't have to be. Like I could sit there and go, if I got a history saying fuck white people, like nobody made me say that. I said it.
Yeah. No.
So then later on, well, Rico, why'd you say it? Well, nobody made you say it. So Trump's history around racism is his history absent Kamala. Okay? So pre-Kamala, Trump has had a history, whether it's the Central Park 5, whether it's New York City with the housing. All of that is him.
Yeah.
And Kamala don't have shit to do with that.
You're right. I don't think that.
So that's what I'm saying. In a vacuum, Trump, shut the fuck up. Your history around race is terrible. I don't want Jews unless they count my money. That's just you. That's just you, motherfucker. That's just you. Fuck Kamala. That's just you. Now, if you want to get into the Kamala situation as a black person, and here's the crazy thing about it. I didn't know that bitch was that old. So let me correct my language. Let me apologize for myself. A piece of shit. I should not be being misogynistic and describing a woman as the B word. I'm a piece of shit. I hope I fucking die. I'm wrong.
She almost 60. Okay.
She's a politician, not a person.
No. What I'm saying is this. No, Greg, what I'm saying is I grew up very homophobic. I grew up very misogynist.
Me too.
I grew up that way.
I understand that.
I'm trying to evolve.
You're right. I shouldn't have mocked it. You're right.
And I need no. That's fine. You can mock it, and I want you to mock it to kick me in the ass so I can continue to do better. So I don't keep having these slippages. But I did.
You want to have some slippage? It's incredible.
I know.
Because we've been groomed, Rico. We've been taught.
Yeah. No. I'm not even gonna say I was groomed. I'm a 1964 baby. I'm the last of the boomers. We were fucked up. But there were some good things about us, but obviously homophobia, misogyny was a part of it. That just was a part of it.
I'm just saying, I know from somebody that came behind you that it's hard to overcome. Is what I'm saying.
It's a struggle.
It's hard.
It's hard.
It's really hard.
Even though I'm evolved and I think better, I still slip and fuck. People tell me stop using the N-word. I'm like, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Our trained responses are homophobic, racist, and sexist.
Yes, because I'm gonna call Arshawn nigga before we done with the hard R. Okay, Greg. It's not okay for you to say it. How am I involved in that? Don't pull me into that one. It's not okay for you to say it, but I'm gonna slip and say it. And what I'm saying is I'm saying within myself, therapeutically, it's like I gotta do better. It's not okay. I literally know it's better, and I should be doing better, but I'm still struggling with it as a person. So when I look at Kamala, absolutely, she was born the same year I was born. She was born a couple of months after me. I was born August. Matter of fact, I'll celebrate my birthday next week. She'll celebrate her birthday in October. And we will both be 60.
What day your birthday on?
August 25.
So you're 3 days after me? Oh, man.
Yeah. and I think she's October something. So we both turned 60,
Dang.
right? So we're the last. Wait a minute, you're not 64, are you?
Me? I am.
1964?
Absolutely.
Stop, you piece of shit. You're not lying. You're not. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. You a piece of shit. You're lying. Okay, all right, cool. Okay. But fuck you, Arshawn. That was good. But the reality is,
Absolutely.
I didn't even know she was that old.
Yeah.
So my thing is, I'm like, that for
Oh,
me
shit.
makes it even extra hard because if you were, and 1964 was the end of Jim Crow.
Okay. Yep.
So I'm like, how the fuck?
Legally. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if she didn't want to be black.
Okay.
That bitch was born black. Because in America,
I
doing
respect
Jim
that.
Crow, kiss my motherfucking ass.
Yeah.
Fuck y'all.
Yeah.
The fuck is y'all talking about?
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about no other heritage she got in this motherfucking country where she was fucking
Socially.
born. Kiss
Yeah.
my
Socially.
motherfucker.
Yeah.
Because again, Greg, now let's go back because we into the art conversation. It's a social construct.
Yeah.
Do you agree, Greg?
He had to step away for like
Okay. So Arshawn, I'm talking to
2
you.
minutes. Yeah.
So race is a social construct. Now, within that social construct, how many races did they define, Arshawn?
I mean, it was white, black, and other.
No.
Okay, sorry about that.
How many races during the creation of social, during the creation of racial identification or classification, socially? So social construct means okay.
And which social? Like which? Because again, this started in the 1600s, but now you're talking about 1960s America. So like which group?
And I'm going to tell you. Let's go back to the 1600s. So
go.
when we say the definition of social construct, so you say,
okay,
what's the definition of a social construct? Social construct is you come up with an idea, that socially people within your realm and outside your realm accept.
Yes.
Agreed? So socially, I can say, I'm a fucking butterfly. Socially, does the outside world accept that? It's an acceptance. That's what social construct is.
Right.
So even among gender, social construct,
right,
we accept there's male, female, and nothing else. We accept that. It's not that there is nothing. That's what socially, globally, worldwide, they accept. So when they created racial classifications, right? Going all the way back to the 1600s, it was a social construct. And even in 2024, they argue, oh, race is a social construct. Okay, I'm not arguing that. Okay. What was the social construct? The social construct was
3. Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid.
And okay, it was 3. It was originally started as 3. And then they expanded it, the 4th one, to indigenous.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, that's fair.
There's been no expansion since that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Are you with me, Greg?
Yeah.
Has there been an expansion in the social construct
of race?
Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid.
As far as those are the classifications they're coming up with, sure. But it's still all arbitrary. But yes, go ahead.
Right.
It's all arbitrary. But again, we're talking about. So when we say social construct, is social acceptance.
Right. Okay.
They created this again. The magical words is social construct. The world has accepted that this is what these racial classifications are.
Okay. What's the next step?
Okay.
So when we get to that and we accept that there's 4 racial classifications across the world. Now, when you came to America, right, they didn't create that construct because that construct was already created.
Okay.
The Negroid, which is black, which they all are black from Africa, whatever.
Right.
They just said in America, all you need is this. One
drop.
dip, and you're that.
Mm-hmm.
And socially, as a part of accepting that social construct, America said if you got one drop of Negroid, you are Negroid.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Some groups.
That was the social construct all the way through, certainly through 1964.
Okay, let's go with that.
When she was born. When she was born, and she had one drop of Negroid.
Yeah.
They didn't say from America. They didn't give a fuck if you were from Africa. They didn't give a fuck if you. It didn't matter.
Okay.
If you had a single drop of Negroid, you was Negroid.
To the social system, yeah. One drop
to
rule applied
the
to her.
social system.
You're right.
So here, after 60 years of living under that identity, how the fuck is motherfuckers today? I don't have 100. I told y'all I'm 29% Nigerian. I got some Scotland. I got some other shit. Fuck y'all. I'm black.
Yeah,
kiss my ass.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't, while I may be other things, you can't take away that, because that's the experience and the identity that I have grown up with, I was born with, and I have lived with. And she was born in Oakland, California, at the birthplace of the goddamn Black Panther.
Yeah.
Y'all miss me with this shit.
Now, this is where I'll disagree with you, Rico.
Come on.
Because what you're doing, because this is where you're conflating two different things. There's the social structure, which is what the dominant culture decides. But then there's the people that are in the subculture who also get a determination on who's in that group. Because I, as a Black American, also have a say in who's Black American, because she's not Black American.
No,
she has no ethnicity. But that's the conflation. So people are determining her race. She has the one drop rule of race. And I've heard multiple people on news outlets say the first Black American or African American, blah, blah, blah. But that's not what she is.
Okay. But here's
that's the issue. That's the issue.
I'm okay. Now here's there
ethnicity.
You go.
Ethnicity versus race. Ethnicity versus race is where my division is.
No. That's where you fucking up, right? I'm glad. Oh, I'm about to tell you.
Clutch.
I'm about to tell your
where my
ass
pearls?
I'm about to tear your ass up.
Stay off my ass, Rico. It's virgin.
But again, you're right. Because I will readily admit, no, she's not African American.
Right.
She is not. And that's probably the problem, is she's not African American.
Facts.
She's Black American.
Okay.
Because she's Black. Yeah, see, that's the struggle.
Okay. See, let's
hear me out. We coined this term.
I'm listening.
Now here's the thing is, Greg, we coined this term African American to speak to people who were descendants of FBA, Foundational Black Americans, or African American descendants of slavery. We coined that term, and that's appropriate. Call it. Let me start this correctly. When the term African American was coined, it wasn't coined to identify as African descendants of slavery, because a lot of people were identified as African American who were not African descendants of slavery.
Right. Yeah.
They just wasn't.
It was from
if you look at the evolution of African American, they were not all African descendants of slavery. They were not all FBA. They were Caribbean Americans. They were Jamaican Americans. They were. If your ass was Black, you came to America. They put your ass in the African Americans bucket.
You're correct. Yeah.
So that's what happened. So now we're trying to, in 2024, we're trying to create this delineation. Okay, fine. I'm not knocking that. Create the delineation between people who were descendants of slavery. Because I know that's what, I don't even know. I don't even fucking care, but that's fine. Do it. But what I don't like is the de-blackification of people. So you with me, Arshawn? So when we hear me out, would you agree that when we created the term African American, right?
And did we create that term? But go ahead.
Or whoever, when it was created, if you do a Google search and you look at when the term, look at what year African American became part of the popular vernacular, and then was it inclusive of people that weren't descendants of slavery? I would say it was.
Possibly.
At that time.
Possibly.
So now we're trying to delineate and pull that out. That's where the problem is. It's like when the term was created because prior to this, let me tell you the evolution. It went from nigger to colored.
Yeah.
Right? After colored to black.
Colored, Negro.
No.
I mean, Negro was before black.
No. Oh, okay. Right. So it was
because that was Jim Crow.
It was nigger, Negro, colored, black, and now African American. So African American was the evolution of the different terminology. Because before it was nigger, it was colored.
Colored and Negro
came then next. Negro. Negro came after color.
Okay.
So it was nigger, colored, Negro, because there was a specific order.
Yeah, there was an order.
How we were trying to beg them
through the social structure.
How they addressed us. So it went from nigger to colored to Negro to black.
And I would say Afro, then African American before. Like black was 1960, but I'm black and I'm proud.
Yeah.
I don't know which was which. Black and Afro American. I bet they were about the same time.
But here's the thing: in each iteration,
it
was inclusive of people who came outside of FBA and ADOS. It was only now, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that. I accept that. Okay. Delineate the people who have been through that. But what I'm saying is, by us delineating this, we can't take their blackness away because a lot of them went through the struggle with us.
Can't take the race away. But I'm gonna tell you, like,
Marcus Garvey was a Jamaican.
Yeah.
So I'm saying is like you can't take away their color. You can take away their lineage, but you can't take away their color.
You're right, and I agree with you to a point. Like, here's the point: you can't take away the race and the racial structure, the racial struggle in the social structure. So being under the dominance of another group, white supremacy. We want to call it white supremacy. Cool. Being under white supremacy, we have a shared struggle of racism.
Yes.
Now, that's on the macro level.
Yes.
On the micro level, my African Americanness, my Black Americanness, my ethnicity is different than a Jamaican American, than a Nigerian American.
I agree.
Than a Senegalese American. So my ethnicity is further differentiated from our racial synonymousness or our racial homogeneousness.
But the issue means then that you don't take away their blackness. You identify your ethnicity.
Yes, but here's the issue: most of us do not, and me included, until this year, had a hard time separating ethnicity and race because we didn't understand the language. Because me myself, didn't understand the difference in the language.
Educate yourself, young man. Educate yourself.
But here's the thing, Rico: asking everybody to educate themselves on everything at the same time, that's asinine. But everybody cannot grow in all ways at all times.
But
together.
here's the problem is that you defeat your battle by telling people racially that are synonymous with you that they are not, because they are. Do you see what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but everybody doesn't know. Everybody doesn't know that there's a different. Everybody doesn't know where the line of delineation is. We don't have. Everybody doesn't have the language for it.
But here's the point, and I get what you're saying. Because you don't have the language, if you're out there battling, you're not black, and they're like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah.
Do you see how you're hurting your own battle? Because it's like, no, they are black. They're not African American.
Yeah.
They're Kenyan American or they're Jamaican.
That's the cost of it. But that's the cost of ignorance.
Their ethnicity is totally different, but ethnically, the same way that a German American is the same as an Irish American racially. Yeah. Same way as a white South American, like racially, they're the same.
Yeah.
Ethnically, they're different. So in the same way that they've evolved to the point to understanding, and not only do you know ethnically we're different, we also know that historically what we went through was different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that again, like, so when like for example, Jewish Americans, they're not racially any different than white Americans. However,
but if you talk to them,
ethnically, yeah, I know they try to pretend it's not, it is, but it's not. But ethnically,
because Jews will not replace us.
They will tell you we got a different struggle from those. Because again, when they was in Germany, racially they were the same.
Jews will not replace us. They know the difference.
I'm saying, Jewish Americans in Germany were no different than German American racially, but ethnically, they were both different. So ethnically, they were smart enough. They're not even arguing whether or not they were white. They're not saying, "Oh, we're not white. They're not white." They're not doing that. They're saying, "You fucked with us ethnically."
Yeah.
And that's what I'm telling ADOS and FBA. Make an ethnical argument.
Yeah.
Stop telling these people they're not black, because it's a dumbass argument. It doesn't make any sense. Make your ethnical argument that they fucked with you as a tribe, as a group. And that's all you care about. I don't give a fuck about Jamaican Americans. I don't give a fuck about Trinidad. I don't care about them. That's their issue. Take that up with whoever fucking colonized you. Here, this tribe. And that's where, for me, the argument fails.
I hear you. This is my last pushback. You're right to the outsider, to the dominant culture, to white people, you're right. But within the culture, within black people, you're wrong. Because the same thing, the example you pointed out is an excellent example. Germans versus Jews. To us on the outside, they're both white, but they understand the difference in ethnicity. What we're having is our Holocaust moment, because there's an attack from inside blackness. There's an attack from inside blackness. Like, whoa, those aren't black people. Why are they attacking us? No, they're not us. They're not like us. There's even songs about people who are not like us that are popular right now. We're saying, like, that's not us. We're not. This is not a what we're calling a black on black crime, because we haven't delineated. So black is one thing, but black is multiple things to multiple people because of ignorance.
So my question,
so like, hold up. So because too uneducated, or to myself, even up to this year, black was a race, black was an ethnicity, black was a culture, and black was a nationality. Because the reason people wanted to say I'm black and I'm proud, the reason why people wanted to say I'm African American or Afro American or Negro or colored, is because we knew inherently we were not what people thought of when they said American. When they said American, it was not us. So we have black as a nationality, a culture, an ethnicity, and a race. And that's a lack of articulation on our part, which has caused confusion. Yeah. And some people, when they're arguing against you rightfully, saying, no, Rico, they're not black. And they're internally, they're saying they're not black the same way I'm black, which is true. But they haven't articulated what type of black they are, which is a failure.
Right.
But
okay.
I understand that. I understand that failure.
And I can agree that it is absolutely, without a doubt, it is a race. Mm-hmm. And I agree to that. But like this, I accept the fact that we accept it as a nationality and an ethnicity out of not knowing.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, all you have to do is leave America and set foot on the continent. And the minute you set foot on the continent, you're going to learn what a nationality, an ethnicity, and a tribe is.
Most of us don't leave our state.
Black.
Most of us don't leave our state. Yeah, most of us don't leave our state.
The minute you set foot, you get off the plane, you set foot on the continent, you're going to learn what a nationality, an ethnicity, and a tribe is. And black ain't none of them. Because the very people that you come from are going to tell you, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
They're going to tell you what their nationality is. They're going to tell you what their ethnicity is. They're going to tell you what their tribe is. And none of those things are black.
I believe.
The only thing that's black about them, if they accept anything, and most of the time they don't accept any of it, but the only thing that they will tell you that they have in common with any other nation on the continent is race, skin color, how we look. We're all black, but outside of that, we're all different. Every Africa has 54 or 57 fucking countries. And every last one of them will tell you we are all different, other than we all look the same by skin color.
And that's it, because the features be different. The features
outside that, it's a fucking rap. It's a rap. Behavior, language, religion, height, weight, everything. It's all totally different.
Yeah, so that's people around Ethiopia and Somalia look totally different from the people from Kenya.
So the same thing if you go to Haiti, Barbados, Trinidad. It's like, yeah, skin color's the same. Nothing else is the same. Belize, the language, the culture, the customs, all different.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? It's the same. It's but the commonality that none of them get away from is you're all black. It's the same as us. So when I go to the DR, I get frustrated, right? I don't get frustrated, but the debate they all say is, oh, you always say. I'm like, yeah, because they are. Because I tell people, I'm like, me no black. I'm like, no, you are. You're. But I no. But when I say something, I'm like, I don't tell Dominicans that you're black. I'm like, you're everything. You're black. You're white. You're Asian. You're mixed. You're everything.
Yeah.
When you say me Dominican, okay, I know where you're from. What are you? I didn't ask you where you're from. I can say me American. Yeah. I'm not an American. That's where I'm from.
But you are.
That's where I'm from. When you state your nationality, if I say I'm French and I look like me,
you can be that.
Black. But I'm saying, are you going to say I'm not black?
Maybe.
No, you're not.
Because everybody doesn't have the same understanding. That's my thing. I don't put my understanding of race, ethnicity, culture, and nationality on everybody else because I'm just now coming to the understanding.
No. You being a punk. You bullshit.
I ain't being a punk.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you why you being a punk. Because we go back to the fucking social construct. And the social construct says that as the society as a whole, we accept how people look and present themselves. We say people who look like, hear me out. People who look like me and you, we identify them as what? Negroid. People who look like Greg with the hard R present and look like, we say that. So that's the social construct. So we can't say all of us. We say people who look Asiatic, eye structure and so on. We say that. This is the social construct. Fuck us individually.
But Rico,
fuck us individually.
everybody doesn't have the same social. Everybody doesn't have the same society.
Bro, then you killing the whole social construct. Because here's the thing is, social construct does not require for everybody to buy in, Arshawn. Knock it off.
Okay.
Knock it off with that
get myself in trouble here?
shit.
Do you want me to get myself?
Come on, Greg.
Go ahead, jump in.
All right. So first of all, I don't know or care. Here's my white privilege. I don't care if Kamala Harris is black or not. Doesn't matter to me at all. I've never said like that's not. And this is something I'm going to say something really, bro. Like people talk about like there's these fights between like black people and light skins or whatever. Like I'm going to be honest to white people. If you're darker than Mexican, you're black. And like it doesn't.
Thank
like,
you, Greg.
We're
Thank
not
you,
Greg. Right now.
Thank you, Greg, with the hard R. Thank you.
Which I probably am not allowed to say, but I'm just saying that's how it is.
It's
like,
true.
Thank you.
No. Now, here's the thing with the social constructs. There are levels to how legitimate they are, and I'm going to give you an example. You brought up gender. Biological sex is a measurable, objective fact. You can measure X if they have a Y chromosome or do not. This is something we can empirically prove through DNA testing, whatever. This is scientifically, there is a basis for that. You break it out one level, and let's go with, okay, I'll give you an example of a different social contract. Height. I am tall, right? Now,
are you tall? Right?
I'm 6 feet tall, so on the taller side for America. Well, I can actually, yes, empirically. But this is the point, though, is I'm not tall because tall doesn't have meaning.
Right.
What tall means is if you take the whole, most people in that whole are less tall than I am. So therefore I am tall. It only gains definition through comparison, right?
Right.
If I'm the only human on the planet, I'm not tall or short. The words have no meaning, right?
Exactly.
So that is a social construct in the fact that how you are compared to the other group. Right. And then there's even one further back because you can, again, measure my height. If you want to go further back, you go with race, which is like it's not just a nonsense concept. It's a scientifically disproven concept. 100,000 years ago, we were all in Africa. My ancestors went wandering around. Yours didn't. That's it. And the problem is, even with places like Ancestry.com, a lot of these groups that they have, these ethnic groups or these races or whatever, they're making them up. There's no such thing as a German. It doesn't exist. There is no German DNA because everyone in that area kind of swapped. And the problem is every time they've tried to come up with a biological division between like me and a black person or whatever, there isn't a hard and fast rule. But the reason that I say black is a thing, and this is how I'll define black as a white guy, because this is going to go well for me. I should totally be doing this. Mm-hmm. But my definition of black is which drinking fountains did you use? Were you allowed to sit in the front of the bus? And the reason I'm saying this is not like an insult, but it's okay. The entire weight of our government was put against a very specific group of people. And those laws only applied to certain people. So for my definition of a black American, and I don't say black pejoratively or with any connotation to it, but you are black because our government literally labeled you as black and said, put laws into place that only affected you. Yeah. That makes, that is what distinguishes you.
And that's only in America. That's not worldwide.
No, stop. Let me correct that bush. That's not only in America.
No, everybody did not have to drink from colored water fountains. That's not like Rico.
That is not only in America, Arshawn.
No, I'm not. Listen,
in America.
What Greg is talking about? Listen, hold up. Listen, what Greg is talking about was specific to America. Now there are other countries. Hold up, Rico. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish the thought.
Okay.
There are other countries that had other variations of caste and racial systems. But the one Greg is specifically talking about is the American government who levied our government to allow certain people to do certain things in this country based on skin color. That was this country. If you go over to Europe, they had other racial rules.
There are other countries in Latin. What I'm saying is there are
Latin America, European America, Asian American. Everybody, listen, racism is everywhere. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that racism only exists in America. What I am saying is that what Greg was speaking to was the American racial system. He wasn't speaking to the Chinese racial system. He wasn't speaking to the Vietnamese racial system. He wasn't speaking to the Indian. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I just want to speak to like the thing, like the colored water fountain. Those also white only water fountain. You found that in Latin America, in Brazil, and Colombia, and other countries as well. So I just didn't want it to be like that. While overwhelmingly it was an American system, but it was also a system and an ideology that existed in other places, even if at lower levels. It wasn't. I don't want people to think that racism is a purely because to be honest with you, here's the point I want to make clear.
Okay.
While I think that while America and chattel racism was such a abusive, horrific thing, I also will tell everybody America has progressed the most for the country that was the most fucking racist on the planet, bar none. It's progressed the most compared to a lot of other countries that was significantly less racist. So we can sit there and we can say America in the 1800s was wildly racist.
Yeah.
So was Brazil, right?
Mm-hmm.
America has progressed far more than Brazil has from that same point, where they still have higher levels of racism because they progressed at a much significantly slower and lower pace than we have. They haven't had 1964 laws. They didn't have BL. They didn't have all the things literally around. If you look around the world, the most admired Black group on the planet are Black Americans. No. I'm literally not saying IG Green. I'm literally not saying I am.
I get what you're trying to say. You're not trying to minimize the global experience of racism.
No,
you're trying to avoid minimizing
these other places. And when we sit there and we say, "Oh, they didn't have it," I'm like, "No, they're experiencing it still at the same levels that we experienced it 20, 30 years ago, still today, because those people don't speak up." So, and I don't give a fuck about them. They do whatever they do. They come to their realization when they do. What I'm saying is here in America, when we're saying and we're talking about race and racism, and we're pretending like, okay, it didn't have the effect that it had, or it didn't do the things that it did, I think that that's dishonest. Yeah, drop the link for him, Arshawn.
I got you. I'm gonna send it to him. You can take that yellow spot.
Because again, I do want to have the conversation because I want to know what I'm missing. So IG Green, please come up here if I'm missing something.
So
what you missing?
But
let me know.
Quick. America is a racist country. It is also the
because I'm tired of arguing with these two mental midgets. So go ahead.
Whoa!
Take my shot.
So what I'm saying though is like America is a racist country. It is also the least racist country. Like, I'm sorry.
Hold on, Greg.
I will bring the seats if you want.
Greg.
Hold on, where we go? Hold up. We let you say some crazy stuff just a minute ago. Let's let Greg go in. America is the least racist country. Let's go.
I'm trying to save him.
Let's go.
I'm standing behind the conversation.
We're on our second Black president. Let's go.
Okay. One thing. You have not seen Balkans racism. You have not seen African racism, and you have not seen Asian racism if you think America is the most racist country. And for the record, like the idea of white people never existed until around 1500. If you ask a Roman what a white person was, they wouldn't distinguish between a European and a Turk or a North African because the Mediterranean was the center of the world. They didn't give a shit what some bumblefuck king in England was doing. They didn't make that delineation.
Can I say you for a second? Take out of the conversation Asian and Balkan, because again, they don't have large black population. Now, I agree with you when you say African racism. I would say that parallels American racism. But I can't accept the Balkans and I can't accept Asia because they have small black population. So I agree that their racism.
Oh, no. I'll get to it. I'll get to it. So, so when the Muslim invasion started happening and they took over Iberia and all of that, that is when the concept of a white race came into existence. You had darker skinned invaders coming into Europe, and they broke it into two groups of Europeans are suddenly white, and the people coming in with this new strange religion were darker skinned. So that's where the idea of white people even comes from. It's not something that is like scientifically or genetically anchored.
Yeah,
and
they're not like us. We can see they're not like us.
Right. When most countries in history were racist, they didn't leave anyone around to complain about it. And here's what I'm talking about Asians being more racist. Go on YouTube and just look up any Asian take a DNA test. It will come back 100% Japanese or 100% Chinese or 100. You know how racist you have to be to get 100% on a DNA test? Bro, that is next level racism. And Balkans, you have no idea. Like, you're thinking of Balkans as like one group of these like weird.
No,
Eastern
I'm
Russian
just saying
dudes.
they didn't have many black people there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, they don't hate black people. They hate each other. And with a burning, like a Serb and a Croat and like a Russian, you have no, like, if you just go on, there's a Reddit forum called Two Balkan for You, and it's literally just an internet board. It's hilarious to an outsider, but it's just them saying the most horrifically racist things you've ever heard in your life to each other about, like, I hope you die, you're a Serb. You sleep with dogs. Like, it's wild. And these people look genetically identical. Like,
right, because that's the same race.
Hey, let me
to Rico's point.
Exactly.
They don't see it that way. They don't see themselves as the same race.
But like, okay, like I want to couch it here. Like, I want to couch this in like a reality that we can share. Like, so we have like the identity of race as Mongoloid, Negroid.
That's not race.
And Caucasoid.
Right.
That's not race.
It's not. Here's the thing. It's not necessarily race per se as it is present. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm at work.
And you got to tell me where all lives this, because I'm mad at your ass about that shit.
Hello, Officer Green.
So I'm gonna mute him real quick. Okay. So listen, we have to couch it on a common understanding of what race is.
Okay, so
we have to decide.
When beginning of my statement, I said racism is an arbitrary line. You can't make a genetic or biological distinction between races. All of me have ancestors of different races. Hold up, Rico.
Greg, there's a clear difference between me, IG, and Rico, and you. So there's a very visible, like IG, it doesn't matter. Greg, it doesn't matter. There's a very visible difference between me, IG, and Rico. Like IG would say, there's a phenotypical. It's visible. I can tell the difference between a person of Vietnamese ancestry. Yes. I can tell them very different from you or me, IG, and Rico. So I want to couch this in a reality that we can share. So race has to be something that we can share. None of us are biologists.
Yeah. No, okay. So you're saying the most commonly presented physical traits. I get that, and that's fine. I'm just saying my problem with it is that there is no real delineation. Two black people can have a white baby and have. Two white people can have a black baby and have. The variance in all of our genetics has to be possible. That's why it exists.
But Greg,
and it is more than likely.
But Greg, we're not arguing the biology. We're saying the presentation is.
We got to bring it down to a level we can have a conversation around.
Yeah, right. I get that, but I'm just saying.
The social construct came in how people present. I don't give a
damn. Allegedly, there was a guy that was born of a woman only with no man.
Serbians and Croatians can tell the difference between each other and consider each other different races.
But
Koreans and Japanese people.
Hold on. That's the thing. But that's why I stand behind Greg. We're using the term race instead of national origin. No one else in the outside of the Western Hemisphere does this by genophenotype. Everyone else, Greg is absolutely correct.
By nationality.
A Vietnamese person, you cannot tell a Vietnamese from a Chinese person. Why you can? Because they're both Mongolian genophenotype. You
Right.
can tell, however, from the custom, the clothes, the religion. Same thing with, and when I say Caucasoids, I just don't mean it derogatory. Like, for example, Greg, you know,
You ain't gonna offend me.
example, there is no such thing as a white unification. Europe is a region. I don't understand how we learn American history and we forget that these Caucasoids, Europeans, come from different countries. It doesn't matter that they share the same
Oh shit, he went out.
Uh-oh.
I got a
The
question
signal.
for him.
That signal. That's the
Yeah.
signal. That signal signaling.
Him and
Hey,
that black internet.
let me
and
just
that
add
black
this.
internet. I'm just fucking with him. I'm just talking shit.
No,
because I want to ask
America.
him specifically. I want to ask him specifically. I'm not disagreeing with anything he said. So IG, please come back because I want you. I don't disagree with what you're saying when you're talking about the different Asian nationality. But
nationality, ethnicity, and race again. Like we're
Right,
like
exactly.
and culture. Like it's the same.
Exactly. You're telling me that a IG, hear me out, right? Are you going to tell me that a Korean and a Japanese racially are in the social construct looked at as differently?
Yes, because
Why?
everyone understands, especially the United States Department of Commerce. They definitely understand that when you say Asian, you are talking about a race. It's
Yes.
crazy. No, I'm sorry, when
Okay.
you say Asian, you're talking about a region. Excuse me. So when yes, the United States government knows very well that there is a difference between Vietnamese and Chinese, just like in politics. We know Hispanic is not a race, it's a
Yes.
culture. That's why
Yes.
Cubanos and Venezuelans and Puerto Ricans and Dominicans in
Are
this
different.
country all
Right.
vote at a different acceleration from different national origins. It does not matter that they might share the same Spanish conquistador, but that's true for Europe. It's not just minorities now. There's a
Yes.
reason why Southern Europeans, like Irish and Dutchmen and all of them, speak a King's English. That's not their original language, a lot of
Right.
their cultures. So when we say, when we conflate, we have been taught, and that's why I all lives matter to you, Greg, because I'm not Greg, Rico, because I notice Greg understands every time we have this conversation. It's interesting that there be white men, white anchored American men who are not immigrants that understand that delineation. But you being a person of color or black, I don't know if you're Black American, Rico.
I'm
It's
Black
like
American. I'm FBA. Go ahead.
okay, I'm ADOS. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
I don't.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
ADOS, whatever.
So
Okay. I just
because
wanted
it's
to
not
tell
the
you that.
same. We're not the same. ADOS and FBA are not
Okay.
the
I'm
same.
sorry. I don't know which one I am.
So
I don't
yeah,
know
so
which
so
one, but
yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead.
because FBA didn't exist till ADOS because Tyreek
Okay, I
she's a
don't
fucking
know.
grifter.
I'm just not trying to pick a fight. I don't know which one.
No,
I
I'm not
know
picking a
I'm a
fight. No, I'm just
descendant of
saying.
slavery. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah, no, I'm not. No, no, I'm not trying to. I'm just like
That's it.
no, FBA is not the same.
Mhm.
But anyway, neither here or there. Is that yeah? It's like okay. I noticed when Greg was starting to go into, even him as a white American colonial descent man,
Mhm.
he understands that he knows damn well from his ancestry that America is established a certain way from a certain point. I just don't understand why, because you've done this before when we have this conversation.
Okay.
You go into your all lives matter kind of bag. Like you go to talking about, you go to talking about, oh, I don't want us to look at the world. Do you understand the motherfuckers in other countries are not talking about your black American ass? Like it's
Yes.
asinine to me that you
Yes,
do
I
that.
do.
I don't understand why you do this. So that's why I
Oh,
was just saying I can't,
okay.
and
So
I'm not xenophobic, and I'm not
right.
xenophobic.
That's fine. Right.
But at the same time, no, it's something that the DNC has programmed us. We should not go to talking about, well, what about the whataboutisms about people? Because if that stood stand tall, what you're talking about, we make it palatable for everyone to come here, all Americans, regardless if they're black or white, who are not
Okay.
first, who was here since 1965.
Okay.
So that's why there is a difference. And when you say that how black is created here, the 1619 project is the information of black. There is a caste system that might be based off of genophenotype, but it's mostly xenophobia and national origin. It is not the same as the specific caste system and the accrued disadvantages that are held over in this country, unlike the other West countries.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Okay, and respectfully, I received everything you said, 1000% the way you said, and I understand it, and I respectfully. So that's why I think it might be more of a misunderstanding. So I'm not saying under no circumstance, Kamala or anybody else that is black outside of being born in America to the descendant, whether you're FBA, ADOS, I don't know what the fuck I am. Y'all gotta recruit me because I ain't signed up for neither fucking
Go
one.
with the ADOS. Go with the ADOS
know.
because we're the actual original.
Okay, but listen, I'm saying,
Okay.
right? But I'm accepting of like, okay, Black Americans, we are different than Caribbean Americans, European blacks, African blacks. But I accept we're all black people. That's all I'm trying to get at. So when I look at the fact of when in particular, when we talked about the social construct, and even Greg said it, the white guy, like you said, was originally it was Negroid, Caucasoid, Mongoloid, which identified Asiatics, and then I think, like I told him, subsequently,
asteroids and etc. So yeah,
and
there
I
were
think
asteroids
subsequently
too.
they came out the fourth racial identification was indigenous, or I don't know what they called them. But overall, I look at the social construct identifying all of humanity falling into one of those four buckets. And all I'm saying is people who look like me, you, and Arshawn, we all fall into the same bucket of one of those four. Now we're from different places and we have different experiences and we have different ethnicities, we have different cultures, we have different all of that shit. But unfortunately, they're not letting us in the Caucasoid bucket. They ain't letting us in the Mongoloid bucket. They're not letting us in the indigenous bucket because the social construct says people who present like us, we all, and I just call that bucket black. That's it. Nothing else. As far as everything else, that Kamala, she is fucking as different from me as a fucking Asian or anything else. Because culturally, ethnically, I have nothing to do with fucking Jamaicans.
We have
nothing,
more in common
I don't
with
speak fucking
Greg.
patois. I don't eat their food. I don't listen to their music. I don't give a fuck any more than if she was Korean or anything else. But racially,
she's
because
ambiguous.
she presents like me,
she presents racially ambiguous. No, she doesn't present like you.
Well, okay, well,
racially ambiguous. That's what I'm saying. There is a difference between people who, because you could be dark skinned. Like my partner is very
Indians,
caramel complected, but his phenotype, he gives off as if he is North African or Middle Eastern or some type of Denisovan. So even with him being a darker brown skin, because being racially ambiguous isn't just skin tone. There are people, because people can tell the difference. Okay, this is why we don't call Hindustanis East Indians. They're darker than all of us. Right. No one ever says or ever calls them a black man or a person. Right. You know why they don't? Because they understand that the genotype, the genetics, not just the phenotype, is going to also how you physically see, but those genotypes internally, how the genetics works, are going to determine that variation of what you see phenotypically. So that's why it's something that, no, every person, you're just taught that here in the West. No one else does that.
So let me
Nobody else. And first world countries, let me tell you, because especially if you travel, that I would expect you to know, especially if you travel, because there is no such thing as blackness. That no one does that. That only exists when they come here. Everyone else in the UK,
that's not true.
No, they said they're Jamaican. They do not say they're black. They said they're Jamaican Brit.
They claim their nationality first. I agree. But they do not discount their black. Now let me ask you this.
They don't consider themselves black. Because blackness is only an American thing.
Not true.
They don't consider. They don't.
I'm going to show you evidence of it not being true. But let me ask you a question. So Kamala was born in America. Yes or no?
She's a native born of
Was
America.
she was
Yes.
native born in America in what year?
I would think it's
1964.
okay, right?
1964.
Right.
Jim Crow era.
Right.
I'm just walking us through
Yeah,
it.
no, yeah, but hold on. But pause.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Pause.
Go ahead.
Hold on. But this is where you're leaving out, though. Her father is a Jamaican Irishman, so he's half caste. So even in Jamaica, where they don't do
I'm
no,
going to accept.
that matters. No,
I'm going to
that
accept
matters,
it.
especially if you're considering that time. Huh?
I'm going to accept that, IG. I'm going to accept what you're saying. I'm not going to dispute it. Her father
No,
was
I'm not
a
saying you're disputing that, but
right.
she was born, but she's part of that of the right of the decimal that the
But
United States
let me
Census
finish.
show you.
But let me finish. Okay, because
Go
we've
ahead.
always had right of the decimals. We've all see right of the decimal didn't start in 1964. Right of the decimal has always been since the inception of this country. Can you agree? Do you agree or not disagree?
I agree, but that's not the push of the
but let me
movement of the country. But go ahead.
Right, but and only the only reason why I'm saying is she was born birth during the Jim Crow, right of the decimal, doesn't matter. I'm saying it doesn't matter. I'm just saying I'm okay. I'm not going to argue that point. Her dad is Irish Jamaican, her mom is Indian, but born in Oakland, California.
Yeah.
the hotbed of the Black Panther movement. Her father and mother were ingrained in those radical movements. And in America during that time period, did the one drop rule still exist or not? And I'm not saying that, let me finish. I'm not saying that still made her black. I'm just saying if we're going to take all of it in totality, I'm like, was she born into America during a period of time in a place? I'm just saying when we take all of these things into, and you don't have to be pro Kamala. I'm just sitting there saying it's like, wait a minute. We've had white passing people that we've accepted as whether it's Lena Turner, or Lena Horne. I'm sorry,
Right,
Lena Horne.
but that was
all these other people. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing now?
But you're talking about. But here's let me just say this.
She was
it
born
doesn't
during
matter
that period, right?
It's not about how you're. It's not about the passing of how you're passing. It's the lineage. There is a difference between someone who is half white or Irish European American who's been in this country and half Black American versus someone who is half the intercontinental European who is half intercontinental African. So no, it's not the fact that yes, we had presentations of people who were there that were mixed, but they were anchored in this country.
So we throw
Kamala
away
Harris
Lena
was born.
Horne.
She was born. Yes, that's why because of the Native Americans in the
Right.
low
So we
1890s.
throw away Lena Horne. We throw
Right?
away
No, I'm not.
Malcolm
No,
X.
yeah, no. It's not about throwing them away because they're mixed. No, you're not understanding.
I'm asking.
It's the lineage. No, unless and here's the thing. I'm not gonna say throw away people just because they're not ADOS or Black Americans.
Right.
I'm not saying that because
Okay.
that's historically disingenuous. But
Okay.
there is a difference when you're saying that okay, those other people that you're talking about didn't just were born in this country, decided to move out because she lived 13, 14 years in an affluent neighborhood in Canada. Again, that is not something that makes you necessarily anchored American. Going to an HBCU for 4 years, that's just that's one part of an aristocratic.
But my question is then argue that that's my issue. My issue, those are the issues I can see arguing. It's the arguing the blackness because
no, she's black according to the United States, regardless if
she's
I like it or not.
inconveniently black because she didn't go the same. Hear me out, IG. It's like, okay, so I'm inconveniently black because, as Arshawn said earlier, I don't go through the same black way that other blacks go. But my point is like, are we saying that to be black, you have to be born in this country and you have to go through a certain rite of passage? If that's the case, I'm open to it. I'm accepting of it. I've lived it. I've done it. Okay,
Right.
fuck it. You got
Right.
to be a nigga in the hood and this, that, and everything else, and I'll accept that.
And it's not
But we're
necessarily a
not
nigga in the hood
saying
just
that
because your
because
lineage.
we
No, your
haven't always
lineage.
said that.
It's not an archetype. It's no, it's your lineage. And that's one thing I
Okay,
think Greg understands. No, it's lineage. One thing about white people
the white man know
in
better
this
than me.
country, they
His ice
How
is
am I
understand.
getting
colder.
dragged
No,
into
no,
this?
no.
I
His
have
ice
not
is
said a
colder.
word.
It's not knowing better,
I'm
but
just
no,
fucking
they
with
understand. I know. They understand the difference of lineage and lineal
you.
lines because if I don't, right, I understand how we look at any form of European history with the Magna Carta. I don't understand like how do we. It's clear that they're about lineal lines, so that's what I'm saying. For us, it hurts us just to see people in the West that do not anchor themselves in the same way because if you go to their countries, they're not going to say if you go to Haiti. I don't give a damn how you phenotypically present. You'll never be Haitian. I don't give a damn how dark or melanin, how kinky your fucking hair is in Nigeria. They're gonna not know that you're Nigerian. They're gonna know you're American. They're gonna know that you're not anchored. So that's what I'm saying. For us, that is only something we are conditioned to think when we see another Negroid genophenotype person that they are of the same class. And that is hurting us. That is hurting America. That's hurting America. That's hurting us more than anybody. So
So
I
let me pause
can't
you real quick.
go ahead.
Let me pause real quick, IG. Here's what I need to know though. So I hear what you guys are saying. You, Greg, and I bring in the chat. All kind of took the globalist perspective. Like the people around the globe do not see race the same way the people in America see it, and the way like people who lack culture and experience and exposure, black people see it. That's fine. And then Rico took the perspective of the dominant culture. Well, dominant culture has said that there's three types, and we've added indigenous. We've got Mongoloid, Negroid, and Caucasoid. Those are our three, and we've added indigenous. Okay, that's another perspective. So now we have two perspectives. Now, for the sake of this conversation, what perspective can we have to anchor our conversation in, so that we can actually progress the conversation? Because we're cross. I would say we're kind of cross culturally having a conversation, so that it will keep spinning wheels. If Rico's in one perspective and you and Greg are in one perspective and I'm in the third one, then we're never going to actually progress the conversation.
Correct.
So where can we
So
actually
you're in the
anchor
white guy perspective. Remember, you're in the white guy perspective, IG.
It's no, it's not. It's no,
No.
it's not. It's not.
Well, is there something wrong with that, Rico? Something you would like to say about white people on the record here? Should I give this over to Rico?
I'm just kidding.
Right. No, I get you, but here's the thing. Because
Nah, fuck 'em. I'll say it.
regardless, what Dick Gregory said, and it still sticks to me. He said, "You, America, this bitch is my mama. You can't call me. You can't expect me to call Africa my mother, and you sold me 500 years ago. My mother wouldn't have sold me. This is my mother. America is my mother and my father.
Okay.
So I cannot have a world view with people in a very national situation. I cannot have an international concern when I have a very national reality. And when the people who come here internationally do not come here internationally on a pan-African diaspora shit. Puerto Rican businesses stay Puerto Rican. Dominicans stay Dominican. Venezuelan. There's no such thing as pan-Africanism. It's that's how you ended up in slavery. Our black asses ended up because we were on this part of the tribe. There is no such thing as pan-Europeanism. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as pan-Asianism. It never fucking existed, even regardless of whatever white man. Matter of fact, even among other white people, that white thing, them Southern Europeans was trying to fuck with them Romans and them Greeks. Them Caucasoids over there, Eurasians, wasn't trying to fuck with them Czechs and them Slavs. It doesn't exist.
Italians weren't white until about 20 years ago.
Correct. And so correct in this country, and that's my point too, Greg. It's like when Irish and Italians came here, it didn't matter that they were Caucasoid. It didn't matter that they presented a certain way based off of their what national origin and lineage lines and their place entering this country is why their class it was black. Now for us, blackness is in our class, it's our race, It's part of our national identity. Everyone else outside of that point during the 1860 homesteads, etc., everyone else who says they're black, they're saying they're black through a
But but
cultural
but
influence. They're
IG, I'm
not
gonna call
black on
bullshit
paper.
on you.
They're not black on paper. They're not. Even if they're saying they're black on paper, there's a reason why the police do not kill
Oh,
Haitians in America. There is a reason.
IG, IG, let me call bullshit on you. What you said about the white folks. I'm gonna speak on behalf of Greg, right?
Oh
So
wow. Sure, go for
momentarily,
it.
right? Because you
That's a
made
reach.
a valid point, but
Oh
this is
wow.
my pushback, right? This is my pushback. I put my fucking clan hood on, right? So here's the
Okay.
thing, right? And I agree with you. Irish and Italians were not deemed as white, but yet
Right.
somehow, for some reason, they assimilated into whiteness.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't let's not be dishonest and pretend
No,
like all of a sudden no hear me out. Let's not be dishonest and pretend like that there was not some sort of prize they saw that, oh, okay, the same way we talk about our Hispanic brethren, where the proximity of whiteness and the closeness of whiteness, or how much I can present myself as whiteness. So really today in 2024, Italians and Irish people present as white. They don't
Okay.
fuck where I'm from, I'm white. So again, because they see the power in that.
I've got to
Power.
address this real quick.
I'm gonna let you go in a good second, Greg. There's power in it, because the only reason I'm saying is, if there was no power in it, would they not still be claiming their Irishness and their Italianness? They don't give a fuck about their nationality as much as they do about claiming their race, because where does the power lie? Does it lie in their nationality, or does it lie in their race? My argument is it lies within their race, which is why they cling to that so tightly. And I could give a fuck. I can't tell an Irishman from an Italian, because they don't give a fuck. They both assimilate as white where their power presents. Go ahead, Greg.
Okay. So, for the record, this is why I'm saying Kamala is going to have a problem. Is she's trying to tap dance in this minefield right here that you guys are talking about, and it's going to blow up on her, because, like, as complex as this argument is between, she's going to try to play all sides of that and be cute with it, and I don't see that going well. That's what I mean. I don't think she's a problem because of whatever her identity is. I don't care about that. I'm saying she's going to try to play all sides, and it's going to go badly for her, because these are things that people they put a lot of value in their self-identity, and their, who is in the culture, who isn't in the culture. So that is true. And for white people assimilating, we didn't assimilate. When they made a group and labeled it black, white people were just not on the list. It's not white in America. White isn't white. It's not black. As in, these are the people who aren't affected by the Jim Crow laws or the segregation. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you were either in this column or this column. And so white, by definition, in America is not on the column that had the rights taken away from them. And I want to point that out, because it's not. America is essentially a country full of people no other countries wanted. That's what we are on all levels. Like, the white people who are here, the black people who are here, like, we either sold or kicked out or indentured servitude. Basically, all the unwanteds got sent here, mostly anti-Catholics. They sent some Anglicans over to rule us. The inmates started running the asylum, and they built a system. But I want to point out that, like, the system is good. The people running the system are bad. And why I think it's important to talk about this is because we are approaching calamity in this country. And when these kind of things happen, it's very easy to say the system did us wrong. And I think we need to, like, have this discussion, because whether you're black or not black in America or whatever, the Bill of Rights is a good thing. You should have it. You should hold on to that. And when this whole thing goes tits up, there's going to be a lot of people being like, it didn't work. Let's be Marxist. Let's be whatever, Obviously, we need to do a European model. We need to give up these things. Yeah. It's not the system that failed us.
Maybe in the bathwater.
Right. And it's not the system that failed us. The system's the best thing for low people, whether you're any color. Like if you're poor, this system is the best deal you're ever going to get. I promise you that. No other elites would ever let this happen. To the point where they, like, you have a Bill of Rights that tells them what the government can't do. That's insane. Europe doesn't have that. Like, Africa doesn't have that. Asia doesn't have. Nowhere else has individual liberties enshrined in the founding document. It will never happen again. If we mess this up, everyone suffers. So I don't think, to counter Kamala's very favorite Marxist talking point, imagine what could be unburdened by what has been, which is a Marxist saying. I don't think she knows that, but it's kind of funny. We need to imagine what could be burdened by what has been. We need to accept what this country has done, acknowledge our sins, acknowledge the people who were wronged by it, be honest about that, and learn to separate the fact that there's the system and the people who abused the system, got around the system, ran the country into the ground, violated people's rights. The Supreme Court Dred Scott case is important because they declared black people not citizens under any condition. They literally had a legal trial where they declared that a group of people are not privileged to the rights of the Constitution. It's not the Constitution that's bad. It's the people that did that are bad. And I think that's what we don't need to all get together in Kumbaya and raise American flags and be like, I'm a redneck. I love America because it's the best deal we'll get. I hate the federal government. There's only 4 politicians.
Fuck, you can't be a blue neck. Fuck you, Greg.
Because a rich white lady with 3 slaves went gallivanting through the South to gawk at the poors and thought it was funny that the poor whites who worked their own land had bright red necks because we're Scots-Irish. We don't do well in the sun. And she thought that was the funniest thing ever. So
hey, real quick, Rico, before you go, I want to push back on what Greg said. There was one specific thing, and I'm not sure if he like misspoke or because he was trying to make a greater point. This point was overlooked because he said like the white people that what we call white people here in America, they didn't have to assimilate, but that's clearly not true. Like the Irish and the Italians had to assimilate. The Jewish people changed their last names. Yes. Like people change, like there was clearly an assimilation and an acculturation. Okay. Like so I think because you had a greater point, yeah.
I'm saying they weren't. It's not as much as like they all got together and decided white's all right. Let's all be friends. It's more that they were on the list of people who were still given rights.
It was a religious accommodation because everybody wanted to accommodate to, let's face it, Protestant.
Yeah, the WASP. Yeah, no,
the WASP identity became the default.
The WASP identity became the default. Their name. The Jews changed their name. Even the Italians changed.
Yeah. Oh, my ancestors did from Starling to Sterling and from names. O'Brien to Bryant.
They changed the foods they ate. They changed their customs and cultures.
But so have you. Like what I'm saying, compared.
Well, we didn't have a fucking choice, Greg.
I understand. Right. I'm not okay. Well, okay. First of all. Yeah.
I would still be Kunta.
That was the word deflect. But so did you. So did you. But what am I?
I didn't have a fucking choice. I didn't Irish willingly, Greg. Fuck you,
I understand, Rico. Listen, hear me out here, though. Let me tell you this.
You're not speaking African. You're not speaking African.
That's not how I meant it. This is going to go badly for me. Okay. So,
I'm just fucking with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you're talking about Irish people, you're talking about the Catholics who came over during the potato famine.
Yes.
Those are the ones who were loud about being Irish, right?
And they had a choice.
Yes. The Scots-Irish are your rednecks who were here before the country was founded. We were basically, when we rebelled against King George, he said, this is a Presbyterian revolt. Presbyterians were kicked out of Scotland and Ireland. A lot of them did not have a choice. England would go through, round up the undesirables and the poors and just throw them on a boat without telling them anything.
Sure.
2 months later, they show up there on another continent. Like, here you go, fight some Indians. Right. Like, it wasn't the original Irish settlers or whatever weren't here by choice. But they were kicked out of England.
But before we cry them a river.
No, don't cry them a river. I'm not saying that.
Right. No, I'm just saying they were thrown. Because, again, I always want to make sure, because, again, people get into this space about Irish slaves. I'm like, okay, so again, the way you describe it, they were thrown on here, they were sent, they were forced to fight the Indians. They were not enslaved.
Yes, no. Let me be very clear on this. No group singular group in America was treated as badly as black people, and any
Right.
kind of equivalence that these people try to make is stupid. It's just not.
That's all I'm saying, because they
No, I
always
get
try
that.
to do that, and I'm like,
Yes,
bruh,
they do. They try to
I'm
make
like,
false
I know they were
equivalences.
indentured servants. I understand all that, but like, bruh, it's just stop, because their
And I
children
don't
weren't,
care
and so on
about
and
other
so
countries
forth.
having slavery, because we're
Just
talking about
stop.
America.
Right.
And
Thank
in
you.
America, only
Okay.
one group was slaves.
So to that point, can we just like not couch it like y'all did it too or anything else? Can we admit that like Irish, Italians, Germans, Polish, when they come over here, they assimilate and acculturate to the WASP culture to be
Yes.
accepted? Whatever. Okay.
Absolutely.
So like
Some
that was
of
the
them.
point.
But I'm saying the rednecks didn't.
I mean,
The
but like
original
Greg,
Scots
come on,
Wait.
Greg, hold up, before we go on, like hold up, Rico, hold up.
Okay.
We have to get to a point where we're not doing the sum, not all. Obviously, not all black people who are over here were slaves.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
I
So,
want to mine out his point.
so- But hold up,
He's
but
got a good point.
let's get one point clear. Generally speaking, because this is a general conversation,
Yeah.
can't we admit that assimilation and acculturation is necessary for success in American society? Can we get a concession of honesty?
In every society around the world,
You don't have to concede to WASP society in everywhere in America, in everywhere in the world.
No. I'm saying you have
like
to
Rico. So like Rico, let me make my point and let me ask the point, and then like without you changing it. So like in America, when people come here, is it not the case that concession to white WASP identity is the flavor? That's the soup du jour.
Yes.
Is that not the case?
Yes.
You're correct.
Agree.
Okay.
You're correct.
That's what I'm saying. Like of course, somebody had it less, somebody had more, somebody was forced, somebody obviously.
Well, what I'm saying is, rednecks are not a small population of people. They're mostly outside of cities. If you look at the map of density of Scots Irish, it's higher than any other population of heritage. Like, this is a lot of people you're talking about that populate the middle of the country, and they're mostly defined by not assimilating. Like, they are anti-Anglican, anti-Catholic, very much don't like city people at all. So it's very much, they don't do the proper, like, you know what rednecks are. You have the image in your head.
So great. What
I get you. So what are you? I'm trying to figure out what point you're trying to make in contention to my point. Like, because I presented a point, and then you're creating a counterpoint.
Yeah.
So like, to what end is your counterpoint?
Assimilated, and all I'm saying is yes. It's a somewhat argument, sort of, but there's a substantial group of white people that didn't assimilate, that just went off in the woods with shotguns and said "fuck off."
Okay,
right, and there's also there's also a substantial number of black people who probably rebelled against slavery or tried to run away. Sure. But it doesn't mean that some of them didn't stay generationally, and that like multi-generational.
I guess you know what? Actually, I want to concede this point, because rednecks are definitely not what you would define as successful. So I will completely concede that you have to assimilate to be successful.
What you're arguing, Greg, is that basically rednecks created an underworld,
a subculture. A subculture.
A subculture of whiteness. So you had most people who came, whether they were Scotsmen or Irish, they assimilated to the WASP society, and that percentage that didn't split off and created a subculture or an underclass of that culture. But they did not maintain. And they went up into Appalachia and they created all that.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
They move and they migrate and they change and they adapt and they evolve.
I'm not trying to credit them. I'm saying they were sent here to fight Indians. When they killed the Indians, the Anglicans screwed them out of the land through lawyers, and then they were displaced across. That's why they spread out. But I'm saying it's not the same as they came here because they wanted to be American and like we're all lovey-dovey and tried to assimilate.
No.
They were forced
to. Yeah, that wasn't the point. Yeah, that wasn't the point. I'm just saying that the power base here. Yeah, the power base here tries to coerce everybody to conform to a very specific identity.
I got smoke back for IG.
Go ahead.
No, because I'm pissed about this all live shit.
Oh,
I need you, because again, I'm struggling with that, because like here's the crazy part about it, IG, right? It's in 2024, and I'm still defending Black Lives Matter, right? And people sit there and tell me, I'm like, no, the message and the idea was a good thing. I don't care about how it turned out, the people that did it. but the overarching theme.
You don't care?
No, the idea. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the fucking idea of Black Lives Matter was a good fucking thing. I will not let that go. So when people do this all lives matter shit, and people tearing it down, I'm like, look, you can tear down the people, you can tear down what they did, but what is wrong with this shit? And I hate this shit. That I'm the last motherfucking Negro on the hill fighting in defense of Black Lives Matter. And then he comes up here and tell me I'm all lives matter. Fuck you, IG. I'm offended by that shit.
Yeah, because it was.
I'm the only motherfucker that's left fighting for Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, I never really fuck with them. Well, because I mean, in a sense,
oh, there you go. There you go. Right out the gate.
And here's the thing. And here's the thing. I've noticed even like with Greg, it is ironic because there have been times where Greg and you have been having this conversation, and Greg will point out he would be talking about saying, "Hey, this is something very specific as to America," and you would always get in your All Lives Matter bag. We're talking about what's going on in all continental, because Greg is, even though he's not saying that, Greg is talking about blackness, and he understands that blackness is is American. He understands that that's an American thing, and I don't understand why that's so hard. It's crazy for me that this white cis hetero man can grasp this. But your mind goes to the Congo. Your mind goes to across overseas. It's just crazy as hell to me.
Okay. IG. Help me for a minute.
Oh shoot.
So let's Sean, let me and IG have a conversation. Okay.
Go ahead, Cook.
So just damn, you sunned the fuck
tore
out
you
of
new
me.
one. He tore you new one.
So
tore you new one.
Just from the conversation, do you agree and accept that the messaging, forget the people, I want you to wash your mind of the people, that the idea and the concept, because for me, let me tell you what I think of when I think of Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter is a message and a movement around how unarmed black people should not just be shot by the police. Just full stop. I'm not looking at, I'm not putting no names at it. I think it's unfair if I'm somewhere and I'm unarmed that I shouldn't be being killed by the police. Do you agree with and I looked at it as the formation of the movement, that was what it was about. Do you agree with that, or did you think it was something else?
I definitely disagree with you, because here's the difference. Because what Black Lives Matter did, but it wasn't just Black Lives Matter. People capitalize off of dead black bodies. They understand that is a momentum. So no, what Black Lives Matter did was use the capitalization, just like black immigrants who come here and everything, and everyone else, the people of color. They use the struggle of civil rights and things that were made specifically when their asses weren't here. So yes, people capitalize off of black bodies. They saw that was able to create a movement. They weren't the only people to capitalize and be like, hey, this is what we're doing because of this. It's there. They took that to be advantageous to create a movement, but it wasn't for the purpose of the movement. I mean, the irony when you look at BLM, it's mostly, there are black American women, but it's mostly black male bodies that are being murdered. But everything, when you look on their website and their agenda, it's all for black women and lesbians and gays and trans and black. So no, I do not take, even though I am a, same gender loving black American man, I do not appreciate that you take the lives of the expenses paid from my grandfathers, my fathers, my great 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 grandfathers who bore the costs and the patriarchal society, and then you use that to say, or use that as a movement for your benefit, because there wasn't any benefit. I didn't get a thrill when I went out there and told these ladies, I said, ladies, stay your asses home. Don't go out there and march for these niggas. Rest in your femininity. So no, the ideal sounds good, But I instantly, because I follow politics and I saw where the money and the agenda
Mhm.
was going. So I never thought it was a good idea.
So
Not
you
one
don't
time.
agree. So you don't agree in the birth of the Black Lives Movement.
No, because it was made
Yeah.
disingenuously. It was
Yeah.
not birthed with good
So,
intentions.
that's what I said. That's why I think for me, I think maybe obviously the death of Trayvon Martin, which precipitated the birth of the Black Lives Movement and so on and so forth. That struck a chord with me as a
Yeah.
father. As a father, having a son of his age, it struck a chord with me.
Yeah.
So the movement, the birth of the movement, Trayvon Martin, Sanford, Florida, it resonated with me. This is all all the shit happened. So I didn't get all into the lost in the weeds with, and I agree with everybody talking about all the people that did what they did. But I'm like, still, nonetheless, even when they talked about it, it's like, but still, I kept thinking about Trayvon. I got sons. I got 5 fucking sons. And they look
Mhm.
like him. And I'm telling you, I'm ready to get turned the fuck up for mine.
Mhm.
So the movement, and then when I looked at Tamir Rice and so on and so forth. So for me, it was about the movement, irregardless of the irresponsible behavior of the people in the movement. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not all lives. I'm just like,
Yeah. You were the useful idiot.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was a
I mean, not being
idiot.
funny. Like that's what a
No,
lot
it's
of
true.
us. That's the position a lot of us played because that was never their intention. Was to specifically like there was no difference between what you're talking about, the movement that you say they're doing, and all of the corporations who put DEI and diversity, equity, inclusion. Like their only initiative was to capitalize on other people's like or the news, the local news in any major city, how they lead with a murder, and it's typically black people.
Mm-hmm.
There's no difference between what BLM did, what the local news does in those major cities, or what these DEI corporate initiatives did. And the moment all that momentum subsided, they started firing their DEI officers. There's no difference. So while you took on like why I feel black people are more patriotic if they actually believe in America. They're more patriotic because most, and I really don't feel like most white people really believe in America. I think black people are the
Yep.
most patriotic people there are. You believed in them even when they didn't because they knew they were lying.
Yeah.
So that's the ultimate betrayal is because they sold you a lie and you bought it. You
So the
actually bought it.
question is, so now I'm gonna go back to you, Archon. So the question is, okay, fuck it, I don't believe it. Then what? We all watched what we saw.
We all
We
saw what
all
we saw.
watched Stanford,
But
Florida.
here's the
Now,
bad on us.
right. So
Here's the
here's the
bad on us,
question.
Rico.
Here's the question: is like, okay, and I get it, because all I'm hearing is the voices saying,
Yeah.
"Oh fuck that shit, don't believe it." Okay, great.
Okay.
Don't believe it. Don't believe it.
Yeah.
Okay. Then when we ask the other question, okay, fine. Then what? And then
Okay.
there's silence.
But I got an answer. See, that's the other side. You're not asking me because I'll give you an answer.
Me
See, here's the
too.
problem.
I'm
Yeah,
asking you.
that's what I'm about to say.
Bro.
Here's the problem, Rico. In our own families, we can't get along with our families. I've currently lost 2 long-standing relationships, my family and close friends recently over non-serious stuff. Nothing I would have never considered removing somebody from my life over. It ended relationships, but that's what it is. So there is a problem, number one, in our relationships. Our connections to our own family and friends are spurious and very, I would say, monetarily related. If they can't benefit us, we don't have relationship with them. That's number one. We do not take on relationships unless they benefit us personally. I'm not saying only black people do this, but I'm talking about our problems as far as black people. Rico, I would guarantee, looking at your background, that you're in the Dominican Republic right now.
No, I'm in Maryland. It's raining like
Oh, you're in Maryland? Okay, I know you.
Yeah.
I know you be in the jungle. I know you be in the jungle.
No.
I know you be
It's
out
raining
there.
like shit.
You be
And
out
I'm
there.
loving it. It's beautiful. This black
you
rain
be out there.
is beautiful.
You
But
be
here's
out
my
there.
question. No,
Hold
Archon,
on. Let me get to my point. I was gonna make it real quick. It's like
I
a
got
lot
some
of time.
questions for your ass.
Yeah, I got you. Because you spend a lot of time in a DR. What neither me nor you do, what neither
I've been
me
in
nor
2
you
weeks.
do, is extend beyond our family groups. Neither one of us is out there with the people that are hurting. We're not out there helping. I would put money on that, and I would put money on almost everybody that spends time on YouTube. I would spend money on every single person. And now, Rico, I just watched the live you did on Brother Clarence's, and y'all talked about Black Manifestation.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I would put
rub
money.
Rub it in.
I would put money on every single one of them sorry idiotic niggas that not one of them is of a consequential benefit to Black people in their own community, especially the underprivileged. Even if somebody's a coach, their mentality is so detrimental to the women of the community that they are a net negative. They are a net negative because you cannot tell me that you're helping somebody's boy child if you're undermining his woman mother simply because she's a single. That's
I agree.
So
1,000%.
there are too many of us who are a net negative to each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem for me. That's a greater problem than what BLM did, than what the local news did. Now, I'm not sure who else I said monetizes off of us, our Black bodies. Everybody that monetizes off of us does so because we value each other very little, or we only value them to as much as we can exploit them. Our friends and our family are only useful to the point that we can exploit them. And if there is somebody, we all have this thing. This is a very standard, and I'll say in the Black community, but I guarantee you it's probably universal in America. Check on your strong friends, because the person who's always giving is never a recipient. We do not practice reciprocity. Everybody that takes never gives. We have some cultural character problems. And that's what we need to work on more than anything else, because if we don't care about us, why are we expecting anybody else to? It doesn't even make sense. So that's my answer to that. We have to start investing in ourselves and each other, and we don't. But you said you got a question.
So your answer, just to be clear, because again, like I said, the question was around the BLM. We don't do that. What's the answer? So your answer is
our lives have to actually matter to each other. Our lives have to actually matter to each other.
Right. But I was gonna say your answer is, which is an answer that I almost said a lot, was what I would ask everybody is like, look, Greg, me, in the laundry room, me, Greg, all of us. It's like you have to look at your local community. And most people don't. So you're in Ohio. I'm in Maryland. So like, I always tell people all the time, like, look, I can't fix the world. Let me fix my piece. So I always tell them, like, fix your piece of the world. Where you are is the little piece you are. If you fix that piece and everybody else fix their piece, the world gets better. But if everybody else fix their piece and you don't fix your piece might. What I tell people, like for example, Arshawn, your piece might connect to Greg's piece. But if you don't fix your piece, that connection's not made. Fix your piece. Your little piece of Ohio, fix that. Talk to the women, the men, the children, the blacks, the whites. Talk to everybody. Fix what you can, fix what you can't, and that's it. But most of us, they just don't. Everything is about make a dollar, make a dime.
Most of us do not really care enough about the things we say we care about. Most of us really don't. Like I've had to come to accept that about myself, and because I've accepted that about myself, I can see it in other people. We pay a lot of lip service to things like Black Lives Matter, but when it comes to our day-to-day lives, we very rarely invest at a sacrificial level to Black lives. If it's an inconvenience, we won't do it. We won't. And I grew up in church. I knew people that didn't even want to see certain people outside of church because they didn't want them to ask for a ride home. These are your fellow believers, and they don't even want to give you a ride 2 blocks away. Oh, that's out the way. Maybe so and so could take you. Why is that even a thing? Because it's an inconvenience we don't even tap in. And that's something that a lot of us, myself included, not preaching down, we struggle with that.
Because we've been taught that love is convenience.
Yep.
We think that doing something or being responsible, accountable is convenient, and it's not. Because that's one thing about politics. It's not always convenient. You have to do things for the next generation over in your policy that might not necessarily be convenient for you in this lifetime. But if
Yeah.
you're going to procreate, if you're going to say that you're going to stand on lineage and business, you have to do things that are and prepare things that are not convenient for you in this lifetime for the next generation. That's why I get me fighting for reparations and with ADOS, I understand I am not probably most likely going to see a dime of this shit. I
Yeah.
understand that. But I can't sit up here and complain about the piss poor politics of boomers who made sure that they were okay for when they're
Yep.
pissy and shitty and then turn around and wait till I get their age to start caring. That's people
Mm.
talk a lot about generational curses. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. So I
Yep.
mean, that's why, and it's not all fun. It's all love too. Of course, Rico. I don't think you
Yeah.
all bad, but I just noticed that it's like, okay, he always gets into you know you do it more than Greg, because like I said, with conversations,
Again, I
Greg
just
will be
got
talking.
just strays like out
Greg
of
will
nowhere.
Greg will be talking and be talking about something very specifically American, even though it doesn't benefit him as a white man to
Mm.
say that. But yet your mind will go to the Congo. Your mind will go to Europe. Your mind will go, and that's what I'm saying. And I'm not just picking on you personally. This is how you've been conditioned. You didn't develop that on your own. Trust me, you didn't develop that way of thinking on your own. That's how you've been taught at HBCUs. Of course, they institutional, especially if you went to a university, they institutionalize you to think Pan Africanism. We're all one people, and it's goofy. And actually, it's quiet as kept. It's something that white supremacists use on the left, because if I just got you thinking it's goofy shit like melanin, well, I know nationally I don't owe Nigerians what I owe you. I didn't have the problem with Cameroonians what I owe you. But what I'll do is bring these people in here into this country, and then
Oh
you'll
shit.
let them say that they're black. So you're seeming to the United Nations that you've addressed a racial issue when you really didn't address the racial issue, because it wasn't just about blackness as it was about lineage and xenophobia with us, because we came as slaves involuntarily. And then after that, it's the accrued disadvantages. So no, you didn't
Yeah.
do that to us just because we were dark skinned. No, you did that to us because you had us as chattel slaves and then classify us differently. That's why the people of color decided to do the mass immigration after 1965. It's not the same sandwich at all in
Yeah.
any
You
country.
all lives matter,
In
bastard.
any country. Because guess what? If it was the same, then okay, then you would see a mass immigration of the
That's right.
black immigrants who went to
Change
Croydon.
that.
There's not no mass immigration of black people going to Europe. There's no mass immigration of black Americans going to Haiti. There's no mass immigration of black people going to any of these other first world countries. So that's why we can't then turn around and say, oh, your oppression and how you dealt with oppression was the same. Well, no, how you dealt and felt with oppression and the consequence of how that ended is definitely not the same. So why would the oppression be the same?
Mm. 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 Mm.
So, can I jump in here real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So tying this
Rico
back to
wasn't listening because
politics.
black people were talking. He didn't care about black people.
So I kind of did want to touch on immigration real quick because I think it's the
I don't
issue
listen to you niggers.
that's going to win Trump the presidency. But I don't.
Okay.
If we're too long, we've been going 4.5 hours, so I don't want
Yeah,
to waste
yeah,
too
yeah.
much time.
Gotcha.
But I just want to, like, from a political perspective, this is the way I view things for race, because you guys are getting into a very intergroup esoteric argument, which is fine. Like, I'm not debating
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
but it's just to tie it back for the politics and the election is universally American. All Americans are involved in this. So my perspective is a bunch of really bad people made a really good government. And you,
Okay.
as an American born here, are granted citizenship. You have you have the ability to be a part of that if you want. And there's a whole lot of history and shit with that. that I'm not going to go into, but no one
Right.
can stop you now. The barriers have been removed. I would say you should, and if someone tries to stop you, tell them I said suck my dick. You
Right.
are an American if you're born here, and that's all. Like politically, that's all it should matter. Is you
Right.
get the Bill of Rights, you get the Constitution. The rest of this landfill is going to be a shit show from now to the election that my white ass has no part being a part of, and I'm happy to step away from it.
Boo.
Sorry.
IG, do you want to take it or do you want me to take it?
Chicken. Let Greg finish his point real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that was my point. Is just the barriers that were there have been the legal
Because
barriers.
I mean, no, because you were talking
You
about
can take
immigration.
You can take it.
Right, that was the point he made earlier that I wanted to address. So that's why I wanted to make sure I caught it. And I didn't know if I would take it or IG. Do you have any?
Yeah,
response?
I thought he was segueing into immigration, but my bad.
Oh, yeah,
But we're gonna
They
go
have
to
something to
immigration
say.
in a second. But I don't want him to get away from this because I want to tear this one up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Do you got anything, IG?
Go
Okay,
ahead, brother.
Okay, I'm gonna take it. Now, here's the thing, Greg. I agree with you 1,000% on when you say, okay, some tainted people or some tarnished people made a good system. They did make a good system. The American system is a great fucking system that they made. Absolutely the best in the world.
Okay.
Who the fuck did they make it for?
Okay.
Well, white male landowners, but what I'm saying,
There you go. Okay.
and the restrictions to people who weren't white male landowners
No.
got torn down.
But literally, they made that great system for a specified group of people to exclude all others.
You're right, and they built a real nice house.
So again, you're telling me to take advantage of a system that was not designed for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was intended to exclude me. And why can't I just take it? So this is what I'm saying is like you're saying, well, why can't you take advantage of this great American system?
No. I'm not saying why. I'm not asking you why. I'm saying it would be in your interest to do so.
Yeah.
They built a good mansion. Grab a mattress, move in.
Let me finish, Greg, because again, and I get your point is again, I'm not saying to tear the system down. I'm just saying, okay, the system wasn't designed for people who look like me.
You're right.
It wasn't. Let me finish. Not only was it not designed for people who look like me, it wasn't designed for people who are different genders. It was designed for people of different. So again, when we say it's a great system, and when I look at it in the abstract, I'm like, it's a pretty good fucking system. I think the American system is great. If it was for fucking everybody, but it wasn't.
Which is the point of America.
But I got some pushbacks, and again, it sounds like I'm just siding with Greg, but it's
oh goddamn, fuck you, IG.
Because here's the thing. When I even about politics, I learned. Here's a strong hard truth because immigration, Greg, and I'm sure you're gonna love this, right? the Black Americans, ADOS, we have more in common with white people who've been here doing the Homestead Acts than we do people of color from other countries. It is what it is. I have more in common.
Why do you say that? Tell me why. I want to know. You gotta explain that shit, IG.
Not because here's the thing. As nationally, nationally,
tell me why.
More nationally and culturally. Think about it. Let's say me and Greg grew up. I'm from New Orleans.
Okay.
So I'm used to Cajun, and I'm used to what you call Cajun white boys and Creole and all that, like from Arcadia, right? So here's the thing. Culturally, even though, yes, our race and class is different. Now, first of all, we're nationally all American. First of all, we're under this one nation. Now, state and province wise, I have more in common with this white boy from New Orleans who's folks who've been in Louisiana for 1850 than I do a Nigerian who just got here 2 years ago.
Okay, but
the reason why, hold on, and here's the thing, because as a person being, yes, I am Black, I'm ADOS, and I'm American. I'm American. That's why we call ourselves American descendant of slaves. We can't put African first. So even though, yes, race is a thing, I have to think about things from America. Why shouldn't I when the people of color coming here illegally to be here to be American? It's goofy for me not to sit up here and say, okay, wait a minute. I do have more in common with my fellow white Americans that's been here. I'm not saying it's all perfect. I'm not saying it's all good. But yes,
Right.
I do have more in common with
But
white
hold on,
Americans than I do
IG,
people of color. And it is because here's the
IG.
thing. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hold on, because you're going too fast. Because I want to stop you, and I agree with you up to like, okay, you have commonality national.
Right.
You have the commonality if Greg is from New Orleans and you from y'all from the local
Cultural.
area. Okay,
Yep.
culturally, right? Y'all share the same language. Now, outside of that, again, if you go all the way back, because I think you put a time period. You put a time period 18, whatever. I don't
1619.
1619. So 1619.
The 1619
You
project.
and White Greg in New Orleans, y'all both
All right.
American, y'all both from local, y'all both culturally, y'all both speak English.
I gotta
What
stop you.
the fuck else outside of that y'all got in common? So that's
I gotta
all I'm
stop you here.
saying.
In 1619, he legally wouldn't have been American.
Greg,
No, I
stop
wasn't American, no, but that's the thing. No, there is still more. Again, I have had, and maybe this is anecdotal, but yes, no, I have had more non-Hispanic white people of color and European Americans who have
I
done
love
more
it.
for Black people in my community and Black
Okay.
Americans who have done things politically and money wise than the people of color who are able to come here off the backside of my ancestors. I'm not saying that announce. I'm not saying it's social racism and they should pay reparations or do things. I'm not saying any of that. But I'm
Okay.
not going to do this thing where I keep playing pool, where we're going to keep doing this thing where these people of color are going to come here and they're coming here to be American. They're coming here to be the proximity to whiteness. I'm not
Okay.
going to let you continue to hit me as a colored ball on behalf of the white ball. Well, wait a minute. If you're coming here to the proximity to the white ball, why am I distancing myself, especially with the history that I have in this country, with the white ball? And you're aspiring to be close to the white ball, and you're willing to knock me down for the white ball. Uh-uh.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
All right. Look.
Uh-uh.
I'm not
That's
even
more
gonna
common. Now,
right.
that's more
Okay.
common because a Nigerian, because here's the gag. A Niger and on the continent of Africa, when a Nigerian bring his fucking black Negroid ass to Uganda, there is no commonality. When a Dominican brings his black ass to Haiti, there is no commonality.
You know what? IG, I'm gonna leave
It's
your
for
all
all of the
lives matter
reasons that I
ass
just
right where
said
you
in
at,
America. 1 second.
right? Because again, that's the only reason why I paused it. And you know what? I'm accepting of it. I love you,
Mhm.
brother. And we're gonna move it to immigration because again, because this is you right in my space now. Yeah, okay, we can get
Okay.
greased now because I did like it, and that you, Arshawn, you know why I paused them because I was like, wait a minute, you tell him you got more synonymous,
He
more
does, Rico.
with white people in the past, and I understand the
No,
country.
with a
If we're
pass,
gonna
not
go
from
with
the
the
past.
past,
With
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
especially if
past.
we're gonna go with
This
the
is a
past,
Now, with
and
the
hold on,
conversation.
past, not
and
from
I'm
the
gonna
past.
say this, especially going with the past. Why did you end up as you turned from African or Benin or whatever tribe you was, because Africa's a continent. So you ended up black as a slave because of another person who shares your genophenotype. So if we're going to have the past thing, okay, right? That's how we ended up black. That's how we became black. We
I did,
became
but
black because
wait. I
there was no solidarity off of goofy shit like fucking melanin and
okay,
kinky
okay.
hair. It's
Look,
stupid.
IG,
It's
now,
fucking goofy.
IG, now you make me angry because you know. Let's be honest. Let's be honest with it. IG. No. Listen. What I'm saying. Let me hear me out respectfully, brother. Hear me out. You know, being brought in slavery, we didn't have a choice to hang on to our nationality.
Honey,
No. Hear me out. Hear
no.
me out.
Hold
Hear
on,
me
I gotta stop you. No, we know this rhetoric.
out. Okay,
No,
go
we
ahead.
know that. Hold on, but what we do
Okay.
know is the dehomie, right? What we do
Yes.
know is the Nigerian slave trades. Now, you can't have. I'm not talking about us being victim. Just like
I'm
we want
not
to
talking
hold.
about
We want to hold.
victimization.
Not no. I'm not talking
Okay,
about.
go ahead.
I'm not dissociating our victimization, but just like we do with politics in America, and we hold the politics and everyone attention again. our tribal elders and leaders would be the reason why your Benin,
Your black
Nigerian,
ass was sold.
Igbo
Okay,
ass
that's fine.
was over here.
I
So
agree
no,
with that.
those power flows from the top. I don't give a
I,
damn
I'm
what
not,
nationality
but
you
IG,
place it.
I'm
It
not,
flows from the top.
but IG, I'm not talking about why we were sold. I'm saying why we could. You cannot tell me that the victims, the people that were sold, were responsible for maintaining their national heritage.
I
Because
didn't say
no, hear me out. So again, that's what I don't want. I don't want in this conversation to be like, oh, if you were sold from Kenya, Benin, Ghana, Botswana, wherever you were sold from, I'm not expecting you to maintain that heritage because once you were sold and you were stripped of it. So the bottom line is, as much as you probably wanted to, it was an impossibility. So I'm not going to blame the victim of great for being great. Like,
me.
no, that's not
I'm
your
not.
fault. That's just what happened.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, then we didn't say that the cause of effect of what happened of being great is not what it is, right? So okay, Wes, with everything you're being saying, then why would I then not anchor myself if this is the situation that I'm in? And that's the thing that I have a problem with Black Americans and the DNC and that whole stupid ass African fucking American. I hate Jesse Jackson for that shit
Leave
because
Kamala
be-
alone.
because because no, what you did, nigga, was take us off our square. What you did was when Dr. King was talking about going to get his check and addressing those 1865 immigrant peasants who got undergirded with our farms, he wasn't talking about fucking immigration. He wasn't talking about people of color. They weren't even fucking here. Okay? So no. He was talking about specifically the descendant of Negroes of colors, American descendant of slaves, and getting your stupid asses focusing on a goddamn continent with 54 fucking countries. You're looking at that thing, that whole landmass, because you're American. And yes, when you see the North American continent, which is stupid now, again, this is something we suffer from. To say we supposed to be the so advanced, we the only motherfuckers who look where Spain is and think that's a person of color's language. We're the only person who looks at Spain and somehow forget that it's Latin. We're the only people who looks at a fucking continent, and because we think that the North American continent here is one nation, we look at South America and Africa, and we think that's a fucking country. So no, these things politically took us off of our motherfucking square, trying to be everything else. How dare us try to be everything else when we built this country? Why you think everybody, black, white, caucasoid, mongoloid, wants to be here? That's why they were the right of the decimal. They weren't about that action. So yeah, you motherfucking right. I'm more American bitch as apple pie.
So real quick, Rico, before we go, I want to go to the migration piece so we can get out of here. But I know that you know the basic premise of this, like the whole culture thing is closer to us than the race thing. I know you know this because if you were just like at a train stop, a bus stop, or at a gas station talking to somebody across the pump, and they talk to you about the Orioles, the Ravens, they talk to y'all about getting some crab legs at some restaurant that's in your local area, y'all would have a point of connection. As opposed to it being like somebody who was from Nigeria and talk to you about some jollof rice, you be like, I might not. I don't even know if you've ever had jollof rice. I don't know if
Greg
you
know
know
about
even
fried chicken and mashed potatoes and green
right
beans. Greg know
culture.
about motherfucking barbecue ribs, and
Yeah,
Greg know about that shit. Greg know
I
about
understand.
cheeseburgers
yeah.
and mother like the shit. Like, come
I
on.
agree.
I also, okay, just to keep it to America here,
Culture's culture.
Rico, you agree they built a good house, right?
Who?
The house of the country, the idea of the system that they created. You agreed it was good. That's all I'm saying.
He's living pretty good. He's living. He knows. I don't care what he say. He's living
Our
pretty good.
system
He
of
all right.
government is
He all
well
right.
constructed
He
for
all right.
very specific
My
people.
my issue is
I understand.
they built the best house in the world.
Okay, there. Wait,
Who they
stop
built
there.
it for.
Hold up, stop there.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it's a great.
The difference between the past of me and IG living together and now, if me and IG live near each other, is legally he would have prevented from entering the house in the past.
Mhm.
But because the system is so good and we had arguments using the system itself against those barriers, the barriers have been down. And what I'm saying to you is, you agree they built a really good house. I'm saying there's bedrooms open if you want to grab a
Okay,
mattress. If not,
okay.
fine.
So
But I
here's
don't
what
like.
here,
That's all I'm saying.
but Greg,
Yeah.
my pushback in is that I think that the American house is the most perfect house in the fucking world.
Hmm.
Right.
I do not believe that all the bedrooms are open. Like
They may
you
not be,
think they
but
are.
there's
Who's
one for
stopping?
you.
See,
I
look,
But that's one
don't.
for you. But that's one for you.
Greg,
IG
Rico.
has the right
Greg,
attitude.
Greg,
Yes, he's
Greg,
American. Stop him.
Greg. What
That's
I'm
America. Fucking stop me, bro.
literally what I'm saying is, if we look at that system and we go and we look through the American Constitution, the laws and everything, legally, theoretically, even through, there are so many things still today that are not. I'm like, it is. No, I do not believe that it's that I don't believe that the way that the American Constitution that was built for white land owning men, has been equated for any fucking body. No, I think they made some tweaks around the margin, and they've let, oh, okay, we'll
Interesting.
let Negroes vote, and we've done some things. I think with each part of American exceptionalism, they tweaked.
So
Mhm.
you
But
don't
do
think
I think
that?
that there's equality throughout the Constitution? Fuck no, you out your mind.
So what part of the Bill of Rights doesn't apply to you? If I'm just curious.
I think most of it.
I'm like not being sarcastic. I'm actually asking like
I
what right do
look.
you not?
No. I'm
You're
saying,
right.
I'm
Right.
saying respectfully, Greg. I'm gonna have to take some time to go back and look at it and read
Yeah.
it and look at it. But I'm be honest with
Yeah,
you,
yeah, do that. I'm very
yeah, right.
interested.
I
Because
just,
Rico, you making an emotional argument right now. This doesn't
no,
make no sense.
I am making
Don't
an
make
emotional argument,
no
but
sense.
I also think he's
And
making
it's
an,
okay.
I also
Yeah.
think that he's
Yeah.
making an emotional argument because as a white male who has
Ooh.
always been
Here we go, the white
in
Ooh.
the
privilege.
position. No. I'm not saying a position of
Ooh.
privilege, but a
It's a
position
good. Yeah,
of.
you're right. You're right.
And what I'm saying is a position of not having your experience taken. So
Okay.
it's normative. All I'm saying is it's normative to you. I've been in the position where my experience and IG experience and Arshawn experience is like, hey, we can be in places where, oh, it's taken away from us, that we're not allowed to be who we are. You, wherever you show up, it's normal that you're allowed to be Greg.
All the
Me,
time. Greg
IG,
gets to be
right.
100% all the time,
You just
everywhere.
get to
I
be
love
you wherever you show up. Me, IG, and Arsenal, we can go to
Uh,
certain places like, nah, bruh, no.
As it
And that's
pertains to
all I'm
race,
saying.
yeah, as it pertains to culture and race. But there are certain things now within working class people, and that's the thing I love about being America, especially in New Orleans. I've seen everybody code switches, darling.
Right.
White people code switch at work, girl, at the drive-through. Hispanic, spicy white people. Everybody fucking code switches, even in office desks. So it's kind of like, yeah, I get like he in that aspect. Yes, he can show up in ways as it pertains to race and culture expression and ways that we cannot. But it depends on his positionality based off of class and everything. No, that motherfucker gonna still have to. Greg gonna still have to. Maybe switch some shit up. If he was working a certain job, if he was in a certain position, he would still have to.
Jeez.
Because that's the thing about being at the top. Even though you have all these privileges, it's less movement. It's more control the closer you get to the top. So I definitely agree with you on that, Rico. That yeah, he can show up in that way for when it pertains to that, but depends on the perspective of the situation. I think regardless, and here I'm going on my all lives matter shit, but
You
especially
ain't
true
been
to
going on.
especially
Okay.
especially true to here in America though, darling, that we typically sure will, darling. We typically have to code switch in ways. Now, I will say this in Greg, to your point, Rico, that in certain instances, you're not wrong, and it's okay to
Right.
see the humanity interpersonally. and intercontinentally, internationally.
Yes.
I'm all for that. Especially that's one thing I love about being American, babe. Especially New Orleans. I don't
Mhm.
have to travel the world. The world comes to me. So that's
Mhm.
why I understand that lineage and culture is not Crayola. It's not
Mhm.
fucking Crayola. It's not crayons. Because if you live in a part city, if you have the advantage of living in a part city in this great country of ours, you will see even among culture of freedom and expression under one nation under God, there is still disaggregation of perspectives that is allowed to be in ways even to a freedom about, and within that person's own culture, they're able to pick and choose and to practice that here because that's what we do in America, and they can't even do that where we come from, and that's why we're the shit.
Yes. Yeah. I'm glad. You know what? IG, I'm glad you said that. They don't do that where we come from. That's fucking powerful. Because again, every time we have these conversations and we talk about the intersectionality and blackness and African American, it's like I'm like, even places where we have greater privilege than places where we're from. Whether you're from Kenya, Ghana, I don't give a fuck where you're from the diaspora. They don't have the same freedoms that we have here in America. And
Yeah,
we fought, we suffered, we died, we were
and,
killed.
and we're
We
This
part
is
of
my
that
point.
freedom,
Yeah.
and
all
we're
that
part of
for
that
that,
American,
but we have it.
and we're the reason, even for those white immigrants and those poor working class people. Yes,
We're the
honey,
reason.
we're the reason why life
We're
is
the reason.
better for them
Thank you.
too. We're the
Thank
reason why in
Thank
policy.
you.
So yes,
Oh,
how can
yeah.
we still not sit here and say that we are not fucking America? You think my ancestors died, had to be drafted and everything? How dare somebody else comes here
So
and
IG,
tells
they
me
were
what I should
drugged for
do?
everybody. So what I would say, like they weren't drugged for me, they were drugged for all of us. They were hung for all of us. When they hung us, when they hung my ancestors, they hung them for you too, Greg. They didn't just hang them for me. They hung,
I never said anything about the
no, no, no,
contribution.
no,
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 Yeah.
no,
no,
we're not. No, no,
Rico
no.
needed
That's not.
some
no, no, no.
No,
We're
acknowledgement.
no,
not
no.
saying
You're
you
not
did.
getting bashed or ridiculed,
We're
Greg.
just
Yeah.
speak.
Yeah.
We're
I
just
get
Rico
that.
needed
Yeah.
ancestral acknowledgement. Let's
how
acknowledge the
people,
ancestors.
how when people made the sacrifice, they made the sacrifice for all. That's all we're saying. I'm
I
not
agree with
saying
you.
that you did, and that's why it's so hurtful because again, I'm like, I get mad when young people are like, y'all don't care. Like, motherfucker, you're in a place that you don't have to care today. In 2024, you don't have to care because they did. That's why you
So
don't have to care because they did. If
that's
they
the point I'm
didn't
making,
care,
though. I'm confused. That's like I think you're misunderstanding me because that's exactly my point.
no, I'm not
Is
saying you. I'm just saying
Yeah.
I'm just speaking emotionally, Greg.
okay.
I'm
Yeah.
No,
not
Rico,
speaking to
Rico has
you
a
at all.
we need to take a pause. Everybody take a pause.
I am not speaking
Everybody
to
take a
you at
pause.
all.
Rico, take a pause. Listen.
Okay. I'm just
Everybody
speaking
we're going
emotional.
to sing a verse of Amazing Grace for Rico and the
I don't sing.
ancestors.
I don't dance and I don't sing. Not me.
But that's it, Greg.
Amazing
That
Grace.
Right,
literally
right, right,
is
right. And I'm not trying to sound condescending. What I'm saying is, we agree the system's good. They can't stop you from using it. Use it. And this is a big thing for me. Like, the reason that the criminal justice system disproportionately attacks black people is because they've rigged up this ridiculous plea deal system where people are giving away their right to a trial. If you actually went to trial in most of these situations and had to be convicted by a jury of your peers like you're supposed to be, there would be a whole lot less convictions. But they've understaffed the provided defense attorneys. They've rigged the entire system in ridiculous ways. And to get numbers of convictions, they now go for plea deals and they threaten to just steamroll these people's entire lives. And it's poor people. So it's mostly black people demographically. And this is something that's like the Constitution protects you from this, but people who are not aware of that are signing away their right to constitutional protections to avoid, and that I'm against that. I'm saying, no, you're an American. You have a right to trial by a jury of your peers. Use that shit. Shut the fuck up when you get pulled over. Don't say a goddamn thing to the cops. They have to no, I want a warrant. Am I being detained? I'm saying all of this, like, use your constitutional rights, and you get them, but so many people just pass them away because they're not told about them or they're told something different. But no, you're an American. You get those. Like,
Yeah, let me pause you, Greg.
Go ahead, Greg. Yeah,
it's a little different. I hear you. It's a little different for Black people, but Rico has a smaller percentage of battery life left.
Oh, okay.
He's got to get his closing thoughts in. I want to get your closing thoughts in, Rico. Appreciate you for coming and having the conversation. I know we didn't get to immigration because you kept asking asinine questions. I'm just joking.
No, we can do another stream sometime. That's fine.
No. First and foremost, I want to say, look, Greg with the hard R. I love always being with you, brother.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I asked to have you invited because of that. Like, it's a blast.
I know, and specifically, I know that I was invited up here because you requested me, and this conversation was great. You know, we got to do the gun shit again.
Oh my
God! We're gonna get into the gun
I want to
shit.
I won't get on that because, baby, I got a Texas. You know, I'm from New Orleans, but baby, I've lived in Texas half my life, so I have a very Texan view on that shit.
Oh, well, I'm gonna tear your ass up then, okay? All right.
I mean, you might not be able to though, because here's the thing. I'm gonna say this now. I like to deal with demographics. When I talk to the Black American paradigm, you know, the older boomers from like the southern states. Now, what they're saying is that they're terrorized by younger people having guns and all of that there. And see, what a Texan matter here's the thing: if they're able to get their guns illegally to then terrorize the people that are your law-abiding citizens, you do not make it difficult for the people that are law-abiding citizens to arm themselves to protect themselves from people who are armed illegally.
I'm just gonna have IG speak for me.
Respectfully, let me say fuck you and Greg, but go ahead.
Okay.
I'll continue on. But no, I'm saying in respect. IG.
We don't have that in Texas. We don't have that in Texas where all these older people, they getting robbed and shit. No, because grandma gonna blow your fucking head off. And your grandma gonna have to fly fish. And your grandma gonna have to fly some fish to bury your ass.
But IG,
So,
grandma gonna blow my fucking head off, and I ain't even trying to rob her fucking ass.
Yeah,
she can't see good.
Okay, because I'm just saying, I would rather that my grandma and the women in my life, especially if they are law-abiding citizens. If you got people who are illegally, especially underage, getting guns to commit heinous crimes and violent crimes, you do not make it more difficult for your law-abiding, tax-paying citizens to arm themselves against such a thing. So no, I there's a balance between
we can do another stream.
Let's get into it another day.
Stream.
Let's
I'm gonna shut up about 9%. We're gonna talk about this another day.
Everybody on 9%. All right.
And you know what? When we do IG, when we do the gun, show your ass up. Show the fuck up.
Oh, I sure will, honey, baby, because I'm in New Orleans, but I'm half Texan too, baby. And one thing about it, nah, because that's why we don't have certain problems in Texas. Mass shootings.
Oh, y'all got a lot of problems in Texas.
Yeah,
that ain't one of them.
that ain't one of them.
Okay. I'm gonna leave you alone. I just want to say this. Like, look, thank you for letting me up, Arshawn, and thank you for and IG, don't take your ass nowhere. Thank you for fucking asking me to come up, Greg. I think it was a great conversation. Ideas bouncing around, pushing back and forth. As a family, we don't get anywhere if we don't talk about this shit. We have to talk about it. We have to talk about it. We have to have different ideas, different and I don't think that my ideas are wildly different. But I enjoyed this. This was good. And everybody else say that. None of you, I'm gonna say fuck all you motherfuckers. You do not get to call Arshawn the savant. I coined him the savant. So if you know,
don't only want to call me
that near one of you motherfuckers get to call him the savant, because I do think that he's a gentleman that, like, I had the great pleasure to meet him some years ago, and it was just like it wasn't lost on me. I'm like, he has a very visceral, intellectual level of thinking that I was like, this motherfucker's a savant. You know, and it totally blew me away. Like I said, he's like, "Oh, I don't have an educational background." I was like, "No, but your intelligence is just at a level higher." And I've been around a lot of educated people. It's like significantly higher than a lot of educated people
Agreed.
because he's very open-minded. Um, and we've always we started out on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
We've always went back and forth. Like Rico, I'm like,
Mhm.
yeah, fuck this shit. I'm just throwing a million ideas at him for him to beat back because it's like you're so fucking smart. And anytime he picks up the phone and calls me, hey, I'm there, bro. I'm there,
Appreciate
nigga.
you. Yeah,
I'm
we got
there.
a couple more we got to do.
Yeah, it will always be that way. And Greg, of course, you too. You my Midwestern brother from another mother, from the fucking plains of nowhere,
I don't know. I like talking to you, man.
country.
You just stand up for yourself and just don't get hurt about it, and like no one's got to get upset. We can have different opinions and make fun of each other a little bit, walk away. Like that's fine. Like that's a rare thing anymore.
I like that, but again, I ain't done with you on the Second Amendment. We got to get
That's
a little
all
bit
right.
on that.
I ain't done with you on calling me a cracker.
I like crackers. I like saltines. I like grits,
I'm just
buttery
messing with you.
crackers.
I'm just messing with you.
Okay, because
I
I
like
say
crackers. They be good.
the only reason why that threw me, I was like, wait a minute, I got white family members.
You had to think about
See?
calling me a cracker, though. Yeah,
I
like, wait, did
had
I let
to.
it slip out?
See,
I had to.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. I honestly don't care about race at all. So it's like for me, I'm not gonna get offended. I'm just trying not to bother anybody. But like, I'm willing to talk about anything.
But
It seems
Greg,
silly to me.
what I want to say is I love your openness to having these conversations.
yeah,
That's a big thing. Like talking to a Midwestern guy from Indiana. I was like,
Mhm.
most Midwestern guys from Indiana ain't gonna talk to us.
Right,
They
they got
don't talk
ghosts
to
to
me.
fuck.
They're not gonna talk to Arshawn. They're certainly not gonna talk to IG. They won't talk to us at all. They'll be like, fuck y'all.
You know that's crazy, y'all. You say that because I click a lot of times with white Midwestern men. It just depends, like, because here's the thing. Okay, if they're not deterred by the queerness, because see, people misunderstand queerness. They think it has something to do with sexuality and all of that. Once they can see, like, okay, the other interests that I have, that I just genuinely have, but at the same time, I'm not trying to. I'm used to being around white guys who are white guys. Not saying like an archetype, but just because we share certain things culturally, they're still who they are in a way, and I still am who I am. But we peacefully coexist.
But
I'm not,
Midwestern, that's the thing. That's my question is Midwestern.
I think you have Midwestern and South mixed up because Midwestern is Northern state. We're
That's what
talking
I'm
like.
confused about. So let me ask you this.
Oh no, I'm sorry. No. I'm talking about. No. I've had interaction with Midwestern people in college. No, I'm not confused.
Yeah. I'm talking about Rico.
Right.
Yeah, I think he's mixing up Midwestern dudes with.
But see,
yeah.
that's my question, right? Okay, so I'll be honest with you, IG, right? If I was to sit there and talk to you, the first thing, and me not knowing your background, not knowing the history, I would think most of the homophobia for you would come from within our own community.
Correct.
Right? So that's
I have to worry about
the place I'm
coming
from.
I tell people all the time, I'm not going to go on a tangent.
I'm
have to
coming
worry
from
about
that
queerness
state.
and
Okay,
sexuality from other black, and that's another thing. Because I grew up in a very international city, I'm so glad that my masculinity wasn't just paradoxical to the
What
Black
city
American
is
paradigm.
that? Can you tell me what city?
Oh, New Orleans?
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
Gretna,
okay.
yeah, no, I'm saying not. Yeah, Gretna, Louisiana, and New Orleans. I'm saying is that because see, for me, I never had to deal with gender or sex issues or being out of the norm from other men of other community. Because masculinity isn't an archetype of how you present; it's how you responsible, how you function. So I never had a problem from white American community as being seen as a male or a man, regardless of my queerness. I never had to go through those things. I've only had to deal with queerness and sexuality from other black people. I
Okay.
never had to deal with my gender, sexuality, all those things being questioned. And again, I'm glad that being an American and being a New Orleanian, that my masculinity was not based, or the barometer wasn't just from only the Black American paradigm.
Okay. That's why I was asking the question, because I'm like, for me, I'm thinking to myself, and
Look, you're right. For
not
Black
being a
Americans,
black male queer person, but I was like, where's the most bigotry gonna come from within the black
that's where it's
community?
going to come from for me. I don't ever have to deal with that with white men. To be honest with you, I mean, and I'm talking about heterosexual white men. I do
Mhm.
not have to. They're the last to the spectrum that I ever had to
They're the
deal with my
least bigoted.
masculinity being
They're the
questioned.
least bigoted, right?
Yeah, I
So
never had to deal with that because
I
one
just
thing
want to
I'll say,
explain that real
white
quick.
men have respected me, and I'm saying this is a hard truth. White men respect my masculinity from the works that I do. They respect my masculinity, how I treat people in the community. Not because I'm not no fucking Uncle Tom. I'm not nobody's attaboy bitch at all. So I
Mhm.
was able to have white male friends, not because they're upper class. No, I grew up around working poor class white people. But how we treat women and family, because my father raised me that way, and other things, there was not something I never had to get into it or have a clash with white men on certain ethics. No, I didn't.
Only
And I'm
black
gonna be
men.
honest.
Only black men.
Only black and mostly
Right,
black
and I know
and
that.
black heterosexual men.
Look,
Black heterosexual men.
and listen what I'm saying, IG. As a black heterosexual male which when we start, I don't even know if you started when we started in the beginning, where I said there, and I had told Arshawn earlier, if you go back and you watch the replay, I'm like, I grew up very homophobic. I grew up very, I because I'm a '64 baby. I'm the last of the boomers. So I was like this was, and I had to evolve and grow out of that space. And it wasn't like I wanted to be that way. It's just like that was the fucking
No, you were
taught.
conditioned.
They taught me that. They taught me that bullshit. So
Just like
that's
they
what I
taught
was
us
sitting
to
there
think
saying.
about
I'm not
universal
going to tell
blackness and
anybody
people of
like,
color.
oh, they wasn't that way. I'm like, no, we were that way. We used the F word all the time. That was normative. Now I know, like, the fuck is wrong with you? So that was an evolution.
So I just want to point like the reason white people he hasn't had a problem with white men, heterosexual white men, is Nirvana. Before Nirvana, like this is my high school, so I'm talking anyone under 40, white men. This is why we don't have
Hey, real
like
quick,
actual.
great. Let you go because I'm on my computer about to cut off.
Oh yeah, no, yeah,
Yeah,
no
I just
issues.
wanted to let you know because I'm like at fucking
Oh, sorry. Go
2%.
ahead. Finish
So I
Appreciate
don't.
you,
If it
Rico.
cuts off, I just wanted y'all to know I didn't say fuck y'all.
You did.
I don't have it plugged up. I'm
He got
sorry.
fed up with my white ass and just walked.
Appreciate you, Rico. Have a good one, man.
I will see you on the next one, brother. And
Yes, sir.
Greg, we're gonna do the Second Amendment, brother.
Second
You two,
Amendment and immigration.
and IG, fuck you on that all lies bullshit. We're gonna get straight on that too. You
I
gonna
mean,
leave me alone with that bullshit.
we talk about this is your second, third time. I'm just saying. I can pull up the streams.
You gonna leave me
Greg,
alone with that all lies
we
bullshit.
talk about America, and this nigga go all
Oh
continentalized manner.
Lord.
This
Fuck
nigga go
you,
all
IG. Fuck you,
diaspora. I'm
Greg.
like,
Fuck you, Arshaw.
the white man on here trying to tell you, nigga, and say, hey, I'm saying this is specific,
I'm getting so
and you
thrown
sitting
under
up
the
here
bus
trying
here.
to go to the crayons
I
box.
can't win with you niggas.
Okay.
I love you, brother.
I love you too, brother. Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you on the next
All right.
one.
All right,
Later.
Rico.
But yeah, no, I just want to say like it's not pointed out enough, but Nirvana changed the world for gay people. And I don't think he's given enough credit for that because pre-Nirvana Axl Rose is your typical the worst. He's from Lafayette, Indiana. He's my white trash type of person. I could have been related to the dude. The worst homophobia, misogynist, like your typical, basically think 90s rap. And Kurt Cobain was the coolest person on the planet who put him and all of those people out of a job. And this dude wore a dress on stage, kissed a man at the end of Saturday Night Live on camera, and said he wished he was gay to piss off the homophobes. And on his second album, he wrote an entire screed about how if you're a homophobe or sexist or misogynist or whatever, don't be his fan, don't buy his album. And this was the coolest person on the planet. And that's like kind of a thing with like culture. Like this, I think it's not the white men are more evolved. It's like you're in high school in the 90s, Nirvana's your favorite band. This dude, the coolest person on the planet, made homophobia uncool, which I think he deserves props for.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to throw that out there.
I heard a provider. Yeah, like it was a thing like for me. And then I'm into gaming and anime culture, so and a little computer tech. So like I quickly kind of caught that, like, okay, masculinity isn't just having the big dick or the deep voice. There are other parameters of
Right.
measurement of masculinity that, and unfortunately, yes, I can't. It is what it is. Now, my father was that exception, but he was the one who also taught me, like, yeah, don't be a sausage party dude. Don't be a yes dude. You don't do things because the pack of guys are doing this. You have to be your own man. So if I'm going to do that and have my own experience, and he wasn't a prejudice, again, he talked about things that he had to go through. But no, my daddy wasn't like, oh my God, you can't have white people friends. No, there were some good white people that made things much easier for him and my grandmother in their position and stuff like that. I'm not saying that this makes everything okay, but again, there have been more in my, and maybe this is anecdotal too, but there have been more white anchored Americans that have been more beneficial to Black Americans than people of color. It is what it is. Because we can't have the changes of policy. I'm on 3% and I'm about to go, and this is going to be my final word. We can't
All
sit
right.
there and pretend as if that these policies and changes didn't come from white people willing to fight and die and change their mind for it. So we can't put people of color, you weren't here. So it's because of the combination of the descendant of Negroes and coloreds, um, and the white people that were in the executives of this country as to why we have the palatable America here. You didn't enter the check till after we did the work. So there's a difference there. So I do appreciate Greg, you know what I'm saying? Because again, you can have prejudices. You can have prejudices based off of skin color. You can have prejudices based off of beliefs and all those other things. The racism is the institutionalized power to do so. Do I have prejudices? Of course I do. But it isn't just based off of something as silly as epidermis. So, neither here or there. I do appreciate. I didn't plan on coming on. I might have to probably go back and charge this phone. I do appreciate y'all for having me. I definitely want to be on this conversation. But no, I do notice that Greg has pointed out in conversation, and it's not because I'm not speaking for you. Even if he's not doing it for the behest of Black Americans, no, the fact his Americanness, right? How he's seeing himself nationally, and if he's not being a disingenuous person. So that's why, yes, I pointed that out about Rico. I was like, you've done that before, to where you are talking about something specifically. Hey, I'm not saying, you're not announcing as a white guy, I'm saying this. No, this just is what it is. So, but you're recognizing that because you're looking from that as an American and not as a white man. And that's where I think for us as Black Americans, we have that more in common with white Americans than we do people of color. Love both of y'all. I'll talk to y'all later.
Appreciate your
Yeah.
IG. Good looking out. All right,
Yeah,
Greg.
it went a little long. We should probably do a part two, but yeah, hey. Yeah, that was my fault. I said we'd go into race, and we did, and it went
Race is
long.
always an interesting
Oh
topic.
yeah,
Race is yeah.
but this is
It's
what I'm saying.
complicated.
Why Kamala Harris is walking through? She's dancing on a landmine here. Like,
Yeah,
you're gonna get into this quagmire and try to play
Yeah.
all sides, woman.
Yeah.
This is not gonna go well for you. Like, there's no way
Nah.
this doesn't end in tears.
yeah. It's already it's causing, like I would say, an intra squad battle within Black people. Kilroy was here. How many dick jokes did
Hey,
Greg? Actually,
Kilroy.
none. Kilroy, I promise you, he was super clean today. He kept it so kosher. But I would
was
say
very much
Kamala.
trying not to get accused of wearing a hood the whole string.
I think it's causing more of a division amongst Black Americans. Because I keep hearing a lot about she's not Black, she is Black. And what does it matter if she's Black? But then, like, why do you keep talking about she's the first Black person if it doesn't matter if she's Black? So there's a lot of intra squad, I guess, a skirmish.
Right, and for me,
Kamala.
for an outsider, I'm just like, I don't see how you get through that without getting scarred.
It's not good.
I mean, Trump's
not
not going
good.
to do better for racialists. I made that explicitly clear. Like, he's not going to kumbaya on anything. Stop electing 80-year-old white dudes if you don't want racists running the country. Like, what?
What I do like about it, though, is it's causing Black people to recognize the differentiation or disaggregation of different demographics that we might overlap. Like, Kamala's
right.
What is it? The Venn diagrams. Like, we have different Venn diagrams, and some of us are at an intersection of, like, race, culture, nationality, ethnicity, and like a lot of times we've never had to articulate that because a lot of us have just all fallen under a Black umbrella, and that was good enough. But now it's starting to not be good enough. So it's starting conversations that a lot of us need to have. So to me, it's beneficial. Hopefully, I believe.
Understandable. Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
something I'm personally involved in, but I get that
Right.
viewpoint.
Yeah. So as far as real quick, if you can just give me like your premise on immigration, I know we're gonna try to schedule something in the future, but I'd like to hear what your thought was that you were going to get into on immigration. Then we'll take your final thoughts.
Well, because Rico brought it up of like, look, I'm not big on political ploys, but busing immigrants to cities was the smartest political move of the last 100 years. As far as like the way they fell apart with a fraction of the people. And here's the thing that like, I just want to go to the DNC with a megaphone and be like, mass immigration is bad for the poor, you fucking maniacs.
Mhm.
Like, except that you can't just bring in people unchecked. And here's the reason they're doing it though, and the reason neither the neocons and the liberals never stopped it is because people who own businesses, like say the multimillionaires who we elect to Congress, which all of them are, want an inflated labor supply.
Right.
It benefits. It is personally beneficial to them.
Makes it a buyer's market.
Absolutely. They will never stop the flood of workers driving down wages. Why would they?
It doesn't make sense.
Trump is only
they don't even have to live around them. It doesn't have to live around them. So it's like there's no
exactly. Yeah, no, they're up in there. But until they got busted into their neighborhood, which is why I'm saying like that was such a genius move. It's dirty pool. It's dirty work, but it was genius.
It was. But I can admit that.
And the thing is, we allow more legal immigrants than any country in the world. We allow over 1 million a year legally, but we have a shadow economy of 20 to 40 million illegal people depressing wages in this country at a time when people cannot live indoors or afford to buy groceries. Like, I'm not righting or wronging or yesing or knowing or any of this stuff. I'm saying this is the reality. I'm drawing you the picture. This is why Trump is going to win, because Kamala Harris is up here talking about how gracious hosts we are in DACA and all this crap. And Trump is talking about building a wall because he's a populist. And amazingly, there's a populist uprising by a bunch of poor people against a flood of unskilled labor. Shocking. Yeah. But let me point this out, though. The wall is the dumbest thing in the history of politics as well. This is so stupid. You're adding 30 seconds to a 1,000-mile journey. What are we doing? Spend the money on enforcement and stop businesses from hiring them. This is the equivalent of Chicago has a crime problem. I don't know what we'll do. We'll spend $3 billion on a billboard that says, hey, you don't do crime. That'll show them. Money well spent. No, so don't get me wrong. I'm not like, build the wall. Blah, blah. I'm saying we need secure borders by enforcement. Yeah. You can come to this country legally, and that's fine if you want to increase the number or whatever. You can't just have people pouring over. This is nonsense. Yeah. It's madness, and I don't understand dying on this political hill. It's weird.
No, I'm with you because the Democrats immediately buckled now I didn't like the fact that Republicans were playing with people's lives for political maneuvering. But it was a message.
I said it was a message. It's dirty work.
Yeah, it was dirty, but it's a message that needed to be sent. Okay, then you deal with the problem that you're telling us that we should have to deal with, and they weren't, one, prepared, and two, they weren't as accommodating as they said everybody else should have been. So it's easy to tell other people what they should do with their money and their space, but then when it was your money and your space, everything started changing. Mm-hmm. And I was like, watching the Democrats have to live with the consequences of their choices. We're okay with immigrants. Yeah, come on. Yeah, it's okay. We'll take care of you. And then when they had to deal with it, no, they shouldn't be busting you up. We can't deal with that. Oh, we're running out of resources. We need federal emergency. I'm like, Jesus Christ, y'all are the ones that said this was okay.
Oh, they folded so fast. Their whole system crumbled in a month. I'm like, holy crap. Man. I didn't expect it to be that bad. Man. But this is wild to me that we are in a situation again, when Bill Clinton gave that 2000s everything's awesome State of the Union, he also mentioned building a wall and securing our borders. That was a Democrat position 24 years ago. So it's wild to me that the choices are traditional Republican do nothing, which got knocked out in the primaries, open borders, or build a wall. Yeah. But this is where we are in the clown show of our destruction of society. So,
man,
That's
Yeah.
what it is. But Gen Z and Gen Alpha, man, you got a rough road. You're gonna have to
Oof.
elect some people that are grown ups and actually do some work and
I'm
unfuck
so
this country.
scared
Because
because I like, man, I'm so scared for that because like not. I know you talked about the petrodollar, but what really scares me is that our national debt, like the interest on the debt, is our second leading expense.
absolutely, I think it's
Like
actually
that's
first now. I
it
think
might
it
be
tops
first. Oh
the
my
next.
god, that's what
Yeah,
scares me.
no,
Because like
it's
as a
wild.
personal consumer, if the interest on my credit cards was
Mhm.
as high as anything else in my budget, that would freak me out. Like forget actually paying the payment, the minimum payment, the full payment, the balance, whatever. The interest on my daggone credit card was like up there with rent.
Mhm.
You know, like that's crazy. And
Yeah,
that's where we
people.
are
I
as a
mean,
country.
we can't conceive as humans of $35 trillion. It's an insane amount of money. Like,
Oh my god.
it's not something we can actually think about. The richest man in the country is 250 billion. He's not a quarter of the way
Man.
to the first trillion. Like, you're
Wow.
talking 40
I mean,
Elon Musk times 35.
35 times 4. So that's what?
You're
70,
right. Like,
140,
this is
140. You need 140 of the richest man.
yeah,
Oh
this is
my
an
god.
inconceivable amount of
I
money.
didn't even think about
Like,
that. You need 140 of the richest man, and we might have like 8 of them.
exactly. Like,
That's
they
crazy.
blew up the country. They printed off money like a rapper at a strip club. It's wild. If you actually think about the amount of money they've printed and they've spent, we again tripled the money supply. I cannot stress enough how bad this is. This is bad.
so bad.
It's
Oh
why
my
things
god.
keep getting bad. It's why groceries are unaffordable. It's why you can't live
Ugh.
inside. Like,
Oh,
it's
this is
so bad. And if like people should be burning the place down, but we're all amused by social media and whatever distracting me.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Honestly, the founding fathers would be stacking bodies by this point. Let's not make that like no.
Oh,
Like,
shoot.
this is wild. What the
It's
boomers
crazy.
have done, and they're gonna die before the consequences, is
Yes.
unreal, unfathomably real. Everyone should be pissed about this. Everyone should be talking to each other. I don't care if you're black, white, whatever. If you're dealing with the consequences of this absolute shit show that just left us,
And
we
the
should all
funniest
be
thing,
together.
what I learned about the economics and the interest and all that was from a Republican. And everybody would tell you that the Democrats would be the people sounding the bell, but it's actually a Republican that I learned how bad the economics were. And I'm like, they're actually they're good Republicans. There are people actually trying to do good governance. And I'm like, wow, it's crazy.
There aren't very many of them. But
Hey.
there are a few on both parties. Like, don't get me wrong. There are good Democrats. There are
there's a few. Handful
I find if it's a blue state Republican or a red state Democrat, they tend to be pretty good.
Okay.
On the whole. Like Bill Clinton coming from Arkansas. And I'm yes, I acknowledge that the crime bill and all that was bad. But I'm saying from a just objective measurement of results standpoint, he was our best president. I mean, he left the country in the best place.
I try not to even really demonize the crime bill because the intent was good. Like people went to them begging them to do something. And they just nobody knew that the outcome would be what it was. Nobody foresaw.
Right. That's right where we started though. Good intentions, bad legislation versus good legislation. Did it have the intention you meant it to do? And can we admit that it didn't and stop it?
Yeah.
Like that's the grown-up conversation we need to have rather than just dying on the hill of every piece of legislation you sign. Admit it was bad.
Yeah. Trust me, I'm totally with you.
Yeah. No, I'm just hyped up because I'm just like trying to stress how bad it is. I'm like,
no, it's bad. It's bad.
No.
Oh, this Republican dude, because he brought out all kinds of charts and everything, was trying to show. I was like, oh my gosh, this is dire. And
go ahead.
I'm about to say if the number one expense, I thought it was number two, but if it's already surpassed and our number one expense is interest on debt, not even the debt, but the interest. My God.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, how do you explain to someone the color purple who's never seen the color purple? Right?
Man, you gotta analogize it some way. Like even with my credit card example, most people in the city understand credit card debt. And if you told anybody in the city that the interest, your interest payment, not your monthly payment, just what you have to pay on interest every month was your rent. Like your rent. Like let's say your rent is $1,500, but that was just what you had to put on your credit card just to pay the interest, not what you actually accrued, not what you spent. Just to pay the interest, you had to pay $1,500 a month. I think most of us would be like, "Oh my God, that's crazy," and it would still seem unreal, but I think we could at least analogize it. And I haven't even heard anybody try to analogize it or bring it down to our level. Because I don't think the people that think about those big numbers understand our small numbers and can like navigate between both. You know what I'm saying? So I think
right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is an inconceivable amount of money for like. I mean, I literally have formal training in economics. I went to university, took economics, and it's still hard for me to conceive of how they managed to spend that much goddamn money.
It's crazy. It
is wild.
Oh my god!
No.
But yeah,
that's my message. Is like, look, neither Trump nor Kamala is going to save you. Trump might give you a little bit of relief economically. I don't think either one's a good choice. I won't be voting because I won't put JD Vance in. But just know that at some point we're going to have to start electing adults, and we're going to have to start having real options of people who are going to fix things rather than arguing about stupid shit like who's wearing a dress or whatever. Like, it's time to grow up and deal with the bills. Like, we've been ignoring them so we can argue about the paint color of the living room or whatever. But like, no, we need to pay the bills. We need to fix this because this system is actually worth preserving. It's the best thing that's ever happened to low people.
Man,
that's my general thesis. There you go.
No, I'm with you. I mean, it's gotten such a robust system that it can withstand idiots at the top. So
yeah, it's done remarkably well, for sure.
It's done remarkably well. It's remarkably resilient, and the fact that we have an opportunity to reverse course is a testament to that. So I'm with you. I know you said we want to do 2A and immigration. I think that'll be a good conversation. I don't have anything scheduled, but I do want to do that. Rico said he wanted to do something about why don't people learn. Those are my next two, but I don't have any other really scheduled streams in the future. Shout out to Dr. Quantum University. Y'all seen Quantum in multiple variations. Appreciate her for the Cash App, man, supporting the channel. Definitely much love and appreciation to you. Thank you for your donation, and shout out to everybody that tapped in at some point. Thank you, Kilroy, Bree, IG for popping in, Yellow, who was here for a quick hot second. Rico, you, Greg, appreciate you proposing this. I enjoyed the conversation. I did.
Yeah, I thought it was a good conversation to have. Like, just because you don't get this, you only get culture war shit now. Like, there is no conversations about, okay, really though, what can a president do? Okay, really though, like, you know, what are the effects of the election? Like, you just get culture war crap shoved down your like, I hate it. I hate it here so much.
But I enjoyed this, man. So thank you again, everybody. We're getting ready to head out of here. No outro or anything. I will see y'all next time. Don't know when that'll be. Peace out, guys.